Alrighty. Hello everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Low Ink. I'm excited because I haven't commentated in a while, and I don't really watch much Low Ink, so I'm looking forward to some good games, and I'm just excited in general. What about you, Nitro?
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited too. Getting ready to take a look at Geek, Squid versus SynRG. Definitely getting ready for some alpha bracket action this morning.
Exactly. I haven't heard of these teams much, but I'm excited to see what they're gonna go. I'm excited to see what we're gonna watch. Do you know anything prior beforehand about these teams or no?
I do not know anything about these teams. My team knowledge tends to be a little more like a little more just like the few top level teams, and that's about it.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
no, I'm definitely excited to see what these two teams bring out today and kind of get to talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. What's the first match we're starting on? We're starting on what's it? We're starting on Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard. That's gonna be interesting. I like this map, especially since I love Ray. Just kidding. I do not like Ray. But yeah, I see this map a lot more recently. I didn't really see it a lot earlier in comp, but I think it's a pretty decent map, and we can set up a lot of really strong games.
For sure. And I think one thing that's super important to note about Sturgeon Shipyard is how we kind of have these multiple routes to the podium. Like you can have those two routes on the left side where you can jump up on that crate and try to take that really skinny route on the left side, or you can take your kind of multiple routes you have around that tilting platform.
Yeah. There's just a lot of different routes you can take, and a lot of it can set up a very exciting games. So now we're starting off here. And it's some pretty basic comps. We have a Tri-Slosher on one team. We have a Nautilus. We have a K-Machine. Pretty respectable comps. I see these very often in meta and just in general.
Yeah, both teams looking out to bring that Enzap to have that armor coverage. And it looks like Nick's going to get the 2 picks on the 2 from... I forgot the team name, my bad.
That's on Geek.
And SynRG gonna get the Rainmaker pick here right away and push up this left side, but it looks like Geek Squid's gonna be at the top of that tilted up little bridge right here trying to contest. They pop the armor, but Nick's gonna manage to get that pick right there, and then SynRG's gonna go down with that Rainmaker.
Yeah, already up to a really strong push here, putting it already up to 51 in their spawn. I mean, this is already pretty deep, especially for Sturgeon. It can be very solid in mid. Well, we already saw a really strong push in SynRG, pushing back Geek Squid into the spawn, but Push here getting a really nice shot, getting really two nice shots.
Wow.
On SynRG. Yeah, really good play from him.
Yeah, for sure. It was a good move there, letting the Rainmaker kind of reset while they took that time to get back this map control. Because now, as soon as they get a few picks on SynRG, they're going to be able to push in, and they can push up this left side or right down the middle or whatever they so choose. But it looks like we're going to be able to tell right now, as they did just pick up that Rainmaker. Looks like they're going to go here right down the left, kind of in the middle, try to go up that sponge, but SynRG's going to get that pick.
Yeah, but they're still going to keep the push going. I mean, they already got past the lead. They're already really solid. 45. Keep going. Almost. And SynRG already getting picked back. Trying to set up back to mid. Getting 2 down onto Geek Squid. And resetting the map, basically.
Yeah, for sure. That quick pop on Geek Squid there was just really crucial for them to get that lead. And it's going to take quite a bit for them to get this map control and push back on SynRG that hard.
Yeah, we already see another pick coming down for Geek, for SynRG. 2 down, already setting up back in the mid again, trying to get up a strong push. Get that fluid bomb coming back on, coming out, putting onto the snipe. You can see the Ink set, all their specials popping, coming out here, trying to set up a really strong push again, trying to get that lead back.
For sure. It looks like they're just going to be kind of fighting over this map control right now, because this push, well, they're going to pick up the Rainmaker. And it looks like they did get enough map control here to kind of contest, but that was my concern, is Geek Squid did take a lot of the map earlier. Nick's going to be trying to push up this left side, and they are going to manage to take the lead off of that.
Yeah, they got a really sneaky push there. Just when everyone else on Geek was distracting the right side, SynRG managed to take it to the left and get that lead pretty quickly. I mean, that was really solid play from them. Setting up to get a good push, even keeping all their mid control again, trying to keep them out of mid and trying to stall this Rainmaker. But Charger getting a nice shot and getting that nice crucial pick, getting another pick. Goes for putting a lot of pressure onto this map, and putting a lot into this game.
For sure. Looks like we're going to watch Co-Spirit set up here on top again, and maybe they got the Rainmaker pop. Looks like the GG Ray is going to come out here. Not quite, but, you know. Looking to get a few of those picks to clear the way for this next push.
Yeah, you can already we saw that Ray come out and get a nice crucial pick. The Nautilus jumping in, trying to get that trade, trying to get something going on here, trying to stop that push from happening. But Geek's really just going to keep putting this push into play and trying to get the lead back. It's gonna do it. It depends. It depends. The SynRG getting a nice pick onto the Rainmaker, stopping this push from happening. Splashdown coming out, getting a nice splashdown cancel. That was a great pick from the shot.
Yeah, and earlier there, did you see how Strint was kind of just positioning themselves within the Rainmaker shots? It was making it really hard for SynRG to take them down there.
Yeah, I did notice that. The SynRG already resetting the push. Squid not able to get the lead back, and SynRG already starting off really well here. Having the specials come out. Yeah, another splashdown cancel. That was a really good play from Tots.
Yeah, looks like, wow. I thought Cloud was going to get a few more there, but like, no, this is working. Co-Spirit here picking up the Rainmaker. Gonna try to take a push off this right side, it looks like, or maybe this is just another distraction so they can go left again. No, they look pretty committed to this right side.
Yeah, they only have a few seconds left on the board, and they bring it into overtime. The Booyah coming out, getting shredded. The thing is still coming out. Squid still having a chance to take this Rainmaker and bring back their lead and potentially win the game here. The Machine almost getting a pick. Dash rushing the Rainmaker and taking out the Rainmaker from Squid. SynRG takes the first game on Rainmaker Sturgeon.
You know, that was a pretty convincing back and forth game. Like, it wasn't really, that game wasn't one-sided at all. Like, I'm excited to watch the next two games here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as the predictions say, it looks like SynRG already has that that lead in predictions there, but it was still a really solid anyone's game for that game. Everyone got the back and forth picks. Everyone got the back and forth pushes. Special coming out really well, getting some really cool picks in Splashdown. The Charger putting in a lot of work for that game. But we're going to be moving on to Splat Zone Snapper, which is also a really nice map mode.
For sure. That one thing I've always, I don't know, like, I like playing on Snapper, but one thing I've always kind of particularly noticed about it is when you have that kind of just, is it on Splat Zones? There's that tower in the middle of zone, right? Or is that just Rainmaker?
Oh yeah. No, there's a tower in the middle of zones, yes.
Sometimes I kind of feel like you play this game where you like keep running around in circles with the other team around the zone where no one can quite get control. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams decide they're going to handle that here.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I've played this map mode many a times, and that zone is very tough to cap. It's like Kelp Zone with the entire middle structure. It can be difficult to cap the zone, but once you have control, it's really easy to lock out the opponents because there's so many areas you can come in to try and take the zone back. There's also really strong areas to take positions and get some really nice picks or just hold the pressure onto the opponents. I know on Snipe is one of the big parts of this Charger. It's very hard to actually touch the Charger, but you can always flank the Charger from the back right side. I think it's just going to be an interesting game, especially this map mode is very interesting to play and interesting to watch in general.
For sure. Last game we saw quite a few nice Charger picks from Co-Spirit on the side of Geek Squad. So with that kind of Charger element up in the Snipe, I'm going to be curious to see if they bring the Charger back out and do it again.
I mean, yeah, that Charger did put a lot of pressure last game, getting some really crucial picks and able to stop the Rainmaker from making pushes and the opponents for making good pushes. it's just going to be an interesting game to watch. I hope they bring that Charger out, because I love watching a Charger put in some action. They got some really nice picks last game.
For sure. Looks like we are waiting on only one more in the lobby, so we're going to be jumping into the action in just 1 second.
Yes. I'm very excited, because last time we saw a really, really close game, and hope we see another close game here. You never know what we can see here. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah, looking at both these teams, you already see a very different comp. I mean, from the side of SynRG, we see both a Carbon and a Tetra Ghoulie. Something that's very uncommon for this map. I'm really excited to see what happens here. They're already getting a nice shot on the Charger, 2 going down for SynRG. Carbon getting a nice pick, retaliating, 2 down for both sides. But Geek Squad having the mid control and having that zone already in their color, getting a few points on the board here.
For sure. SynRG going to be talking that Ink Armor here. Oh, and then Respect going down, but they are pushing all the way back up into the side of Geek Squid's base already. Looks like they're going to be trying to get this little flank from the back, and they get 1. Not 2, though.
The splashdown coming out, getting canceled again. Love to see the splashdown cancels there. But yeah, Tetra getting a nice pick, getting a nice trade there. But Geek Squid already having that mid control, already setting up, getting the paint around the map, trying to get some good map control so that they can keep this push going. Because there was 3 down on the side of SynRG. The Bombers comes out, the side of Geek Squid. Flashdown comes out, takes out 2. 3 down on the side of Geek Squid. Already showing that SynRG is not out of the game so far. And getting a nice wipe, and going to be starting to set up again. Try and keep this control and trying to keep that map control.
For sure. We've seen a very back and forth game here so far. No real lockouts right now, but it looks like SynRG is kind of trying to set that up as Geek Squid's having a little bit of trouble pushing back into this zone.
Yeah, we can see the Storm coming out to the side of Geek Squid. It's just going to be a very tough, probably going to be a tough game for the side of SynRG, as they have a very aggressive comp to these zones now. Both the Tetris and Carbon also lacking a bit of paint there. And SynRG is going to continue to hold this zone here. It would be very surprising, getting 3 down on the side of Geek Squid.
Yeah, Nick with those short charger shots taking that zone back in short order, but now it's going to be on Geek Squids to get pushed back into the zone as the timer is ticking down. Only 13 seconds left. And it looks like they were going to try to make a push, or a single person push almost, but that kind of fell short. And that was going to be enough to tick down the timer for the side of SynRG, and there's the game.
Yeah, it's a very strong game. Side of SynRG already being able to hold that entire zone there. It could have been anyone's game, but SynRG is putting in a little more work, a little more effort to hold that zone, take the picks, look out for those feeds from side of Geek Squid SynRG. Looking pretty solid. Was that the last game, or is it still anyone's game? Yep, that was the last game. It was best of 3. Oh no, my bad, best of 5. Moving on to Starfish Clams here. SynRG already looking to almost take this set here with a clean 3-0, but as we've seen from both sides of the map, both sides of the matches, it could be anyone's game.
For sure. And Claim Blitz is such a weird, like, something I've noticed about Claim Blitz is it's such a weird mode to have on match point, because even this far into the game, a lot of teams have not quite figured out Claim Blitz, you know? When you think some of these players going all the way back to Splatoon 1, having all these years of practice on our 3 familiar modes, but then Claim Blitz here, it's almost like some teams haven't fully figured out how to play and how to handle Claim Blitz. So I'm going to be very interested here to see exactly what these teams decide to do. It's just so fundamentally different from our other 3 ranked modes.
Yeah, exactly. I can agree with that, especially. But I think this could be a very solid map mode for SynRG, as their comp has been very aggressive. We saw from last game they have a Carbon and a Tetris, both very 2 aggressive weapons that can get really quick picks if they are very good at, if they have really good mechanics. It can be really solid for Clan Blitz, as we know it could be a very aggressive game, or it could be a very, very patient game. But going into Starfish, there's many different routes you can take in order to actually score the clams. You can take from the bottom into their core area. You can always take their snipe and push some clams through their snipe. You can always go to the left side between that little blockade on the right side and throw clams through there. But I don't know. It could be anyone's game for this one.
For sure. One thing you were talking about, the aggressive comps, and I entirely agree with you there. SynRG did have a very frontline aggro comp that entire time. And I think one thing is if Nick were to switch off that charger, I mean, what weapon would you pick if they were to switch off the charger, or would you keep the charger in this situation?
Well, charger is always one of those weapons that I'm not very fond of on like clams in general, but you can always run like something like if you're going to go for a charger, you can always go for a bamboozler as being a very weapon with a lot of pressure, especially on this map. It can hold its own in mid, it can get clean picks, but the charger is always really good on this map, especially since the starfish. You have a lot of pressure with that charger. You're sitting on snipe or sitting on left side. You can always get some free good picks watching the flanks from both left and right side. I think it's still a really solid weapon, especially for this map mode, even if it is Clam Blitz.
For sure, I gotcha. Looks like we may have had a DC in the lobby, so it's just going to be one more second as we get reset back up here.
I'm getting all the people back to the lobby here. Unfortunate DC from their side, but yeah. Clam Blitz is I never really see this map in a lot of tournament matches, especially Clam Blitz Starfish. It's usually for Clam Blitz, it's usually very selective with a couple maps. You have like maps like I'm thinking maybe Inkblot, maybe Mako if you see that maybe. But Starfish here, I haven't really seen a lot of it. Usually just see it in solo queue. But it definitely is a very interesting map. If you have control of the map, it's very hard to get back in, especially with your only areas to actually get back in are through the front lines, through more of a straightforward path. You can always take the flanks if the opponents aren't watching, and get those pushes back in the mid and take map control back.
For sure. One thing that just came to mind, I was trying to think, like, how is this map even set up? It's been a minute. That basket is kind of right down in this little, I guess I'll call it like the pit, where you kind of drop off that wall. And one thing that has always got me about Starfish, even like playing this even in like Splatfests or something, is that kind of pit close to each team's base. Just, it kind of becomes an ink bath in there when you get so many players kind of like pushed into this one, small area where there's no clear-cut way out all the time. And I think that's something that could come into play here with Clam Blitz, trying to push a ton of players down into this area to get these points scored.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Especially since that is like one of the main areas to actually go to score clams. As we know, the basket is actually on the platform right into their spawn. It's very close to the actual spawn of the map. And we're going to see a lot of fights definitely in that core area right next to the basket. But it's always really important to actually take those snipes and positions, especially on the snipe. And if you could take your opponent's snipe, it's going to be really difficult to actually get back into the fray here after the opposing team getting scored on. If there is going to be a charger, gets onto that snipe, it could be the game. It could be the actual game. It could set up for that charger to actually get really good picks, especially since it has a lot of open area to look at, and it has a lot of the ability to actually get picks there.
For sure. And I'm thinking Clam Blitz, when we see those kind of left and right alleys where we may see them more commonly in splat zones, to get those kind of flanks from the left and right kind of behind your opponent, or even I guess it maybe doesn't play so much into tower control, but or even Rainmaker, but splat zones, those right and left alleys do kind of make a little bit of a difference. Do you see them being really useful here in Clam Blitz?
It's definitely not going to be the most used area, but we never really know, especially for SynRG. They have a very aggressive comp. They could take very advantage of those alleyways for the flanks. I know a lot of the actual battles are going to be taking place in mid and in the core areas for scoring, but definitely can be utilized really well, especially since they're pretty important parts of the game, especially since out of the few ways to actually get back into mid when you're locked out is those side flanks, and it can catch a lot of opponents, a lot of people off guard if you utilize them really well and make sure that no one knows that you're actually there.
For sure. After we've talked about this a little more, I'm a little concerned for Geek Squid on this game. Just thinking about how aggressive SynRG's comp is and how much map control plays into Clan Blitz as a whole. And last game on Snapper, we did see SynRG doing a great job of just keeping the map control away from Geek Squid for quite a bit of that game. And Geek Squid kind of struggling to take back enough control to make a good push in the zone. And I'm kind of worried that might be what happens to them here, is SynRG's going to have all of this map control and all this visibility on clams, and Geek Squid, instead of putting up points, maybe forced into a defensive position by SynRG.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But on the other side here, we know if Geek Squid can run a backline weapon and take advantage of the snipes and the other areas within the map, it can also be really solid for Geek Squid, since it can also be a very passive and patient map. You're not always going to be super aggressive. The only time you're going to be really aggressive is when you're trying to take mid control back, but there's always a really good areas for people to play passive, throw bombs, get specials. When you spawn, you still have that giant area surrounding mid that you can take advantage of and put yourself in good positions there to paint the map and eventually push yourself back in, especially since it's not like zones where you're going to be sitting in mid all game. You're going to want to play more aggressive, and then when you play more aggressive, you can get easily picked and reset back to mid, and it can always be a really back and forth game, especially on Starfish. I'm looking forward to this map, but once again, we are having a little bit of technical difficulties here. Opponents, people in the lobby keep disconnecting, but we'll eventually get back to this match very soon. But hopefully we can get to this match very soon. But it'll be interesting to watch, definitely.
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah, it's always going to be some technical difficulties in the tournaments. It's bound to happen here. But
it's just like it's the tournament curse.
It really is. It really is. You can't go a tournament without seeing disconnects or eventual technical difficulties here. But we have a full lobby here. Hopefully, we can get to the game starting here soon. But yeah, there really isn't much else to talk about here. Besides the fact that I'm excited to see this match unfold.
Yeah, me too. We've just talked so much. I'm kind of running out of things here. What else do we say about this match? Just chat. Want to place there in Twitch chat. Just type in chat who you think has, not the whole set, just this next game. I don't really know what much else that goes on in this map. Usually I only see zones or maybe even tower control. But Starfish has a very different layout than other zones and TC, especially in the spawn. Most definitely in the spawn. They have that giant kind of blockade area on the right side that helps for charges for good peaks. And also sets up a really good spots where you can't really get touched by the opponents. So I'm excited to see how this match goes, and we're starting actually. We're finally starting here. But yeah, let's see how this goes. I'm hoping to see a charger from the side of SynRG as they did put a lot of energy, a lot into that charging there, but we do not see a charger actually. Wow.
From both sides, we see a Grim range blaster actually. Very unique weapon. We don't really see that much play in top level, so I'm excited to see how this actually goes here.
Yeah,
already getting a nice.
Oh, go for it.
Alright, we already starting off with a really nice pick from the forward. And already trying to push back into the base. We're getting shot down by the Nautilus. Wow, triple. Setting up really well for SynRG here. As we said, they're going to take a very aggressive approach onto this game and try to set up really early into their spawn. And we already see how that goes. We don't really have many clams. Already setting up for a really good push here.
Yeah, SynRG is very coordinated here. Going to be throwing a lot of clams down into this kind of pit area and just getting a lot of, just breaking it open and then getting a lot of just single chip points here. It looks, I was going to say that's going to be the end of the push, and then one more just jumps down here and puts more in.
Yeah,
it looks like Oh, go.
My bad.
You're good.
Yeah. It always a surprise factor of Clamless as we see. You never know if there's going to be a sneaky push that's going to get some extra clams to that basket. You never know. But yeah, SynRG already going down, and Geek Squid pushing back in the mid, getting that paint control there, trying to set up back into their spawn, into their base, and hopes to get an actual retaliate push. But SynRG having armor, getting a nice pick onto the sword, or the 2-gal.
For sure. You know, the Grim Range Blaster so far has performed, I almost think, maybe better than a Charger would have in this situation. Just being able to kind of get those quick shots off and not, with the Charger, you gotta aim spot on to get damage. With the Blaster, if not, you're at least getting a few points on,
Yeah, exactly. And the Grim actually putting in some work there, getting a nice pick onto Geek Squid. Geek Squid going 3 down again. SynRG getting that aggressive push, popping the missiles there, popping all their specials, trying to make another push here. They can split a clam here and get a little more clams as they have 12 clams. The Splatoon coming out, getting a nice pick, almost getting a nice pick onto. Yeah, it's just looking like SynRG's favorite here, as we see them just consistently scoring and getting more clams and pushing the lead back and forth.
Yeah, for sure. That was a great splashdown play from Jonah right there. And then Jonah and Respect definitely picking up those clams. I liked watching Respect here kind of just try to jump and dodge around Geek Squids. And it was working for a long time, and they definitely ate through that penalty and got a few more points up there.
Yeah, that range blaster is definitely taking advantage of the fact that they don't have many armors, as they only have 1 armor, as armor being one of the main counters to range blaster. But as we see that range blaster taking advantage of their times with no armors, as we see they get a full wipe out of nowhere and getting set up another push here. Could this be the end of the match? We'll never know. Hopefully they can stop it from happening. The splash run comes out, 2 clams get scored, and that's going to be the end of the game. SynRG taking that set 3-0 without letting Geek Squid have a chance to breathe that entire game. Such a quick match. It's like 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, there was a very quick knock here from the side of SynRG. It almost looked like Geek Squid, their comp definitely was looking a little more frontline than it was the last couple games. So they definitely tried to bring out a comp here that would kind of contest that. But SynRG was just so aggressive and so quick and so coordinated that it was super hard. It was a super good game though, fought from both sides.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't really get the chance to talk about much as SynRG did already get that quick knockout for that game, and they definitely saw the range blaster put in some work. We saw the consistent team wipes, them working together really well to push back in the mid with coordinating specials, and already and they were able to just absolutely destroy SynRG. As we saw for the past games, SynRG was able to contest with them, but for this game they could barely get back in the mid most of the time.
Oh, for sure. It was, yeah, it was just brutal, kind of just these coordinated pushes on the side of SynRG were definitely something to see.
Yeah. As we move forward with this tournament, I'm definitely looking forward to see if we can see more SynRG gameplay. But they're looking like a really solid team. They're a competitor for maybe even top. Top cut of this tournament, and it's really I'm looking forward to see that range blaster even more, especially since it's a very niche pick, and I really ever see it, especially since most people think it's not really that solid as a weapon, especially in this meta. But you never know. You never know, because range blaster is a very interesting weapon. If you can aim really well with that weapon, it can take advantage of a lot of certain positions, and it can take advantage of a lot, especially with that burst bomb.
For sure. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a quick break, but next up we are going to be watching round 2 of the alpha bracket. Not quite sure what teams we got here. Maybe my bracket is not quite up to date, but I'm not seeing any other tournament. Oh, no, it was not up to date. On the bracket, we do have Sprint Incorporated winning 3-2 over Riot. 3-2 over Riot. Casually Dynamic Squids going down 1-3 to Twisted Time. As we just watched, SynRG, of course, going 3-0 over Geek Squid, and Dynasty Dragons going 3-0 over MS Don't.
Yeah, already seeing some very dominant matches. 3-0s all around the board. Maybe some very close games as well there. Interesting to see. These up and coming teams definitely put in a lot of work, try and get a little farther up in this tournament. I'm excited to see more matches going forward. So
yeah. So we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We will be back with more Low Ink Day 2 Alpha Bracket action in just a second.
alrighty.
Welcome back, everyone, to Low Ink Day 2. Next up, we're going to be taking a look at the Splatarians versus University of California, San Diego Esports.
Yeah, I don't know how we were able to say that so cleanly. I probably would have stuttered saying that name. But yeah, an interesting match. We also have some data on the on the backgrounds of these teams. I've never really heard of them, but University of California, San Diego, it's a college team. I heard they've been around for a long time, and Splatarians are an EU team. They've been around for a bit. It's their second straight alpha bracket. So interesting to see these teams go head to head. Starting off on Splatzone's Wahoo World as well. So it's going to be an interesting match.
For sure. I just had to throw my 50 channel points on the side of UCSD here, because I definitely want to see I think it'd be super cool to see a collegiate team here just get a little further in the bracket. And as you said, oh, here we go. Sorry, Splatarians. What did you read? I got distracted. My bad.
Yeah, I read the thing that popped up on the chat.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, they were like an EU team, second straight alpha bracket.
Gotcha. Cool. So yeah, definitely looking forward to this match here, especially in the seeding here. UCSD, seed number 13 in this bracket, going 3-2 over seed number 4, the Inkstrike Inklings.
Yeah, definitely a really solid upset. So I hope to see some really good plays from the college team here. It's always nice to see college teams like up and coming, especially since you don't really see many schools that actually like have spots open for like Splatoon teams. So it's interesting to see that. But we're starting off here. Wahoo Splat Zones. We see two Splatlings on the side. We see a heavy remix and a Hydra. Definitely two interesting picks here. Both on the side of going for really solid paint output for both of these matches. We see Tent already going into mid, trying to get some specials here, trying to push, getting a really good start. We see the bomb rush coming out from the splash. Interesting. There you see them trying to get the zone again. One going down on the side of UCSD. So interesting to see both going head to head already.
Yeah, very back and forth just in the first 30 seconds of this match. Splatarians taking the zone, UCSD taking it back, Splatarians taking it back yet again. And it looks like Splatarians are actually going to be kind of setting up for a little bit more of a long-term push here than just a back and forth. Kind of starting to get that map control around the edge, but it looks like UCSD, especially Fizzywix here, trying to hide behind this barrier to get a little bit of ink control to take that zone out of the control of Splatarians.
We see both back and forth plays, most people going down already. We see UCSD already making a really solid push, getting the Splash getting 2 picks already on the opposing team, watching out for their feeding and trying to paint the map for their bomb rush here. Already going in for another pick on that junior, really solid pick there. Already getting 3 down, staggering their opponents and being able to hold this push for a while, especially since they don't really have any specials to counteract. trying to push back in here, trying to get something happen here.
Yeah, the player on the side of UCSD definitely pushing back up more into the base of Splatarians, kind of holding them off for a little bit longer and giving the rest of UCSD time to just kind of get some of that map control and hold off the Splatarians for a little bit longer. But nonetheless, they are going to be able to get back into the zone and just take control. And we did see almost a super nice hammer play there from the side of the Splatarians.
Yeah, it was already a really nice play. That hammer fiending for that for the opponent and getting the pick eventually. But they already went down 3 down, and having 1 special on the side of Splatarians, 2 on the side of UCSD. Their bombers coming out, trying to cap that zone, trying to make sure they don't get the lead there. But they are able to hold that off with a Booyah Bomb. Getting 2 down on the side of UCSD, 3 down on the side, almost a wipe here. It's going to be looking really solid for Splatarians here. It's probably going to be the actual game here, that they're not going to have any special push back in. As long as they don't make any mistakes here, it should be the game for Splatarians.
Yeah, with 4 seconds left, there doesn't look like there's a lot. That was a nice pick, though, from UCSD there right at the end.
Yeah. Wow, that was already really interesting game. We saw UCSD having such a strong push into Splatarian's base, but then getting counteracted and being able to hold that entire zone, making sure that they can take advantage of those feeds, and get the specials output down. Getting the specials out, see Splash on both sides. Already a really solid choice for zones, especially. And we're already seeing a game for Splatarians here. It's really interesting.
For sure. Even though that was a knockout, that game was far from one-sided. That was a very back and forth game the entire however many minutes that lasted.
Well, yeah, exactly. It was really interesting to see both teams were able to lock up the opponents, especially being able to control the feed from the side of UCSD as they got the picks. When they were only just going for the zone, they were able to pick the Splash and able to get some really nice picks on their snipe there as well. But moving forward, we're going to be moving on to Clan Blitz Inkblot Academy, another map that I had mentioned earlier before at the beginning of the stream. Definitely one of my favorite Clan Blitz maps, but it can just be very chaotic, especially during pushes in some cases.
Yeah, Inkblot Clams is definitely probably one of my more favorite maps, but within the favorite maps, it's probably on the lower side of the favorite ones, just because there's one small thing that really annoys me about Inkblot, is just that little step that you got to jump up there to get those quick pushes, and it always seems like it is just so easy to defend from the other side, except when you're not looking, you know?
I hate that spot so much. It's like it trips up so many people, me especially. I can never seem to get up those steps and trying to make a push there, especially since it's like such a good place to be stuck over, because you never really realize how actually large the ledge is and how much you actually have to jump up there, especially since there's that like little small barrier at the top that can sometimes screw you up there. Honestly, one of my least favorites, especially trying to get a push starting there. It's really difficult. Yeah, we're moving on to the game here. Hoping to see some back and forth game, just like back and forth pushes, just like last game. So yeah,
for sure. And I'm definitely thinking these teams are not going to disappoint from judging from what we saw last game. But it looks like on the side of UCSD, we are going to see a pretty frontline comp, except Fizzywit sticking with that Hydra. And on the side of Splatarians, we are going to see pretty much the same thing, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is a really similar comp. I think it might be the same one there. But yeah, both teams already having their armor, already trying to start a push here. 2 going down on the side of UCSD. Really able to take advantage of that armor there. We see on both teams, we see 3 Splatlings, 2 on the side of Splatarians, or 2 on the side of Splatarians, which is interesting to see. You never really seen any double Splatling comps, but yeah, I'm just curious to see how this goes.
For sure, we are seeing Splatarians already picking up a lot of clans here, but not being able to do much with them because UCSD has been on the defensive, keeping in mind to keep map control in as much in their favor as they can, especially around their base. But we do see a little bit of a scrap here between 2 players on each side, one of them holding that crucial power clan. Going to be trying to go up the wall and might get a shot, be able to get a shot at the basket here, and they do get that pick and break the barrier for UCSD Esports.
Yeah, the CDS putting in all that work, getting a double kill on their snipe, but the unfortunate pick from the Splatarians picking off the Hydra and stopping that push at 80. Very unfortunate for the side of UCSD, but splashing another nice pick onto the junior, stopping them from getting an armor, and already popping that armor pretty early on, trying to set up some more positions into mid, holding off Splatarians from actually getting any more snap.
For sure. We did see a nice little, I don't even quite know what happened there. There was just a lot of people very quickly, but oh wow, we do see Monster John here just getting that nice pick on that Splatling up there. And UCSD Esports is going to manage to break the barrier again and get a lot of individual clans in here. Splatarians is going to be ready on that defense though, and take them down, but they got to be careful right now to prevent that basket is still open, and they got to keep it from more Inklings getting up into that area.
Exactly. We saw UCSD already making that really solid push, getting it all the way up to 46, which is really nice actually. Really solid push, especially for this map. All you have to do is play defensive, and 2 down on the side of Splatarians. We can see UCSD is putting in a lot of work, able to score again onto the basket, putting in more clans, putting it down to 22. Just being able to take advantage of Splatarians and their solo pushes. Wow, I was not expecting them to actually knock out there, but they knocked it out. Really, wow, really nice play from UCSD.
You were saying all they had to do was play defensive and the game was theirs, and they instead said, I guess they just said the best defense is offense and picked up just so many clams in such a short amount of time and was able to get the knock there. Very close set between these two teams, going 1-1 already.
I mean, usually in top level, all you really see is people playing more defensive there and trying to lock out their opponents from actually making any pushes there. But UCSD just like playing super well together, taking advantage of people trying to solo push in and try and make stuff happen. They would play mostly their 2v1s, making sure that they can stop their opponents from actually making any small pushes there, using their specials really well, making really solid plays as they were able to stop Splatarians from actually making a single push that game. Basically, just demonstrating their actual abilities in this match, which is really interesting.
For sure, yeah, that was just so dominant from UCSD. Just like the last game, Splatarians, and it was back and forth, but Splatarians, did manage to keep that map control in the zone a lot of the time. But UCSD here, I think, maybe did learn a little bit of what the Splatarians were up to and were able to just take so much map control for a large portion of the game. It was a little closer at the beginning, but I think they figured out Splatarians' tricks and just came back just dominantly in that clan blitz round.
Also saw the splash on the side of UCSD getting a 13 kill, which is really interesting. Yeah, they had like more kills, I'm pretty sure, than their entire team combined, which is just showing how dominant they were in that game, making some really solid plays there. But moving forward, we are seeing Tower Control on the Reef. Another one of my favorites, probably one of the Reef is definitely a really solid map, probably one of the most balanced maps in this game. And for tower control, both comps, they have a really solid comp, especially for Booyah bombs and bomb rushes for the towers. So I'm not really expecting much of like a difference in change of their comps. But we'll never know.
For sure. Tower control, the Reef, what are you expecting to... Oh, we're going right into it. So I guess no more need for speculation. Let's just see what they bring out on each side.
So I was expecting no change in comps, especially except for I think they're all playing the same exact comps, sticking to that meta comp. We see the zaps, the splashes, the CDSs. Definitely some really meta comps, trying to play more meta-like. Trying to get some specials here, especially for the zaps, trying to get their armor. The armor comes out on the side of Splatarians. For one going down already. Armor coming out on the side of UCSD, trying to take in control, trying to take that bridge. Getting a nice pick in the Nautilus.
For sure. Already a few going down on the side of Splatarians. UCSD coming out, playing dominantly here, already getting on that tower, and already ending up at checkpoint 1. And just look at the amount of green on this map from UCSD.
Wow, already one push in, and you can see UCSD is already at their car, which is it's insane. Taking that entire area right there is probably just game over, unless they can get those specialists and push them out of there instantly. Splash putting in a lot of work. They're getting shot down by that Nautilus. 2 down, going down the side of UCSD, and stopping their push right at 40. But it's still going. 3 down the side of UCSD. Splatarians already behind a little bit here, but they are able to put in that work and stop that push from happening.
Yeah, wow, UCSD just took control of this match and pushed 60 points in uninterrupted from Splatarians.
That was just insane. Already up to a really good start here. But Splatarians trying their best to push back in here. But UCSD just being so dominant, taking that bridge there. Probably the most important area on this map is to have that bridge in their control. But the Splash just like putting in a lot more work and stopping them from actually popping their specials. Doing a lot for this game, actually.
For sure. Splatarians working here to get back some of the map control they may have been missing a little bit before, but it looks like UCSD is a little bit well, here we go. Now they're kind of starting to push back, but it looked like they may have been a little too focused on that tower to notice what Splatarians were kind of doing, but their attention got a little redirected. But the tower's been sitting directly in mid for a while with Splatarians yet to get a point on the board.
I mean, there's not much else they really should be doing here. I mean, it's just back and forth, but UCSD just being able to stop their opponents from actually making any pushes, that it's just back and forth, but still keeping that mid control there. As we see the Blue Bomb coming out, stopping that push, get 2 down the side of UCSD, but they're still trying to retaliate here instead, but they get knocked down a peg or 2, and Splatarians trying to get back their map control and trying to actually get some points on the board here.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Watching Flaming just get a little aggressive there and try to get a few picks on UCSD and doesn't manage to. It does manage to distract them for a while. I don't know. I was a little bit impressed by that.
I mean, yeah, but CDS is just a CDS. I mean, not much else you can really do about it. It's such fast and such a like unpredictable weapon that it's just able to take out some of the opponents on the side of Splatarians, I think. But yeah, getting a nice double in the car, being super dominant on their car, stopping them from actually getting any good positions and trying to retaliate, try and get that that tower to stop. But it's just looking like UCSD just being dominant and taking that tower all the way up into the final checkpoint.
Yeah, great positioning from Splatarians there, kind of up on this little ledge here. Trying to get those picks off the tower, and they did manage to get them and are starting to ride that tower back through mid, so we could see a little bit of a comeback push here. Definitely like right here to Takimi, focusing on this map control on the side of Splatarians.
Yeah, they have all their 4 specials here. They're popping them pretty quickly, trying to get that map control. The bombers coming out, the armor coming out. They still have 2 specials on the board, but you see that flank from the CDS there. On the Splatarians, not expecting that, getting 2 down on the side of on UCSD or on Splatarians, but yeah, but they're trying to retaliate, trying to get that this tower pushed a little further. Not even getting the first checkpoint here. Actually, their first point on the board here. 40 seconds on the clock. Let's see if Splatarians can do anything about this.
For sure, Splatarians got a lot of map control in short order, but UCSD doing a great job here of trying to fend them off, and it looks like they're going to try to get back on the tower and just expedite that push back into mid, holding Splatarians off as best they can.
Yeah, we see on the side of Splatarians, they have a Nautilus. It was really difficult for them to actually push back in. Up until now, Nautilus needs a lot of paint in order to actually function here. But 2 down, going 3 down actually on the side of Splatarian, and it's a full wipe. Looks like UCSD is just going to take this next match here without letting them actually breathe. Only getting the last push. Only Splatarians having their first push in the last minute of the game. Just looking like an actual dominant match on the side of UCSD here. For
sure, that was as we like, I think I said in the first game, like it was a knockout, but it was a close knockout. UCSD looked very dominant here in the beginning, but at the end, Splatarians did get some great map control and a just amazing push for, you know, being in the last minute of the game almost.
They are really able to take advantage of the fact that they had that entire lead all the way up to 6 in 2 pushes exactly. So they were just able to play super defensive, especially with that Hydra being able to sit in their spawn and spray at just like a dumb and to far range. They were just to take advantage of them trying to actually push that that tower, but sadly unable to get past into the second checkpoint. It was just insane to see how fast the Splash and the CDS can just rush into their base and take advantage of that car area and just stop and just taking those positions and just stopping Splatarians from actually taking advantage of any good positions in their spawn. But moving on, we're going on to Rainmaker Manta. What do you think about Rainmaker Manta here?
Oh, Rainmaker Manta. What a map. I'm glad it's not Clan Blitz Manta. That's... Yeah, I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion or not, but I don't like clams on this map. But Rainmaker, essentially, you have 2 paths here, right?
Yeah, 2 paths here. Yeah, I definitely do not like clams on this map either. And Rainmaker, not one of my favorites actually, but I know a lot of people do enjoy this map, especially the more aggressive frontline players who can get quick pops, especially splooshes or dapples or any of those weapons who can take advantage of the small corridors and the closed-in areas. But we see both Splatling from the side of both teams. You see Ray Splatling actually coming from the side of Splatarians here. The comp's barely changing a bit, except for the fact that you have a tent and a different Splatling. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do here.
Yeah, largely similar here. Looks like UCSD going to get that pop really quick. I saw a nice little first bomb throw from Splatarians. Yeah, they're going to get that Rainmaker and already getting a push here. Monster John kind of painting over that wall, trying to get this alley control without actually being down there. Nice couple picks from Tahiti getting a triple. Wow, and taking another Rainmaker.
Yeah, that was a really solid play from the side of Splatarians there. That triple was so crucial and just stopping their push at 49. Not that big of a push for this map actually, but they're gonna have to play a little more patient here, especially knowing that you never know when people are gonna flank for that Rainmaker and trying to pick it up unsuspectingly. But UCSD already putting in a lot of work here. The bombers coming out from the side of Splatarians there, but not doing any work for that pop. Flashes down on both sides.
For sure. Splatarians making the call there to reset the Rainmaker while they got map control. Very smart move. UCSD was ready to contest that though, and you know, we haven't seen the Rainmaker move in a second because these teams are just going back and forth on map control, and there's not a clear path to push anywhere here right now.
Yeah, 2 down going on the side of UCSD. Splatarians already being dominant here, trying to take advantage of the man advantage they have right now. Lots of people going down here. It's just a pool of ink here. The tent trying to actually push back into mid, trying to take some positions here. Trying to, as they know they have the lead here, and they can just play more defensive in mid. 30, not that bad of a push actually for this map. You never know. It's Manta. Anything can happen here.
Sure. Yeah, no, Nightwing there, I was like, when is Nightwing gonna go down? They just kept flying through the ink shots, just managing to stay up for that long. It was kind of cool to see, but we are going to see UCSD Esports take back the map control as center and try to get a little more here. Make Splatarians a little uncomfortable with how close they're pushing up before they attempt to push with a Rainmaker.
I mean, UCSD just doing a really solid job taking advantage, stalling at that armor there that they just popped, stopping them from actually making any pushes. 2 going down on the side of Splatarians here. The CDS is being able to be a dominant weapon, being able to go back and forth at its own pace, and whatever it wants to do, basically it'll just do whatever it wants. But we see UCSD trying to set up for another push here. One of their spawn already, that Splash, getting another pick onto the junior there. The Ray coming out onto the side of Splatarians, see if he can do anything to stop this push here.
Yeah, one player from UCSD pushing all the way back up onto the side of Splatarians. They're going to get the pick on them. It looks like they are going to pop that Rainmaker, and while they have that wipe, going to be focusing on getting this map control back while UCSD is down for the count.
Yeah, we already saw that entire wipe, those specials coming out so clutch, especially the Ray on this map. It is definitely is just hard to deal with that Ray, especially in that little corridor there. You can see Splatarians trying to go into their spawn, getting another big 2 picks with the splash. Already trying to get even more onto the map, and we can see it already being a knockout, clean knockout, in just 1 push.
Yeah, it was a very back and forth game, but with that wipe on UCSD, they couldn't quite recover, and Splatarians took full advantage of that, getting just that clear path to the podium there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, on this map, if you get wiped, it's really hard to come back from an actual push like that, especially because of how fast you can actually take the Rainmaker and dunk it onto the pedestal. But yeah, I mean, they just, even though it was back and forth, they were able to dominate, just take that push and just run with it as far as they could. I mean, it worked out in the end there.
It did. No, it was very impressive. So all of that going to come down to Splat Zones on Humpback Pump Track. So we saw these teams play Splat Zones on Wahoo World in Game 1, and we did see a knockout from Splatarians, but it, like as we said before, it was a very close game nonetheless. What are you expecting to see here? What can UCSD do differently that Splatarians, Splatarians did end up coming out on top on Game 1, so what can UCSD do different here to do better on a Splat Zones game? What can Splatarians do to make sure that they remain dominant?
Well, for Splat Zones here, I wouldn't expect a Hydra play. They have been playing Hydra a fair amount, in more, even in the aggressive matches too, which is interesting to see, especially since you don't see Hydra all that much. But for this map, it's definitely going to be different. As we know, lots of people like to mess around with Booyahs on here, 2, 3 Booyah bombs on the team, something they can sit into their snipe area and just layer and paint on the zone. Any weapon that can really do that can really just like win this game. But we don't know what we're going to see here. Splash probably definitely, especially since it's zones, we're going to see probably Splash on both sides. But it's all speculation.
For sure. Did I miss it, or did they get rid of the Hydra?
Got rid of the Hydra, yeah. Yeah, I was expecting that, honestly. Especially since Explosion is such a really strong weapon on this map. It can just shoot at the zone as long as it wants to without being contested, especially since Splatarians really doesn't have a weapon that can really just contest it, besides like the Junior with throwing bombs, or the Tent just being a nuisance in their spawn, stopping them from actually making any progress with that Explosion. But we see the Bomber Chase coming out, we see the bubbles coming from the Explosion, trying to just back and forth in the zone here, but Splatarian's able to take the zone this entire time.
For sure, Splatarian's going to be taking control of that zone, losing it, taking it back really quickly, already pushing down 40 points on the timer. Endwing here going to be throwing a couple of those splat bombs, trying to get a pick, but does not. We still have that one player from UCSD a little bit separated from the rest of the team, trying to get some picks and not going down.
Yeah, I mean, a CDS that can do whatever it wants. I mean, being in spawn, distracting the heavy is a really good play here, actually. Because that Tent on the opposing side of Splatarians is really devastating, especially if you get to your spawn. That Explosion can't really do much in those situations. I mean, 2 down the side of both sides of the zone being in control of UCSD here, trying to opt some bomb rushes, trying to get some map control here, and stalling the zone entirely.
It was a great use of special there on the side of UCSD, bringing out those bubbles to try to take back control of the zone quickly. Splatarians answered with that Booyah Bomb and are doing it again to try to at least get them out of control. The UCSD is laser focused on this zone, just keeping it away from Splatarians at all costs.
I mean, yeah, I mean, their team comp, it's really good for, UCSD's team comp, Splatarian's team comp is really good for being in control. When it's separated from the zone, it can't really do much to push back in, especially with that Tent. But 2 down from the Booyah Bomb would stop the zone from actually getting past the lead there, and that was a really clutch Booyah Bomb there, actually.
Yes, Splatarians taking full advantage of the 2 down and the paint done by the Booyah Bomb to just get it back in there. 1 point difference between these two teams right now.
That I was for sure thinking that UCSD was going to get the lead there, but that Booyah just destroyed their chances of actually getting that lead there. 10 just being a nuisance in their spawn, as we see here. I mean, 10 can just do whatever it wants in their spawn, and it's just distracting them from actually getting back into mid here. That hammer just being devastating, but being able to go down, and that bomber's coming out from the side of UCSD. Maybe they'll be able to cap the zone here. 2 down the side of Splatarians.
Yeah, for sure. That 10 was absolutely distracting, while Splatarians took so much map control. UCSD wasn't able to push back in and do anything, but the clutch bubble play here that did manage to take that zone control right back.
Yeah,
but, now we're in a little. Go for
it. I mean, yeah, we can just see UCSD is just trying to actually get back in the mid, but after that devastating play of the 10 just being in their spawn, distracting them, they really have a lot of progress and catching up to do for this map. The X-Blosher trying to go for the pick on the left side, trying to just layer in the paint, trying to get some map control here. We can see they're pushing up to Splash, just trade there, 2 going down. The Booyah coming out from the side of Splatarians, probably going to be able to stall this zone a little bit longer so they can get back in and cap it. And as I was saying, they did manage to cap it.
Yeah, I think I saw bubbles. Yeah, there's some bubbles that came up from the side of UCSD, but the hammer answered back immediately from Splatarians. There's so many penalty points here. This is still anybody's game.
I mean, it's just back and forth. Both team is trying to just shut down their penalty points, trying to get their penalties a little bit lower. We can see Splatarians bringing up the 10 shield, trying to stall the zone, trying to put a little more pressure onto that zone for the last couple of seconds, but they just need the Booyah coming out from the side of the Splatarians, and it was enough to actually stop the zone from being capped. On the other side of UCSD, and Splatarians is going to take this game. Wow, that was pretty good. That was a pretty close game there.
For sure. Wow, take my channel points. Kidding.
50 channel points. I think you can make those back anyway. I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, I got 900. I'll bet more on the next one.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a really, really close game there. I went to game 5, if I'm not mistaken, and it went to Splatarians. I was honestly thinking UCSD is going to take this game. I mean, they had so much, just oppression that entire game, and they were able to just take control of most, especially on the Reef Tower control game. They were just able to absolutely just shut down Splatarians, but they managed to come back in the end. For sure. Yeah, on that last game, I think we saw it so many times. UCSD taking zone with the bubble, Splatarians answering with the Booyah, and it was just wash, rinse, repeat with that kind of strategy we kept seeing go back and forth there, kind of throughout the last half of the game. I mean, 2 or almost 3 of their specialists were just shut down by Booyah. It was you're seeing the bomb rushes get shut down by the Booyah, the bubbles getting shut down by the Booyah. I mean, Booyah Bomb is just a really, really oppressive special on that map, especially since how much paint it can layer onto the zone, especially on Humpback and the Splatling not being able to just sit in their spawn, paint the map, and just get every Booyah every 20 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. They always did have that Booyah at just the right moment they needed it. It was because they always had a Booyah.
Exactly. I mean, it just goes to show how strong Booyah is on that map. But moving forward from that one chaotic game, we're moving on to the next match. Actually, we're going to be going into Red Sun versus Twisted Time. I think it's going to be an interesting match.
For sure. What maps are we seeing coming up here? Looks like we're going to see Clam Blitz Snapper. I think there's more than this. This is not a best of 3. How do I see that?
Yeah, it's Clam Blitz Snapper, Tower Control Piranha Pit, Anchor Inkblot, Splatstone's Makiko, and Clam Blitz Answer, I'm pretty sure.
There we go. I got you now. Yeah, no, very, very excited to see this coming up. We're going to see Clam Blitz right out the gate, though, this time.
I mean, it's always an interesting, game mode. I really enjoy Clam Blitz. It's just one of those game modes that requires so much so much correlation between the teams that if you don't really have that correlation, you can't really get much done, especially with those having to collect clams, put out specials, put out that paint, getting those crucial picks in order to actually push forward into these games.
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely looking forward to actually seeing a lot of these maps. Yeah, wow, this is actually a good best of 5. These are like 5 pretty good maps.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we're looking at Inkblot. Inkblot's a really good map. Piranha Pit tower control is something that is it's very difficult to actually get pushes going. But if you can set up those pushes and get all that pressure onto the opposing snipe, you can get some really good points on the board. And it can always lead to a knockout. Also, what I'm hearing here is that this is actually a rematch of the SAC tourney. Silver Bracket Finals, Twisted Time that won 2-0, or 2-1, and my mistake. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing a best of 5 here. Could actually be a close set, and could actually be an upset here.
Yeah, if that went 2-1, definitely looking for a 3-2 here. Hopefully seeing Game 5, getting to see Clamblitz Anchovy.
I'm hoping to see exciting matches here, especially since I don't like seeing just clean sweeps. I'd like to see pretty fair and back and forth matches. It's always nice to see more action in these games, not just a clean sweep. But hoping to see a 3-2 Game 5 here. Actually, that is what you said. It'd be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. So our next map here, getting to see Clamblitz Snapper right out the gate. We did see Splat Zones on Snapper earlier, and in that match we watched, it was kind of a battle here of getting locked out in map control, just kind of back and forth. Are you expecting to see similar lockouts here in defensive strategies at play?
I'm expecting to see some map control plays and some depth, just some oppression on both sides of these teams. I mean, I'm not sure the playstyle of both of these teams, but I'm definitely going to be looking forward to seeing the entire map being painted. All of this map, as compared to zones, is crucial for actual plays. You can take that right side or the left side, getting control of all different sides, as it's such a huge map. Is so crucial, especially for making plays. You can't just go down mid and expect to get pushes left and right. You have to play smart on this map. For sure. Definitely, Snapper is a difficult map just all the way around. Yeah, definitely seeing a little bit more of the map here. As Clamblitz is generally just a little bit more of the map at play than typically is during other modes. Oh yeah, definitely. On zone, it's usually just shutting down your opponents and their spawn, but on this map, it's more or less just trying to take advantage of the entire map in general, and it's pretty difficult to do that, especially how large the map is. And mid, you're not going to be seeing many mid plays. Only in basically like the beginning of the match, you're going to be seeing people trying to get mid control, trying to get right side control, trying to take advantage of the snipe here. But moving on to in the first game here, seeing an E leader on the side of. Twisted Time. Yeah, wow. Seeing a tent come out from Red Sun here too. Yeah, of course, I definitely would expect this 10 here. This is a very solid 10 map, especially having that ability to push up through mid instantly with that 10. As we can see going on right now, they're just trying to take advantage and then not trying to get that pick on the snipe. Unfortunately, not being able to. The 10 still putting in that pressure onto the flat there, trying to actually take advantage of their tent shield and how much of it can distract. Yeah, the 10 also setting up a little beacon checkpoint in the corner there, as we saw. It doesn't look like either side here has quite enough clans. They do have over that 10, but maybe are spread a little bit too far out over the team to quite make a push here. But Red Sun absolutely just taking control of this map and making a clear path to that basket, but can't just quite get a push in here because they just don't have the claims to do it yet. Exactly. I mean, Red Sun, they were trying to set up that good push to the 10, but they got shut down 3. They got shut down by the Carbon, I'm pretty sure, that took out 3 of their mates there. Red Sun Oh, we saw the shot from the E-leader. Getting a nice shot onto the cage. The beacon.
Yeah, Twisted Time here, going straight up through those bubbles. That was a great placement on those bubbles, and they had enough clams here to already, and they're still going all the way down 40 points in.
Yeah, I mean,
and continuing.
Oh, of course. They're just showing their dominance here. I mean, they're already 3 down. Again, most of the map is painted in that green color. As you can see, they're still trying to put in those clams. Those bubbles were so solid there to make that push actually happen. Especially since no one really can deal with those bubbles specifically. But they were just able to do a lot with those bubbles. Getting it down to 14. The E-leader getting 2 shots.
Wow.
Into the, that was clean play from the E-leader. I mean, I wasn't expecting the E-leader to do much into this game, especially since they have bubbles and that 10 shield just being able to shut them down. But I mean, it's already looking really dominant on the side of Twisted Time.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking forward, as you said, watching this E-leader. I'm going to be looking forward to watching Dan the rest of the games here we've got going on in this set. But we are going to see Red Sun try to make a little bit of a push and having to fall back. But we are seeing Beam throw some plans in here, pick them right back up as they did get that basket open and are trying to get some extra chip damage in here. We saw the tent, we saw the bubbles, very coordinated. Already almost 60 points in and still going.
Yeah, but that H3 being able to get that double kill there, just stopping that push from actually happening. But they still have power clam. Probably not going to be able to get it into the basket, but being able to hold it for the next push eventually. But as we see, most of the map is painted in the color purple for the Red Sun here. They can probably get another push quite soon, especially with that 10 shield. But the Junior going down to the E-leader there. The E-leader getting a really nice shot onto that Junior and stopping them from actually getting an armor for the next push.
Yeah, Beam here moving really quickly, avoiding any shots from Twisted Time here. They do have the dominating number of clams here. It looks like they may have picked up that pity clam and are just setting up here to get this this next push in. Looks like we are going to see an attempt, and it is going to get in, but Twisted Time here with these defensive bubbles just setting it up to shut down any remaining push here. They may have one more opportunity, but doesn't look like they're quite going to be able to take advantage because of the just great defense on the side of Twisted Time.
I mean, they were being a little overzealous there and trying to make that push happen too soon. They got shut down, even if they had the man advantage there by 2 people. But they were able to stop. Twisted Time was able to stop that push from actually happening, and keeping this entire the lead that they have here. The E-leader just putting up a lot of pressure into mid. Both sides, it's just anyone's game at this point. Both sides have enough paint control to actually make something happen. Especially with Red Sun, the shot just going with their spawn, trying to get a pick here on the H3, but the H3 getting a nice shot on the shot.
Yeah, for sure. Beam playing super aggressive here and just moving so fast. It's just too, I don't know. It just feels so much faster than even a lot of aggressive plays just to avoid as many shots as possible. We are going to see a trade here between Beam and that Carbon.
Oh yeah, we see 3 down on the side of Twisted Time, and I don't think they have a clan at the moment, but they're going to be able to make a clan soon. Hopefully. I'm just kidding. I guess they're not going to be able to make a clan here, and it's going to go to Twisted Time. The first game's going to go to Twisted Time here. Pretty back and forth game. Honestly, not what I was expecting to happen, but definitely happened.
Yeah, that was... Oh, wow. Twisted Time's just defensive play here, I think, is in the end what saved them. I mean, that push that they had at the beginning that put them just in this on top and dominant position to begin with, they were able to keep that just because of the amount of defense that they were able to show against Red Sun.
I mean, yeah, they were just able to play so defensive, especially with that E-leader. They had to play defensive. They couldn't play much aggression for that map on that map, but it managed to end up really in their favor for that map, especially with the E-leader getting some nice picks. The E-leader having a really solid view of the entire map, especially on this map. Even if it is a large map, their positions that they can take just shoot. It can just laser the entirety of that of this surrounding area, which is very difficult to deal with, especially on the opposing team.
Yeah, for sure. Dan, watching Dan play that E-Leader was just super impressive, and I'm super excited to kind of see what happens here on these next few games, especially on Tower Control Piranha Pit. I mean, Tower Control in general is kind of a good playground for Chargers just in general.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially on this map, if you cannot shut down that Charger can get some really good picks and stop a push basically instantly. Which is why having an Inkjet on this map is a really good play, especially for that Inkjet getting super close into their spawn, having the ability to make those surprise pops and getting quick kills from below the snipes, below the base of the opposing team. So I'm hoping to see more Inkjet plays, but you never know what you're going to see here.
Yeah, for sure. Inkjet definitely is a great weapon to put to use here on Tower Control Piranha Pit. What other notable weapons did we see, or was it all kind of meta here from each team?
I would assume kind of meta. It's not like off meta maps like Black Willow where you're going to be seeing a ton of tri-slash and short range weapons. But on this map, you're probably going to be seeing an armor, a jet, or double jet probably, and a charger of some caliber of some sort, being able to shut down pushes. Since the tower is just going so deep into their base, already off the already instantly beginning its route, as the first checkpoint is already so close to the spawn, the charger can just get free picks if you're not careful. But yeah.
So, do you think Red Sun could be a little bit of an advantage here on Tower Control, playing maybe a little more aggressively than Twisted Time was, or does Twisted Time just have the advantage here?
I think, judging from what I'm seeing, if they're going to be playing Tent here, then probably they're not going to be doing as well, especially since Tent's not that solid of a weapon on Tower Control. But you never know. I don't know much about these teams. They could also have a charger of their own. They might have just wanted to play Tent on that map, especially since it's a Tent map. But I mean, playing super passive on this map is also really good, since you're not going to be seeing many points on the board on this map, especially since it's super hard to get past the first couple of checkpoints. So it could be in Twisted Time's favor here, but you never know.
For sure. And we aren't going to see a charger come out? What's this?
I mean, I guess I was wrong. I mean, the Hydra can also play a super, it can also play in the spot and the position of a charger here. It's also a really good weapon to that can spray on the tower there. But we're also going to be seeing an Octo Brush here as well, the Missiles Octo Brush here, which is something I was not expecting.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and look, it just was really expecting just chargers here, at least you know, one on each side, but instead we did kind of get these Splatwing class weapons to take on that role. But either way, Red Sun is going to be able to get on the tower right away. This Ink Brush just was trying to stand in the way of anything that happens, but instead is going to end up hopping on the tower and get a few more points. We are seeing that Inkjet come out, and Twisted Time just was a couple players, you know, not quite back in the fray yet. It was going to give Red Sun a chance to even get 40 points in.
I mean, the push is still going here. They're still able to push that tower and keep that tower in a good position for them to continue this push. The jet coming out from the side of Red Sun, really solid jet, not being able to get a pick here, able to put on that pressure and continue that push from happening. The Nautilus coming out, getting a solid pick onto the H3 there. As we see, they're just trying to play super aggressive here, trying to shut down their passive opponents here. The Carbon getting a nice pick on the tower and scaring away the Nautilus from actually having any presence here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that push was not quite over, but I'm not entirely sure if it's still over, because Red Sun is managing to just get back into the fight here really quickly. We are going to see that tower head back to mid, and Twisted Time going to try to make a dent into the points here. Something super interesting about Piranha Pit is that tower kind of immediately backing up onto your own side, giving you the chance to... the other team has got to kind of push onto your side of the map to be able to stop you from that first checkpoint.
Exactly what I was going to say, actually. It was Red Sun having that entire pressure on the left side, just trying to keep that tower in control, but when they lost the control of that tower, they just lost all of their pressure on the map. That tower moving to the left side instantly, and having 3 people on the right side compared to the left side really put a damper into the actual presence on that map. And now it's in Twisted Time's control here. They already have the lead, already so close to lead the bomber, with the Slosher getting a nice pick onto that Octo Rush there, but Red Sun struggling to actually make any moves or positions here.
Yeah, wow, Dan up here on the tower with the Hydra. Twisted Time already managing to get down to the third checkpoint. Oh man, I wasn't sure what to say there, what was going to happen. I thought maybe we were going to see a surprise pick at the end, but Twisted Time was able to stay on that tower through the end for the knockout.
I mean, that, from judging by both of those comps, I was expecting exactly that. I mean, as we saw Twisted Time, they had a more passive comp there with that Hydra, with that H3, but they also had the aggression from the Slotcher and the Carbon, being able to take out the picks from the, being able to outpick both the aggressive side from Red Sun there, especially since they had a more aggressive side with a double jet there, trying to hopefully make a solid push in the beginning. But once they got shut down, they really didn't have much presence on the map, especially with their aggressive weapons. They couldn't really make any crucial plays or get any crucial picks in order to stop their push from happening. So it just seemed like it was just in their favor for the rest of that match.
For sure. Wow.
I mean, yeah, it ended up we saw Twisted Time not having a struggle to actually make any pushes there. So since Red Sun have a really solid beginning, but once they got shut down, it was just game over. I mean, we expected Red Sun to actually take advantage of that, but they couldn't.
Yeah, Twisted Time was just dominant in this match. Is even just more so than the last. Definitely going to be interested to see what happens on Rainmaker when they can move fast. With tower control, your pacing is just kind of a little bit controlled by how fast the tower goes. And in Rainmaker, you do have that ability to kind of control the push at your own speed. Yeah,
I mean, Rainmaker Inkblot, definitely a favorite of mine for Rainmaker. It's something you don't really see often in tournament, but we see the Ray coming out from the side of Twisted Time, definitely something I was expecting. We see a very aggressive comp coming out from the side of Red Sun as they trying to move forward to take advantage of their armor that they just popped quickly, but they have that Ray on the side of Twisted Time, and the Carbon being able to take advantage of their pushes and get that nice pick there and shutting down the opponent on Red Sun.
For sure, Twisted Time here already going to be taking control of mid here. We are going to see them do a quick push up on the side of this wall, and we see the Ray coming out too. Red Sun is going to be able to take that defensive position and get the stop on it, but Twisted Time already popping that Rainmaker.
I mean, I wasn't expecting them to pop it so fast, but they already got all the way down to 29, which is a really, really solid push, especially for Inkblot here. It's hard to come back from that. But they do have the specials on the side of Red Sun. They have that stamp and that Inkjet. They can make a push here to get an armor here, but the Zap goes down, and the Nautilus goes down as well. We can see Red Sun just struggling to actually get back into this map as Twisted Time just locks them out super quickly.
We are seeing that Octobrush get a nice pick on there as Twisted Time tried to go shut him down on that right side.
I mean, even with the lack of paint there, the Octobrush can still move around with solid movement, especially with the roll on mechanic of the brush, and getting that nice pick, being able to actually just move around that shot and able to get the pick on them. But as we can see, Red Sun is popping the armor and trying to make this push actually happen. The Carbon stopping, the Carbon getting shut down, but also getting shut down on the side of Red Sun. That push was short-lived already.
Yeah, for sure. And Red Sun did manage just to take a lot of map control back to get that push, is putting Twisted Time in a position where they can't just do what they did on their first push and just ride the wall and push 31 points in 30 seconds into the game.
I mean, they had that Ray on deck. They had the ability to push in because that Ray was such an oppressive weapon there that just was so scary that people didn't want to get chipped down by that Ray and get killed so quickly. So they had to play more defensive here. We're seeing Red Sun push in with his hammer, trying to get a lead here, but getting shut down quickly by Burst Bomb. The push still happening though.
Yeah, they essentially just did the same thing that Twisted Time did in the first 30 seconds of the game, but with a hammer. And they are, wow, gonna just get the knock there. That was impressive. It happened so quickly. Wow.
it's Rainmaker. Anything can happen, especially when you have that man advantage. People not being able to actually shut down the Rainmaker just to actually rush into the spawn and get that knockout. I mean, even if they did get shot down, they still had that paint control on their flat. Then Twisted Time had no positions to actually take advantage there, especially since they had no one on the board when the Rainmaker was popped, especially since they got knocked down pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Beginning of the reverse sweep for Red Sun, or match point for Twisted Time. We shall see. That relies on Splatzone's Makeup Art. I believe Splatzone's Makeup Art being a fan favorite. Would you say so too?
I would definitely say it's a fan favorite. Probably a majority of people would enjoy this map, or be probably in their top 3 maps in general. For my opinion, it's definitely one of my favorites too, especially since I enjoy playing Swiffer on it. But every time I seem to play it, I play against the Carbon Roller, and that can definitely be very tough to deal with, since the Carbon can just sit below ledge and just spray and get quick picks if you're not being careful. And we might actually see that from the side of Twisted Time. They have a Carbon Roller as well, and I'm not going to doubt them using this weapon on this map, especially since it's one of the better Mako Mart weapons, or Maker Mart weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Waiting for one more player to ready up here, and we will get right into it.
I'm excited to see what's going to be played here. We saw different weapons come out. We've seen the Octobrush coming out, which I'm very excited to see if they are going to pull that out again. They have a very aggressive comp. I'm pretty sure that's on the side of on Red Sun. There with them they like them to go more for the more aggressive plays and more aggressive pushes, and we saw that happen last game. But on Mako, it's definitely difficult to actually set up for aggressive positions, but you never know. If you get that wipe there, it's possible to take that right side and just run with it the entire game.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we are going to see largely similar comps, except for Red Sun here bringing out that Ink Brush.
Yeah, I'm not very certain why they would pick the Ink Brush over Marvin here, especially since no, not Marvin, but they would pick Ink Brush, especially since they have an Octobrush, and Octobrush is very, very hard to deal with as an Ink Brush, especially since if that Octobrush is just going to be in your way all the time, it's going to be difficult to actually make any pushes here. But as we see Red Sun taking a very dominant lead here, 2 going down the side of Twisted Time, Red Sun being able to just put a lot of pressure onto this map here, and already going into their spawn here, definitely going to be difficult to get out of this situation here for Twisted Time.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the strategy behind that Ink Brush was just to distract the opponent, as we kind of saw Tina doing there, or just be able to take little spots on the zone here. But nope, it looks like Tina is running off and just trying to maybe be a distraction for the other team.
I mean, Twisted Time has to do something here quick if they want to actually continue in this game. They have to paint the zone here. Already 3 down on the clock here. The zone being neutralized, possible play for Twisted Time to actually take the zone here, getting a nice pick there, and getting the zone capped. Wow, that was definitely an insane interaction for both teams.
Yeah, that's definitely a large penalty now on the side of Red Sun that they're going to have to work back through.
Oh yeah, I mean, they already have 75 in the penalty on the board that they're going to have to run through all of that if they want a chance to knock this game out. And Twisted Time being able to hold those positions there, the Ealer getting set up on the stack there, having a good position, but getting rushed down by that Ink Brush there with the baller there, and being able to swiftly take that zone back into their clutches there.
Yeah, Tina with the baller definitely was able to push Twisted Time back enough to get that zone back in control, even if to just put a penalty on Twisted Time here and eat through a bit of their own.
Yeah, and they were able to take that zone back super quickly with that E-leader having all that pressure, especially from having so much range and having so much of an area just to look at and scare your opponents from making any moves. The brush going down on the side of Red Sun, them just being able to stagger their Twisted Time being able to stagger their opponents and stop them from actually making coordinated pushes, having that control in mid, but holding only the mid side of the map, and allowing for Red Sun to actually make a retaliate push after not being able to hold more aggressive positions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, it is playing a little bit back and forth here. I mean, as dominant as Red Sun's push was, in the beginning, Twisted Time was able to already eat back down to 27 and is definitely positioning themselves in more of a not really being able to be locked out with as fast as they are getting back in this zone. And Red Sun here fighting to just get back in enough to at least neutralize the zone for the time being.
They're trying their best to actually push back in here. That Junior getting shut down instantly, and the Octobrush, or the Inkbrush having a tough time to actually get back in the mid. The Octobrush just stopping the Inkbrush from doing anything, and the Inkbrush to back out, getting shot by the E-Leader, and it's just looking like Twisted Time's going to take this game, and not going to be reverse 3-0 for Red Sun, but anything can happen here. The missiles come out, could see any push from the opponent team, but it just looks like it's going to be in Twisted Time's favor.
For sure, and that is going to be the set. that was definitely a lot closer of a game here from the side of Red Sun, though.
But yeah, I was expecting Red Sun to actually take that game, especially since they had a more aggressive comp, and they could have been super aggressive, especially on the especially trying to take control of their base, trying to the E-Leader from actually doing anything. But it turns out that Twisted Times is going to be able to have such an oppressive presence onto that map, onto the map in general, with that E-Leader and the Octorush there.
Yeah, absolutely. Stormy here in chat said Tina popped off the entire first minute, and I would have to absolutely agree. Tina just absolutely running around the map with that Ink Rush, just serving as a distraction, and it was working, and really did allow Red Sun to get a few extra points on the board. Exactly.
Once the Ink Rush gets into play and starts to actually having some momentum, and they can do a lot of things, especially on Mako, where it could just go into their spawn so quickly and get their unsuspecting opponents to die pretty quickly, getting picked off. But that not being able to happen, especially with the Octobrush, as I said prior to that, being able to shut down the Ink Brush and stopping the Ink Brush from actually getting anywhere, especially since the Octobrush has that positive matchup against that Ink Brush.
Yes, absolutely. Wow. What a set, though. It was a 3-1, but I felt like it was a close 3-1.
Especially since Red Sun almost was able to knock out the game so quickly in the first minute and a half, but getting surprisingly shut down quickly by that E-Leader. It could have been a really, really close set, but unfortunately that 1 point was able to, a 1 point distance from actually winning and making it a best of 5, or game 5 set, sadly wasn't apparent in this set here.
Yeah, Twisted T is going to be moving on, though, to the winners finals.
Yeah, it's already winners finals. Wow, that's pretty crazy. It's gonna be our last set we're gonna commentate, I'm pretty sure too.
Yeah, I believe it'll be rounds 1 through 4. It's gonna be Twisted Time versus Dynasty Dragon's Wave. Wow, Twisted Time going into this. Twisted Time going into this the 11th seed, and just making their every match they had except round 2 looked like an upset, really. Red Sun being seeded number 2 here. Now going to be going up against the number 1 Dynasty Dragon's Wave. Oh wow! I was just saying we're being told that Dynasty Dragon's Wave has not lost a set so far this weekend.
Well, that's going to be interesting to watch, actually. If we're going to have a very dominant team going into this set with another very dominant team, it's going to be interesting who actually can take the set here. I'm excited, especially since it's interesting to see these new level teams actually putting a lot of work and able to actually go head-to-head.
For sure. And we did watch Dynasty Dragon's Wave earlier with that convincing 3-0 over the Splatarians. What do you think is going to happen here? We've definitely seen 2 pretty strong teams throughout this low-ink alpha bracket day 2 going up against one another now. What can we expect to see here?
Well, I'm just hoping for a really, really close set here, especially since both teams are very dominant in this in the entirety of these sets. I'm expecting we've seen Twisted Time put a lot of effort on these maps. I mean, they're very niche weapons play a role, like that Octobrush there was able to put in a lot of work on Mako. I'm hoping to see more Octobrush plays here, but we're moving on to Tower Control Wahoo. Definitely not a fan favorite for most, but it can definitely lead to a lot of weird and different comps.
for sure. Yeah, but, I mean, we've already saw Wahoo once earlier today on we saw once earlier today on Splat Zones. I think that's the only time we saw it, correct?
Yeah, we've only seen it on Splat Zones, but tower control is definitely a lot different. For Splat Zones specifically, we don't have that moving drawbridge there that moves every 30 seconds. But for tower control, we do, which is definitely it's hard to actually move in without having that bridge in mid instantly. So we're gonna be seeing it already moving out and having to play different positions here without that bridge moving. But we see on both sides we see the Hydra and the Carbon coming out on the side of Twisted Time. They're tried and true picks there. Interesting to see what they're going to be doing on this map.
Absolutely. It looks like Dynasty Dragons here are going to be taking an early, at least map advantage here. Got that Nautilus here, trying to take a little bit more map control over that ledge there. We are going to see one going down. Wow, by a burst bomb. That was nice. Nice shot.
And that Carbon already putting a lot of pressure, getting two picks. But Twisted Time going on 3 people going down on Twisted Time, setting up for a really solid push for Dynasty here. Hopefully they're going to be able to move that tower and take that map control and make a solid push here, especially since Twisted Time is very staggered and doesn't have any specials to actually retaliate with. But hopefully we'll be seeing the Ink deck come out from Dynasty, trying to get a pick here. 2 down the side of Twisted Time again.
For sure, we are seeing quite a few kills on the side of Dynasty Dragons here, just putting so much pressure on the side of Twisted Time. Who it looks like their Hydra hasn't got a kill yet even. But I mean, and that comes in time. But it's definitely Dynasty Dragons is showing a bit of dominance here.
Oh yeah, definitely, and we know they have not dropped a game this weekend or this week. So hopefully we'll be seeing we'll probably be seeing a clean sweep this game, but you never know what's going to happen. Twisted Time already setting up on mid again, trying to go for another pick here, but the armor coming out to the side of Dynasty, stopping the Carbon from actually moving forward, with the bombers coming out as well. Twisted Time already retaliating with a nice, already solid push here, getting one down the side of Dynasty.
Yeah, absolutely. Twisted Time here answering back to that earlier push made by Dynasty Dragons. It is going to be, wow, double teaming on this left alley here, making that path for the tower to hopefully get through after they eat through that second checkpoint, which they just managed to do.
That team play there from the Carbon and the Nautilus there, not the Nautilus, the Carbon and the Splash there was able to set up for a really solid push there, all of the 22, but it's going to be a team wipe on the side of Twisted Time here, and it's going to allow Dynasty to actually push back into mid, get some map control, get some specials, and make it for another retaliating push. I mean, it's not over yet. This is definitely a margin that they have to actually go through here, but it's still possible, especially since we've seen the dominance from Dynasty.
Yeah, Twisted Time here getting a really great push, but as you said, it is not over till it's over. Twisted Time here fighting tooth and nail to stop this tower from going any further, and they were pushed. That push ended up so far back into Dynasty Dragon's wave that by the time the tower got back into mid, by the time Twisted Time had plenty of time after that team wipe to make their way back and be able to be back in the fight here.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely something about tower control, especially since how slow the tower actually has to reset in the mid. The Booyah getting a nice pick, though, on the H3, stopping their armor from actually coming out. It's going to be tough for Twisted Time to actually make a pushback here. The Carbon trying to get trying to get a pick there, getting shut down in mid, setting up for a nice push for Dynasty here, especially for the stagger that we're seeing from Twisted Time. 3 people going down at different intervals of this game. We're not going to be seeing very much special play coming out from Twisted Time then.
Yeah, absolutely. Twisted Time here definitely taking, as you would expect, a more defensive position here, and we're able to get the pick on the player that was on the tower. Looks like they are going to be trying to get this mid control back prior to the tower making its way back up here to set themselves up for another strong push to hopefully just put them in a position where Dynasty Dragons will not have enough time to make a push that they can't stop.
I mean, yeah, exactly, but Twisted Time getting one of their teammates for Splash and shut down instantly. But also on another note, I love seeing how Carbon plays in this map, especially since could be so dominant if it gets enough momentum. That Hydra backing up into mid. We know the Carbon is probably going to do a lot of damage, especially 30 seconds down, 30 seconds left into this game. But the Carbon trying to set up on the left side there.
Oh, for sure. Tower going to be making its way back in the mid, too. Dynasty Dragon's Wave here only having 15 seconds to set up another final push attempt, but it's not over till it's over, but Twisted Time definitely did kind of flex their muscles, I guess, here a little bit against Dynasty Dragons coming in as the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting Dynasty to actually to get that game there, but it turns out Twisted Time's going to be able to take it. I mean, Dynasty is going for more aggressive push, more aggressive play here, especially with a very aggressive comp. Being shut down with the Hydra being able to put in some work, even if it didn't get many kills, it was able to just allow pressure on the side of Twisted Time, and able to get that double. I can recall on the push from Dynasty there, which is really interesting to see how Hydra can actually play such an important role in the game, even with not getting that many kills.
Yeah, for sure, and I think I probably said at the beginning, which wasn't that fair of me, calling out the Hydra for not having any kills there at the beginning, being the only weapon left to not get any. But no, the Hydra absolutely played a super important role in that game.
Oh yeah, definitely. Moving on from that one game though, we're going on to the Rainmaker Sturgeon here. We saw this map before. Prior in one of the beginning matches here, we can probably be seeing a Ray play here, or possibly another aggressive play from Dynasty here, but you never know. We're already moving into the next game though.
Sturgeon Shipyard. As we said before, you have about 3 route choices: far left, or right.
Yeah, exactly.
So gonna be interesting to see what these teams here choose as their favorite, or play a combination of all 3. But we are what do we got going on comps here?
I definitely seen the K52. First time we're gonna be seeing a K52 gal this game in this entire tournament, at least that we've been spectating here, which is definitely weird since I've seen many K52 appearances. But already for Twisted Time, 4 going to be going down for the side of Dynasty here, and already showing up for a really solid push on the side of Twisted Time. The Inkfarer coming out as well. But yeah, I mean, I was expecting that they managed to take advantage of that wipe that they got, and are still going to try and push this entire game here, or this entire push.
Yeah, and we did see the Rainmaker carrier go down there, but that push is still not quite over. Well, it might be now. Twisted Time did manage to get a pop on that quickly, but the Rainmaker is going to reset, with Twisted Time being in the position to maybe pick up again, or not. Dynasty Dragons here making a pretty convincing push back into mid, forcing Twisted Time to back off a little bit.
Yeah, that Carbon was being really oppressive and being able to shut down the entirety of Dynasty's push there. We can see 3 consecutive kills on the side of Dynasty there. The Carbon putting a lot of work into actually stopping the Dynasty from actually making a push here.
4. Not.
You can see the Splash is taking a super aggressive play here on the right side, as we saw them just make that jump to the grates and get a quick pick on the Splash here. I also like to note how interesting it is that we can see 2 splashes that are not the Splash Neos that we haven't seen before yet.
Wow, the moves coming out here on the side of Twisted Time on that Rainmaker push. Did you see they were able to jump over that player from Dynasty Dragons and continue that push? I thought they were going to be down right there on that ledge.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them struggling for a bit there. We saw them trying to get up to that block, but taking like a couple seconds to actually get up to the position to make the push. They were able to continue the push and actually get it to a little lower than the 45, which is just what they wanted. They actually wanted more points there in order to, more points. It doesn't hurt to have more points on the board there, especially because they didn't have much points on the board for Dynasty.
Absolutely, and now we're going to see Silence pick up the Rainmaker for Dynasty Dragon, and this looks like this could be the setup. I say that, and then the Inkjet gets a nice kill on the Rainmaker there.
Really nice kills there for the Inkjet. the inkjet there, and they're still not going to stop. They're going to continue to get some picks here and to get some map control, or at least try to play more aggressive here and hopefully get some more picks. Forcing the Rainmaker to actually drop down and trying to get another push there, but we see it fall off from the side of the 52 gal, getting a nice double there and stopping that push from Twisted Time.
Yeah, Dynasty Dragons going to be looking, or at least Heaven right here, going to be looking to, throwing out that Booyah Bomb, setting up this left side for a push possibly. But are going to be looking to take back a little more control than they had a few seconds ago anyway. And that's a nice Rainmaker shot that we just saw right there. Silence looking actually to go right down the left here, maybe going to be utilizing the sponge here to kind of hop up on that side. Not really sure what we're going to see here, but Silence definitely choosing to use this Rainmaker as a weapon and not just to carry it, which is very nice to see.
And the Rainmaker just playing a little more passive here, trying to make sure that they have a really good line to actually make the push here, and they get the lead only the 31. A really solid push from Dynasty here. You see the 52 still trying to make sure that they can continually push this, but the Splash actually getting switched around and not being able to take out the 2, getting the pick up on the Rainmaker and actually making that push all the way down to 4.
Yeah, Dynasty Dragons not stopping the aggression on that, and we're able to eat all the way down to 4. That's going to be a big call to answer here for Twisted Time. Looks like they are going to let that reset while they try to get some of this control back in the middle there. We're seeing the Rainmaker show up. And it's definitely working here. But they don't... They might have only 1 or maybe 2 chances here to get a knockout or just as close as they can.
I mean, that 4-point push there is like, it's so devastating, especially on this map. It's so hard to make a comeback in this kind of push here. They only have a couple seconds to actually pick up the Rainmaker and start to make a push here. But they don't even pick it up, and they get shut down, and that's going to be the game for Dynasty there, which is really interesting to see how they already are 2-0 in this entire set. They're playing super... Actually, no, they're not 2-0. It's 1-1, right?
1-1, yeah.
They're playing... I mean, it's getting back and forth here. I mean, that 4-point push was so devastating, especially since they had a push. They were able to that Twisted Time was able to hold that push there all the way up to 40, but getting shut down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Dynasty Dragons. When that happened, they kind of managed to they got that lead there and kept up that aggression, and just as you thought maybe the push was over, they push it all the way down to 4, which was super impressive on their side, and the kind of aggression that they're going to need to match against Twisted Time.
And yeah, Dynasty just playing. I remember calling that play. They were able to just sit on their snipe and throw out Rainmaker shots and able to get some pretty good picks in order to start that push from actually happening. And they were able to push that all the way up to 4, even the K52 maybe being able to actually push it super far into their spawn and able to go around that Splash that was trying to flank them, but unexpectedly seeing that wall and unable to be pushed past that, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Splazone Starfish. Wow. I think this is... I think this is something we were talking about earlier when we saw Claim Blitz on this map, was definitely could see that those right and left sides being of use. Splatzones can sometimes end up removing a lot of the map from play just because it isn't necessary, but do you think we're going to be seeing sort of the right side snipes being used from each team here?
We're definitely going to be seeing. I'm hoping to see more of those, more to play on those types of positions. But we have talked about Starfish a lot before, especially since the first time we saw it, we were able to talk about it for quite a while. But oh, is that a DC from that E leader, or is that?
Yeah,
DC. Unfortunately, we were able to see that was a DC, but at least it was super quick, close, super early into the match, so we were able to see, able to have to watch this entire game unfold within a 3v4.
We see the Octo Brush up here spinning with the beacons.
To see that. This is unfortunate to see, but we can see their comps here. They're definitely gonna be playing the same comps. You can see very passive comp on the side of Twisted Time. They're playing more in E-Leader and HD. Definitely a couple of comps have been playing a lot. As you've been seeing them a lot in this tournament. They're opting to go for the machine here. Definitely interesting to see, especially for those fizzies. We're gonna be seeing probably gonna be seeing a lot of fizzy spam here. Maybe some play from the splashdown, but we'll just have to see what happens in the actual match.
For sure. Yeah. Definitely going to be interested and keeping an eye on that E-Leader through this next game.
E-Leader is definitely a very strong weapon for this map, especially as it can sit on both the left side snipe and the middle snipe and just paint the zone with the massive amount of range and have such a good amount of pressure, especially being able to stop their opponents from actually moving into mid without some sort of special or some sort of sub that will be able to stop the E-Leader from actually making any progression throughout the match. Yeah, we're moving on to this game. Hopefully with no DC this time, and we're able to see some actual good matches.
Yep, getting right back into the action now.
Alrighty, and as we saw double Splatling on the side of Dynasty here. Definitely an interesting comp to go for. Especially since Mining is a really solid weapon with a lot of paint, has the burst bombs, has its missiles, for a lot of pressure. We have the Nautilus for a lot of good for their picks, their good sub, or the Inkjet, which is also pretty decent, really decent for this match. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing Machine opting to go super aggressive for a super aggressive play on the left side. Both teams fighting for the zone here, with E-Leader being able to just paint it on its own here.
For sure, we are going to see not a clear-cut winner of this initial push. Maybe seeing a little more purple now. We are going to see that Beacon be placed up there fairly strategically. Beacons are always a nice addition into a Splat Zone's game for keeping aggressive pushes coming.
Those beacons are really solid for that map, especially on the Addicts there. Being able to set that beacon there and having that for maybe even when they're down, it's hard to get back to that beacon. It's hard to get back to that beacon to actually shred it. So it's really good for setting up really good jumps and for trying to get back to the mid there. That Octobrush just keeping that entire snipe to the entire Addict to themselves and trying to stop any opponents from actually pushing forward from that left side.
Yes, surprisingly here, Twisted Time able to stay in the fight and keep this zone neutralized or at least contested from a distance, while Dynasty Dragons is pushed up directly into the zone. Twisted Time is able to take more so kick back and it was just going to be really nice in a position now where they have this zone in control and can just have all of this range to push back into Dynasty's base.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Time was just forcing their own game in that entire initial push, especially since they were just playing super passive against a super aggressive comp here. So it was difficult for Dynasty to actually make any sort of push there. But as you see here, Dynasty actually able to actually make a push here. The K-Pro being the last one alive in 1v2, trying to stall out that zone, but they were able to get the cap onto that zone and stall it enough so that they can make a push later down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Twisted Time able to just hold on to this zone. Dynasty Dragons struggling to get back in here with the comp that we are seeing from Twisted Time. It is, like as you said, it is just so passive, and we are going to see a little flank attempt here from Dynasty Dragons using that back alley.
And those flank routes are super important on this map to actually get in. You can't just hold in, especially against the comp with that E-Leader being able to actually get those crucial picks, especially from super far range. But Dynasty actually able to take control and shut down the Twisted Time's ability to actually sit in their positions and get really good picks there. We see Dynasty actually getting specials and setting up, having all that map control there, and popping that Booyah Bomb in hopes to scare away some of the people from Twisted Time.
For sure, that flank attempt definitely was the beginning of the end of that lockout for Twisted Time, but they are going to manage to use their specials and get back into this position. You can see them going over there and painting that flank route from last time.
Oh yeah, and the machine there often go for a super aggressive position there, especially since how important it is to actually take really, really solid aggressive positions in this map. We can see the Eater sitting in mid is able to like shut down the pushes from Dynasty, and the K Machine is able to stop pushes from actually happening from the right side. And as we can see, it's actually really close to being the end of this game. 3 down the side of Twisted Time though, and the Eater being the last one trying to cap the zone.
Oh.
Able to cap the zone actually. And that wow, that was definitely I wasn't expecting.
I thought we were going to see a 1-point cap, but Twisted Time was able to get enough point back on there, or enough ink back on that zone to get the knockout. Twisted Time definitely looking dominant in that Splat Zones game.
I'm really confused. I'm confused how the Eater was able to cap that, especially with 3 down on the side of Twisted Time. Did they have 8 mines or something on the zone? I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't see any. It was super weird.
Yeah, I don't know how they were able to cap that zone, but I mean, it happened. So I mean, it's all you can really say about it. So we're moving on to the next game. Is Clamblitz Albacore here? Something we haven't seen so far. Albacore is definitely something we have not been able to spectate or view this entire set. So I'm hoping to something interesting to come out on both sides of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Clamblitz new Albacore. Definitely, this is one particular map. I feel like wide sweeping map control is crucial here, more so than maybe other Clamblitz maps.
Yeah, I think it's so important on this map to actually take both sides of the map, because having that entire pressure means you can shut down your opponents from actually making any moves, and hopefully be able to close in on them and get some picks. Because you're not going to be sitting in their basket for so long, especially since it's super hard to actually shut down your opponents from in their court. So you're only going to be being in that court area for only scoring. You're not going to be doing much there for in terms of pushing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this map is so wide that it's just like there's not one route to the basket. There are so many. The map control just as a whole is so crucial here.
Especially, and we can see 3 Duelist Sculptures in this game. Duelist Sculptures being a really, really strong weapon on this map, especially you can see 2 on the side of Twisted Time.
Yeah, Twisted Time definitely bringing the aggression here, and still having that E-leader to looks like essentially the E-leader is the only thing holding down the backline here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just been what's been going on this entire set. I mean, Dynasty has been opting to go for a super aggressive comp, with the E-leader being able to take advantage of that and sit super far back and get some crucial picks in hopes to actually set up their team for making a solid push.
Yeah, Twisted Time was able to sneak in here and get 1 point, and the one player is not quite going down. It doesn't look like there's anyone there to help continue that push, but I guess they were at least able to get that 1 point in there. Dynasty Dragons starting to get pushed back up into mid now, with this E-leader having to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, having your team go down in Clamblitz is super, super tough to actually, like, you're going to be losing the mid control as soon as you lose, like, 3 down on Clamblitz. Whether the either being able to, like, just the pressure and stop Dynasty from actually making a solid push here as 2 go down the side of Dynasty. Definitely was not expecting that, especially since they had all 4 specials on lock, but they were able to shut them down pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see, looks the clans are about even right now, 12 and 14 on each side, but Twisted Time here is continuing to keep this aggression up in mid, but not to the point where Dynasty Dragons is locked out quite yet by any means. We're going to see this Booyah from the side of Twisted Time trying to take a little more control in here, but we are kind of still seeing this kind of mini 1v1 between these 2 players on each side.
Oh yeah, I mean, that CDS is able to go back and forth on that bridge there, especially since of how fast and how much movement it actually has in the weapon. So the K-Pro's only option there is just to spray from a distance and hope to stall out enough time for the CDS to actually stop approaching. But as we see here, Twisted Time is going to go down. The E-leader on Twisted Time is going to go down, as well as the CDS there. It's going to be opting for hopefully a solid push here as the Clam jumps in to score. They have a bunch of Clams in order to make this retaliating push super big.
Yeah, Dynasty Dragons' positioning here was amazing. They were able to clear this out enough to get the jumps in, and a lot of those single clams were able to push this all the way down to 32, answering that early push made by Twisted Time. Twisted Time here going to be looking to hopefully utilize that pity clam and get map control, because in the midst of that push, Dynasty Dragons was able to take so much map control and have so much clan visibility now.
And yeah, Dynasty Dragons did do a really good job setting up that push, being able to get those clams for actually making that solid push. But as we see now, since they all were staggered on Dynasty, we can see Twisted Time actually trying to make a push here with the bubbles coming out, as well as that storm, being able to stop being able to push back Dynasty from actually making something happen. But Dynasty able to actually get a couple hits on the side of Twisted Time, and Twisted Time actually being shut down a little bit more, and Dynasty being able to push back in and shut down the E-leader.
For sure, Dynasty Dragons here just they did have a little bit of a comeback here. Twisted Time was looking dominant in the last two games, let alone the beginning of this one, and Dynasty Dragons definitely just answering these push attempts by Twisted Time. Still have not Twisted Time has still not managed to get any more kind of solid push attempts after that first one. Just due to the extreme pressure here from Dynasty.
That K-Pro was able to hold that left side really well, playing more, opting for a more defensive play there and stopping the CBSs from actually making pushes and trying to take that left side. But the K-Pro falling into the water, having no other choice in that kind of position. But they are going to score here on the side of Dynasty Dragons, but only one clan in general.
For sure. It looks like we are going to see a push starting to get set up here from Twisted Time. They got that power clam on the bridge over there. Turtle throwing clams off the side to keep them away from Twisted Time here. Dynasty Dragons has moved into a more defensive position because Twisted Time definitely is trying to set up a push attempt, and Dynasty Dragons has no reason to push anymore.
Exactly, yeah, they're just, at this point, they want to play more passive, but they all, the K-Junior is going to be able to actually pop those bubbles and get a solid pick. It could be Twisted Time's ability to actually get enough clams here, but it turns out that Twisted Time is going to be shut down, and it looks like it's just going to be Dynasty's game here. A really solid defense from Dynasty, especially since they're not allowing them to actually have any clams on the board. Throwing those clams off of the map, but Twisted Time is able to actually get some sort of push going, but unfortunately is not going to be enough.
Yeah, for sure. Twisted Time there at the end with the bubble play. What a play at the end, but Dynasty Dragons defense was no match for it.
I mean, it's something we haven't really touched on a lot, especially we've been seeing the K-Junior pick from Twisted Time there on a couple of maps actually, which is definitely a niche pick, something you don't really see that often, especially since some of the bubble weapons you really see are like Squeezer and maybe even foil, even the what's it called, the Forge Pro, but usually you don't see K-Junior that often. But when you do see it, you are going to see it just going for bubbles and going for that oppressive pick with the bubble combo of Torpedo and Bubbles, which is able to be super oppressive if you get into a good position and are able to take advantage of those bubbles.
Yeah, absolutely. And next we are going to be seeing tower control on Manta Maria. This was Twisted Time's game in game one. One thing I did want to point out though is I believe Dynasty Dragons did take 82% of the channel point vote earlier, so a little bit of a fan favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, of course they looked like they had a really solid positioning in this entire tournament. As we had stated before, they had a very dominant play. They have not dropped a single game, but it looks like Twisted Time is able to combat these people in order to combat Dynasty and almost take the set here. But it's almost anyone's game at this point.
For sure. We are going to be jumping right into it now. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see this and maybe see even what Dynasty Dragons can do different to advance into grand finals.
On both sides of the team, we're seeing the Hydra Splatling come out again on the side of Twisted Time. We're also seeing the K-Pro we're also seeing really similar comp. I'm pretty sure this is the same comp for Dynasty here, opting for a more aggressive comp, as we said before. The armor coming out for Dynasty, trying to make something happen here. Have the Hydra sitting on the left side, trying to press Dynasty for actually making anything happen here, with that armor being stalled out pretty well from the side of Time.
Yeah, we are going to see Dynasty Dragons here fighting for map control, and just the time answering back here. You do see 2 down on the side of Dynasty Dragons. Maybe the time to start the push for Twisted Time, which it looks like they are, but the 2 that remaining were pushed up in Dynasty Dragons, able to fight tooth and nail to prevent that push from really going anywhere.
Yeah, as we see for the side of Twisted Time, we see the armor going out there and trying to actually make a push after him. 1 down on both sides. The H is going down as well. Them able to actually stop the push from happening. I mean, that push is probably going to be really short-lived, especially since they didn't push until super late, and that gave them Dynasty enough time to actually get back into good positions and stop them from Twisted Time from actually making any progress in that push.
Yeah, for sure. We are gonna. They just keep getting back on this tower. Every time they get knocked down, they get back on again, and just a time, at least in the first minute and a half of this game, looking dominant.
I mean, yeah, this time they did something different. That was they actually took control of the positions in terms of actually getting somewhere. This time actually pushing super forward into their spawn, getting 2 down the side of Dynasty there. Almost going to be a 3rd pick here. The K-Pro going down as well. We see a super dominant play from Twisted Time as they're able to actually shut down Dynasty here and stop them from actually making any pushes there. And the tower is still going to be pushed here, almost past the 2nd checkpoint. And they're going to get past the 2nd checkpoint and still keep this dominant lead they have.
Yeah, Twisted Time here definitely using the aggressive potential of this team comp to its fullest.
See that Inkjet getting a really solid pick onto the Nautilus there. Even if they were 2 down, Twisted Time was able to actually continue this push and keep it from going. But Dynasty was able to stop the shot from actually making any other plays here. And it looks like Dynasty is going to be back into mid and popping those missiles in order to hopefully push back in and have another retaliation push.
For sure, looks like they are definitely stepping up for this retaliation push here. The Inkjet keeps coming out and out again. Is going to go down that time though, but is playing a crucial part here in holding Twisted Time back from how aggressive they're being. And you can see here, Dynasty Dragons struggling to get this push anywhere just because of how aggressive Twisted Time keeps pushing up into mid and just stopping these pushes cold.
That's the difficult part about this battle right here is that like Twisted Time has that Hydra hat and it also has that those aggressive weapons like Carbon and the shot there, and the Hydra's just able to take those really solid positions to stop Dynasty from actually making pushes here. And as I'm saying that, the H gets a nice pick. Pops the armor is going to try and push this tower even further, but getting shut down by Dynasty. Even then, Dynasty is still going to get shut down pretty quickly by that Carbon.
For sure, Twisted Time here just making another push in Dynasty Dragons here. Managing, was that a triple from Silence? Or was it just a double?
I might have been a double, but it was still a really solid play from Junior. You don't see that Junior going for many picks that often, but still being able to actually shut down that push because the tower is so close to his max range that he's just able to get those free picks there from the unexpected plays from Twisted Time.
Absolutely. We are going to see this Inkjet come out once again. Going to manage to get 1 pick on Oust here from Twisted Time. And the map is definitely turning a little more orange than it has been before. Dynasty Dragons able to take the win on that 1v1 and able to make their way through checkpoint 1 in the last 30 seconds of the game.
It's definitely going to be a tough push for Dynasty here, especially since they don't have many positions here, but they are getting those positions. That Booyah Bomb coming out, stalling the tower a little bit, and the Hydra being shut down as well as the H3 being shut down. The Carbon is going to be a little more aggressive here, stopping both teammates on the tower, almost getting a triple there, getting a really close triple there, getting the quad, and stopping Dynasty from getting anywhere. What a great play from the Carbon there.
It was. That is honestly, at the end there, that is definitely what shut down Dynasty Dragon's wave and secured the win here for Twisted Time. Twisted Time just throughout these games showing how aggressive and dominant their comps can be and utilizing that to the fullest extent. 16 kills from that carbon roller. Wow.
Man, I mean, I wouldn't have expected any less from the carbon there, especially since it's Manta. I mean, Manta is a really, really solid map for carbon. Probably one of the better ones, especially since you can peek over those ledges and get and killed some people on the unsuspecting side of the opposing side. And we saw that quad coming out from the carbon. They were able to actually take advantage of those ledges there and being able to pick out 2 on the Fairy, on the Jet, and then getting another pick onto the Junior, knocking it. That was a really solid play from the carbon there. Really clutch quad there.
For sure. Wow. Twisted Time here advancing to the finals. And beyond that carbon that we saw throughout these sets too, we got to see Dan's just amazing charger plays. Just a solid charger player in general. And glad we got to see a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad I got to see more charger gameplay. It's always nice to see how what the plays is from Charger there, especially since they're often to play more Hydra as well, which is really interesting to see. But I mean, as we saw from the previous game, Twisted Time was just able to play a little more, just a little better, especially with their comp being a little more suited for that map as Manta. But yeah, we're able to see that Twisted Time go 3-2 in that set, very, very close set. Yeah, really hyped to see.
For sure. And I believe we are going to be taking a look at a few announcements here. Maybe.
Oh yeah. The announcements. Would you like to start us off with that?
Sure. I'll start and you take the second. Is this my signal to start talking, or do I wait for a slide? I can go. Cool. Off the Dials, It's Dangerous to Go Alone is their flagship solo registration tournament. So you sign up alone and the TOs give you a team. If you don't have a team yet, but you're looking to dip your toes into the competitive scene or maybe get some tournament experience. If you want a chance to meet some new people, get your name out there, or make some friends, you're looking to recruit someone or vice versa. Or if you just want to cheat on your team and play with some different people for a change, this tournament's for you. Registration is April 7th and the tournament starts April 10th. You can find more info at otd.inc/IDTGA.
Alrighty, yeah, a very interesting tournament. But we also have another thing coming up. We have the Megalodon Cup Tower Control Edition. Mega Cup is a monthly tournament with no skill cap. Modes will change once a month. The first tournament is test fire, so it will not be streamed, sadly. They're looking for as much feedback from the community as possible. Once the tournament has concluded, it will be a double elimination format. Yeah, very interesting. You can follow the links on the slide right there for more information.
Awesome. And I will not say anything more at the risk of getting muted on stream by Inkfarer, but there is another special announcement coming up later, I believe before Grand Finals, that Magic 8 Ball and Popgun Magic are coming up next. So be sure to stick around for that.
Keep your eyes open for that one. It's going to be pretty interesting. Let's see. Anything else we want to talk about, or is that going to be it?
I think that's it, unless you have anything else.
Yeah, well, just want to say that was our last match to commentate. Pretty interesting. It's been a pleasure to actually commentate on this for Low Ink here. Some really interesting games, really great games, really interesting plays there from both all the teams we saw and spectated today. I want to thank everyone for on the team for actually having me. And yeah.
Yeah, Liotos, it was a pleasure getting to commentate with you today, and a special thank you to IPL for having me on today. It was definitely a lot of fun.
It's been a pleasure.
So I guess before we go, this is my first time actually commentating. I think this is how it goes, but where can the people find you?
Well, sadly, my main account has been suspended on Twitter, but you can find me at Liotos on Twitter. I play for Climb, very up-and-coming team here. I haven't been playing recently, but you can find me on Liotos. There's a link or a tweet that had been posted on on IPL Splatoon, so you can follow those links there. Where can they find you, Nitro?
They can find me on Twitter at Nitrogue YT, because Nitrogue was taken. But beyond that, you can find me. I don't want to say too much, and I won't say too much. But the announcement later, you'll be finding me somewhere to do with that. So that's all I'll say.
Great.
So yeah, thank you guys again for having me and Liotos on today. And yeah.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink March 2021. One of the most exciting Low Inks we've seen in a long time, and we're going to keep the party going here. In losers semifinals, we have Resilience taking on Red Sun. I am Popgun, joined in the mic by the Magic 8-Ball. Magic, we talked a little bit about these two teams coming in the little back room that we're in before we came live here. What are you excited to see from these teams?
I'm excited to see anything and everything from these teams. We talked a little bit about their players, their compositions, and I've seen some of these teams around, especially Red Sun and SAC. I've been keeping an eye on them. But one thing I love about Low Ink is seeing new teams that I haven't seen before, haven't been able to play against, and Resilience is one of those teams for me personally, so I'm excited to see their play. I'm excited to see what they can do, especially since I just looked at their bracket run. They got knocked out of winners in round 1 and have made it all the way back to here and beat the team that they ended up losing to. So it seems like they're on a roll, and I'm expecting a good set.
The current win streak for Resilience is 8-0 since losing in round 1. They are currently 8-0 heading into this one. Red Sun, not to be outdone, have swept Thimble IHOP after losing to Twisted Time, who's waiting in grand finals. But yes, Resilience, they have absorbed 2 players from the recently disbanded Toxic Haze team, and both players are in the lineup right now. Splatver and Gudako. This is a best of 3 set. Game 1 going to be at Clam Blitz at Shipyard, and Gudako coming out with a bamboo for the side of Resilience, and Red Sun, no surprises there. Tina not in the lineup, so they will not have a brush, but the same usable tent comp we're used from seeing from them.
Going to be a pretty hard-fought fight, and if what I'm seeing is correct, because Tri-Slosher is going to be going all the way in as we have a little bit of low battery. Sorry, Inky, we've been wearing you out, but this set needs to be here, this set needs to be played, this set needs to be watched by all of these amazing people in chat, because right now, Red Sun is coming off to a raring start. That's already 2 power clams? Excuse me? When did they get even 10 clams? I didn't even see it. That was so fast. 30 seconds in, they've already gotten quite a big lead on the side of Red Sun.
Yeah, Resilience looked like their controllers were running low on batteries to start that game as well, but after getting punched in the face, they've kind of woken up here as we see they've cleaned up their base, and those 2 power clams that got thrown in, basically all the damage that was done to them. It looked like it could have been a whole lot worse. Beam going down on the K-shot. 2 players. You'd like to see the Tri-Slosher taking on that tent, trying to arc shots over, and Gudako getting the cleanup there. So that Tri-Slosher versus Tit matchup is something I'm going to be looking at here, but Resilience able to get re-control of mid.
Yeah, it was really nice how they were moving together, especially against that tent. Like, you need people, you need just bodies to force that tent away and break out of that stronghold that they had, and that was really strong play from them, as well as converting, getting a couple picks, and now they're way in control of mid, have specials at the ready, and here they fire. Already 2 down on the side of Red Sun. They've got clams at the ready. Power clam from up above, getting dunked in. And this is going to be a pretty equal game. In fact, taking the lead because of the clams that respond right underneath the basket. We see Platver up on the top there, trying to throw some in from above. Vertigo trying to get control of this again, but it's already 2 down again for Red Sun. Daybreak going down to Vertigo here. Great shot. How did he not die? Excuse me. Great tent play and Popgun. I feel like that's going to be the deciding factor in this game.
We've known Vertigo in this community for a long time, back in the days of the Technical Machine team, which disbanded about a year ago, and that experience really starting to pay off there. You saw 2 huge picks from Vertigo, but still the damage was done by Resilience as you see them working to get back control of mid. Yet again, popping Inkjet. You see Julian over here working with Gudako on the right side, who just went down. So things have kind of stalled out here, and as it looks like Resilience is in a little bit of a defensive position, even though they're finding ways to get picks. And again, it's kind of just coming down to who can hold mid here in this kind of a neutral game. And so far, it looks like Red Sun has been the team, or Resilience has been the team that's been kind of answering the bell here.
Indeed, and I thought that was going to be really scary, and Beam was able to climb up there and contested for just a second, but unable to find the pick on Daybreak, and that's going to be a very big deal as those spinning platforms, those rotating platforms, are going to be your way to get into the enemy area. But Resilience finding their own way, as they've already got a plenty of clams as they're trying to run into these vertigo bubbles. They decide to just ignore them, and they've already got one power clam in. They're trying to send another one. Wait, make it 2, and that's already a lead down to 9 remaining. Only the Nautilus left, and they need to find 3 clams very quickly. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get back in time. That was all of a sudden a super fast push with a couple of jump-in power clam throws from Resilience, knowing exactly what they need to do to make a very, very strong lead late into this game.
It almost just as good. Daybreak not dying with that Nautilus, instead retreating to mid, allows Resilience to hold control of mid, which now Red Sun is starting to take from them. We see Vertigo working on the left side, and there's a lot of power claims coming out from the side of Red Sun as well. Beam getting in one. They still got a little bit of ways to go. But Admir with the Nautilus there right below the basket. They do have some clams to work with, not enough to get a lead. Oh wait, no, here comes a power clam right underneath the basket, and they get it in! What a response, and what a play by Vertigo to stay alive just long enough. That's why they were stalling. Came in with the Mercy Clam and just threw them straight up, getting the KO, and all of a sudden, an extremely back and forth game. Red Sun was the better team at the beginning. Resilience was the better team at the middle. But at the end, Red Sun got the last push they needed. What a set!
That was insane. Because Vertigo, it looked like he popped bubbles at like the most random time. It was like yeah. It didn't look like they were deflated at all. It seemed like he was like greeting for another pick, but he knew exactly what he was doing to just distract them for just long enough because he knew he was getting surrounded, give him a little bit of space to throw in those last couple of clams and make just enough time, especially since his Brella had just restored. That was huge awareness from Vertigo.
And you know, I was just going to say, it seemed like Resilience was the better team over the course of that game. I mean, yeah, they got punched in the face early, but then responded back to that and just control. But once again, all it takes is just a couple of picks, and Vertigo with the veteran play, making a play that doesn't really get a lot of kills or doesn't really light up the stat sheet, but plays like that win you the game really go unnoticed a lot of time. And now we're heading to tower control at the Reef, and we have a little bit of a roster change. Tina is coming in. Tina, the brush player who does nothing but flank the entire game, and Vertigo's coming back out here. So a little bit, no more tent, but a brush coming in.
Right, and they're trading that slow play, that slow, more objective-based play for a little bit of aggression, a little bit of CQC, especially on a map like the Reef, where it's going to be really important, especially with these ledges. Tina's going to be really useful here, and I completely understand the switch. Tina's a good friend of mine, and I would trust nobody else with that. Wait a minute, is that sub power-up for the beacons? Okay, Tina.
And we see Splatver switching to the K-Pro. No surprise there if you're aware. Splatver very good on CDS and K-Pro. Gudaku for Resilience sticking with the Bamboo. So this Nautilus Bamboo comp, and so far they able to take down Tina. Initially, Admir forced to kind of retreat a little bit as Daybreak gets a nice pick, not allowing the rival Nautilus player to get away. So Resilience with an opening play here. Tina sitting at that checkpoint waiting for Julian to come up to it, and we do have a 1v1 by the tower. It just kind of gets stalled out here, but it looks like they will hold this checkpoint. Not the most difficult checkpoint in the world to get across, but still holding on to it when it looked like Resilience was in control of this game in the beginning is a win for Red Sun.
Exactly, and they had really good positioning to boot. Making sure to go to that alleyway early. I know some teams don't like going there to defend that checkpoint, but it's the key point. It's the key choke point. And as we see, Red Sun is all the way up into the the enemy platform area as they're leaving this NZAP to ride tower and get the lead, but they do wipe for it. So Red Sun, using the beacons to have at least one person, Admir, try to hold the line for a little bit, but now those guys are just kind of feeding towards tower. This is not looking good. Beam can try and do what they can up on this bridge, but Red Sun is pretty divided right now, and that's going to be the lead for Resilience. Okay, it looks like they're finally able to stop this tower.
Yes, clearing the checkpoint though, but once again, not the most difficult checkpoint in the world to get across. Here comes a Booyah Bomb, and Beam escapes it with their life still intact. And they punished the K-Pro for it as well, so a little bit of a nervous special pop there. Didn't really get them anything, and will give Red Sun a little bit of control of this map to work with. As you see, Admir paying back Daybreak for the Inkjet kill earlier in the match. That should be enough to get them lead. And this second checkpoint they're approaching, this is so critical. It really comes down to who can clear this one and who can't, because it's right here, right in the open. But it looks like Red Sun will be able to clear it with ease. There's nobody with resilience. Maybe? Somebody's poking at the tower, but it's not going to be enough to solve. That is huge.
Oh, so huge. And 2 ink armors at the perfect time from Delta. What before with the combination with the Inkjet, and now here, right when Resilience was starting to poke at that tower, like you said, and this is going to seal the deal.
Whew. And that's the difference in the set. I feel like these are 2 teams that are on different paths right here. Resilience is a team that needs, with their new roster they have here, they just need a little bit more time in the oven before they're ready, versus Red Sun, they're out of the oven. They are a baked souffle, and they are ready to kind of show. I mean, they're already at least guaranteed 3rd place in this tournament with that win over Resilience. But we'll see more of Resilience and Low Ink in the future. I would 4th place finish here for this team. I would assume they feel pretty ecstatic about that. But really, the difference in this set is Red Sun just looked like the more experienced team, and it really showed there.
Right, exactly. Especially with those pushes at the end, just coordinating the specials perfectly. Taking control of the choke points that the enemy wanted to take control of, especially taking down that bamboo after overextending. I mean, that was clear, cold-cut gameplay that you would expect to see from a team at their level.
And Red Sun moving on to losers finals of Low Ink here at March 2020. They'll be taking on Dynasty, Dragon Wave, and let's have a conversation about these guys. So,
okay,
this is their 2nd Low Ink. Last month, they went 2-4 in Swiss. The teams that beat them: Radioactive, Mahi Mahi Monsoon, Anything But Among Us, which was a team that made Alpha. It was a pickup team that made Alpha Bracket last month.
Right.
And Umbra, which if you're a historian of Low Ink and you remember a team called the Bunnies, Umbra was pretty much that same team last month. I believe they dropped. They couldn't play Sunday, but they were an Alpha Bracket level team. You look at a 2-4 team and you think, how the heck did these guys end up going 9-1 and are in losers finals of Alpha Bracket 1 month later? I mean, they beat Inkstrike Inklings last month as well. I think they just had a bad Swiss RNG and just got fed a lot of really strong teams and just couldn't beat them. So if you're sitting here, and they didn't change their roster at all. So if you're wondering how a team goes from 2-4 to this far into the tournament, no, it's never happened before. It's never even come remotely close to happening before. But the more I look into it, the more I think I guess it's possible.
I guess it's possible. I mean, they've been showing up, right? They went all the way to winners finals. So something's got to be right for them. So they've got to have something under their belt, which just gave them this power, And it's hard, especially in these lower level tournaments, to gauge when a team is going to be on the come up. Like, as you get later on into just into regular tournaments, like, you can see, like, on testing grounds, like, you can see when teams are starting to punch out of their weight class, when they're improving their mechanics and their special usage and their coordination just enough to beat these other teams. But in Low Ink, like, you don't see that same progression because it's just so volatile.
So far today, the Dragons have beat MS Don't 3-0. SynRG, a very strong traditional Low Ink team, they beat them 3-2. Swept Splatarians 3-0, and of course we saw them almost beat Twisted Time if Eevee didn't just wake up and have an Ultra Instinct moment there to save the tower. at Manta Maria. But here they're taking on a Red Sun team. They haven't played these guys yet. In fact, these are the only two teams from yesterday who went undefeated per set. They both lost games, but they came into today 6-0, and the only team to beat these two teams is the team waiting in grand final, Twisted Time, who's got to be feeling pretty good that they're going to be playing a team they've already beat. But we're and again, this is a best of 5 set, not the best of 3 that you just saw. So if you want to be a moron like me and you don't care about your channel points, feel free to make some predictions right now. Do you think Red Sun can up in this monster EU team, or do you think the Dragons can continue the Cinderella run that they're on? Jump your channel points now before the polls close.
I am super duper excited to see this set. Because I saw Destiny Dragon's Wave on stream, and Red Sun is a team that I know that I've seen around. I am holding on to my desk for this set because I know I'm going to be popping off.
And we are starting out on Splat Zones. One thing I wanted to mention, Red Sun is bonkers good at Rainmaker. And that is a set that it looks like that doesn't come into later in the set. So if you're Dragons and you want to win this set, you need to start winning these early ones before Rainmaker starts peering its head around. No real surprise here. Double anchorless comps coming out from both teams. This is a good map for that kind of playstyle, obviously.
Right. I also want to say that Destiny Dragon's Wave, from what I saw last set, they play very principled. They play very principled Splatoon, and it shows like they wait for specials. They paint a lot. They move together, and when they're double teaming, they're always going to come out on top. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know how to do it every time. Right now, they're in control of the zone, but not for long because Red Sun got a couple of very nice specials and picks. Tina on this brush gonna be the rat in the face of everyone, including this mini Splatling, and now they're going all the way around. I know you said Tina flanks a lot, but there's a whole zone that they need to get back. Tina, where are you going?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing when you have a player that flanks this much. How you respond to that is just take the objective that they're not going to be near. But still, at the same time, we have a DC. I was like, what? There's something jank going on here. Either Tina's just styling on them, or somebody DC'd, and that is somebody on the side of the Dragons side here. So we have a little bit of a peace treaty situation here. Admir giving us a nice view of the ceiling on Makomar. Can I just point out real quick?
Yeah.
Do you ever take the time to look at the background of some of these maps? Look what's going on here. You can see at the top right, there is look, it's like an actual grocery store. You got your produce section. You got your seafood section over there. I'm pretty sure that's cannibalism. That looks kind of sus for that to be in this world. But if you ever look at the backgrounds of some of these maps, there's actually a lot of really cool stuff going on here. And shoutouts to Inkfarer for capturing all this.
Is that why there are so many frame drops whenever bomb rushes come out?
I don't know. Oh my. I mean, if you want to talk about frame drops, if you fire a Stingray on Hotel or Camp Triggerfish, the game just stops running, basically. Regardless, though, Silence is the one who DC'd. Obviously, they get the 1 DC per set, and that set is, they've already used it for this set. Silence is already back in the room, so we're going to see the same comps, no changes coming out here. But at the very least, each team is going to be familiar with how the openings of the opponent is going to be.
And we're not going to see something similar to last game, where one team is going to take the reins early on. I highly doubt that. I think this is going to be a bit more of a bloodbath in neutral because these teams are a bit more accustomed to each other now.
One other thing I want to point out, this might be in the back of the mind of the Red Sun players. They played Twisted Time here. Remember, they had the lead, and they almost got the KO with 1 point remaining, and then Twisted Time stole it back from them and just rode it all the way out to get the lead. So that might be a little bit of a stress that Red Sun might be thinking of until this game is over. One player immediately going down Delta, trying to get control of this left stack. Not going to happen when another player goes down as well. Delta somehow staying alive just a little bit longer, and here we go. The DC player is now able to cap zone, and the Dragons pick it up right where they left off.
And it just looked like Delta was left all alone, and that Red Sun didn't have any kind of synergies. Tina's trying to use this baller with Beam, get back to the zone here, try and find something. Being able to find a pick onto the Flash. But Tina's just running around, even with his armor, trying to distract from the zone as the teammates take it over. Booyah comes down, caps it right back, but already we see that Desmond's Dragon Wave is kind of split up from where they're normally at. Another baller coming in. Was that two, like, right in a row? Jesus, Tina, stop charging special so fast.
Yeah, two ballers already. Two ballers in the first minute for Tina. And that's really going to be key, just baller into zone. And as soon as they pop baller, they put the ink mines down, which can be really helpful to holding on to zone as well. But right now, the Dragons in complete control, about to be done with their penalty points, have a lot of specials to work with. But it looks like they're giving Red Sun a little bit of room to work with. It's like they're waiting for one player to go off on their own to try to double team, and here comes Tina once again with another baller, and the Dragons kind of collapse on it and kind of force Tina back, and now she's kind of forced to do this another flank here, and nothing's really going to be given. Nothing's going to give right there.
They used Red Sun used 4 specials, and then Dragons SP Wave still held on to that zone, and just like barely went down at all. Now that you get taken out finally, but that was so much worse than it should have been for Red Sun. And just impressive play. I don't know what happened to Delta, but off screen went down very early on in that push, and because of that, we see ourselves in this scenario where it looks like Desmond Dragon Wave is just in complete control, even with this lead.
When that inkjet got popped, they didn't realize there was a Dragon player in like the tiniest patch of ink right below them. Now the Dragon's able to get back control of zone, so no real damage done. Yeah, they got wiped and gave up control of zone, but to your credit, Magic, you keep saying the Dragons seem really coordinated, and that's kind of been the key here for them creating lockouts and both holding onto the zone, as they now only have 10 penalty points remaining before they start sneaking in on the KO. Tina's got a baller ready, but gets taken down before they can activate it, and that is going to be huge. Another player going down. It looks like game 1 is going to go to the Dragons, and right away, we talked about Rainmakers coming on for Red Sun. If you're the Dragons, you need to win these early matches before this set gets too out of control with something like that. A very dominant play here.
Exactly. I think I still don't know what you do if you're in that situation for Red Sun. I mean, because they had 2 players over on the far left side. It looked like they just had total control, and it looked like just the weapons on the side of Red Sun just didn't have what it took to deal with the pressure and the overall presence that they felt on the side of Dragon's Wave. It might have just been a situation where they just couldn't do what they needed to with the weapons that they had.
And now we're heading to Clan Blitz, and it looks like we aren't going to have a roster change, so it looks like they're going to go without Vertigo on the 10th. Vertigo made some really nice plays in the last Clan Blitz game, but they're going to stick with the brush here. Obviously, it works out really well. But yeah, the key difference there is just kind of the coordination. We saw a lot more KAs on the side of the Dragons. I would assume a good chunk of those are assist, teammates playing off of each other, double teaming. We saw a lot of attention, when Tina's flanking, obviously that's what she wants to happen, is attention to get sent her way. But it seemed like they took care of that and then immediately shift their focus back towards everything else they needed to focus on here. So Red Sun sticking with this strategy, but it seems like the Dragons, at least last game, were ready for it.
Right, exactly. And they just seem so cool and collected. You know, they're not freaking out. They're not trying to make hero plays. They just play very principled Splatoon, and it's impressive. They're the cold-blooded killers, and that's what I firmly believe right now. And if they go up against Twisted Time and Grands, and if they continue their streak here, like it's gonna be the same hard Splatoon. And I'm impressed that Twisted Time overcame it as it is.
You know, I like the brush, the fact that they're sticking with a brush here. It's so hard to score on this map and mode. It's so hard to get anything going. A little bit of a brush can help with mobility, but they're coming out with the Kinsa one, so no beacons. But they are going to have Hammer to go with a double suction bomb push on the side of the Dragons. They are coming out with the vanilla splash. So Inkjet obviously worked out really well here. You can kind of ride that wall, but the splash going down immediately is Admir starting to get control of mid and trying to push up the enemy fan is Red Sun, and they are in position to make something happen, and they do have some clams to work with here. Beam getting a nice assist on the K-Gal, and if you're Red Sun and you want to do some damage in this game, this is your opportunity right here.
And it's impressive, you know, last time we saw that Dragon's Destiny Wave was the one who was the team who was together and taking 2v1s when they needed to, but now it looks like that's totally turned around, but they're losing the clam, and Admir goes down on the Nautilus. It seems like they just had all of the clams ready, but just couldn't gather them in time. They couldn't pass them in time, and while they were in the base, they were trying to do it, and now they're down, and it's looking like Dragon's Wave is going to be the one in control of the middle area now.
Just a little bit of a miscommunication. You saw them kind of throwing clams to each other. They had 23 as a team and a huge body advantage, so a little bit of a blunder there from Red Sun, and now we see the Dragons starting to move in here, but they lose one player. Beam trying to take down this Inkjet with the help of the CDS player, and it looks like they chase him back, at least for now, so Red Sun holds on for a little bit here, but look how purple the middle of the map is right now, Magic.
Indeed it is, but the special's coming out on the side of Red Sun, but they're just changing positions! Red Sun left open their basket, and now Dragon's Destiny Wave is able to take that to the house, able to get 25 points on the board, 35 points, and they just keep going. Red Sun isn't even back at their base yet! Tina's the first one back, and that was seconds, I mean, nearly half a minute afterwards. They finally go down, but that's so much damage that they could have avoided.
It looked like it could have been a lot worse. But here you go. Okay, so now you got another situation here. You got some specials built up. You have 2 power clans, but a very nicely placed splat bomb by Silence. The junior takes down one of the players, and I believe that was the armor player, so they don't get the pop armor. Well, I mean, they do have double armor, so they'll get it back pretty
Just
quickly.
realized they had double armor.
So, a nice... but still a nice play to stall things out here, but still a lot of clams. They just need to get a pick or two. Beam trying to do just that. Notices 2 players on that other side. But the question here for the Dragons is, are they on that side to try to get another push going, or are they just trying to stall out? Because it seems like whenever Red Sun tries to go in, the Dragons just go back door, and here they go again.
Yeah, I really do believe that Dragon's Destiny Wave picked up on the aggressive play that Red Sun wanted, and they picked it up very early on, especially when they saw these compositions. I mean, look, double armor, Inkjet, and Hammer, they're going to be going for picks and plays, and what Dragon's Destiny Wave has to do is just play around it. Don't let them get the picks that they want, and that's exactly what they've been doing, and that's exactly, they're just focusing on objective.
And once again, Red Sun now gathering, they're getting control of mid, and it looks like the Dragons are giving them mid, but you know, maybe that's what they want to do. Maybe they're just waiting for the Red Sun to push up a little bit and then just try to start doing a flank of their own. But right now, honestly, other than trying to get this banned, it looks like Red Sun doesn't really know what they want to do. They have control of mid, they do have an Inkjet ready, and Admir in a good position on that fan to make something happen as 3 players go down, and finally the floodgates are open. And Delta coming around the backside will pop this basket, and this is Red Sun's opportunity. They could get lead right here.
Really could, and that was a really, really critical overextension on the side of Dragon's Destiny Wave. You didn't see that from them originally. You saw them waiting around, playing it so calm, but all of a sudden they wanted to go out, and they're gonna get down 50 points for it. It's halfway done. Yeah, it looks like Dragon's Destiny Wave is able to hold on for a little bit as 30 seconds remaining in this match, and they're going to be throwing away clams just like they did in that Clam Blitz Albacore game last time. Yeah, you see the clams going down already. One down on the side of Red Sun and Popgun. This looks like it's going to be game set.
Yeah, Red Sun's going to have to get some kills and build a clam. Actually, one player does have 8. And they do have a power climb, so this will go to overtime. And since the Dragons aren't opting to do that flanking play that's been working out for them so far, they're going to have to turtle up, and they have armor to work with. Tina coming in with this hammer. This hammer's going to have to be critical. Can they take down this Inkjet? It doesn't look like they will. Delta will pop the basket, but they need more than just that. They need to throw in a power clam and then some. One clam gets thrown, but it gets taken down. Tina, the last player left alive. If they can somehow pull this out, I would be insanely impressed. The Dragons shut it down, and there we go. The Dragons up 2-0 in this best-of-5 set, looking to punch their tickets to grand finals. And Red Sun, dare I say, their backs against the wall here.
Exactly. I don't know if I totally agree with not bringing in the tent umbrella and going with this double armor Inkjet composition. They're playing so telegraphed. And because of that, the Dragons is picking up on it. I mean, they held back. They waited for overextensions. They waited for the team to just completely flood in with specials and leave the basket wide open. And they played around it with such precision that Red Sun just couldn't capitalize on any of the mistakes that they were making.
The Dragons look like they're playing really smart. I mean,
Right.
they're recognizing what Red Sun is pulling at them, and they seem to have the perfect counter ready to go based off of the position and the play style that Red Sun is throwing at them. But still, even then, Red Sun's had their moments, obviously. I mean, they were in the beginning of the game, it looked like they were going to throw a serious punch, and it just never connected there, and they just couldn't really, they never really recovered from that. But yeah, so far, now again, if you're Red Sun and you're looking for a bracket reset, once again, Rainmaker is game 4. If they find a way to win this one, and then they go to the mode they're most comfortable and dominant at, and they win that one, all of a sudden you go to a game 5 with anything on the line. So it's not out of the question for Red Sun to come back from this, but they got a tall mountain to climb here to stop all this Dynasty Dragon Wave momentum that they've built up over these first 2 games.
And it's going to be super hard to do so on Tower Control and Snapper Canal. This is a map that's so hard to get any kind of knockout on, so it's going to be a bloodbath, and if they want any chance of gaining that momentum and keeping it going and making sure that they're able to secure this game, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of smart play on the side of Red Sun. Turtle trying to keep Red Sun out for now.
Look at this comp. Is this Hanuran? What's going on here? This super aggressive comp with CDS being the most long-range weapon on the side of the Dragons. It's working out so far. 2 players immediately going down for Red Sun. We see Tina flanking all the way back here, and they're going to have to make a play coming back to the tower. They do chase the tower away, takes down Silence. That's a huge pick. And it looks like that will save the checkpoint here, and 3 players going down. So there you go. Tina with the flank worked out really well right there, as they didn't realize the brush was going to be coming from behind them.
Here comes the specials.
And with armor getting popped here, it looks like Red Sun's in the opportunity to not just get lead, but more importantly, clear this first checkpoint.
Look at how aggressive these compositions are. I'm still, just so impressed over this. What year are we in? This does not look like a 2021 composition from both of these teams, and yet they're just working so well. Already down to 50 as Beam gets a nice pick here, and here come the missiles. Beam already on their way. They just had pop missiles themselves instead of chasing after the enemy. Silence gonna get flanked here by Tina with the armor. This is such a good snowball from Red Sun. This could lead to the knockout that they wanted, that they needed. Beam up on the enemy snipe here. They need to get on tower, and that's 3 down. They find Turtle. He's stuck in mid. That's 4 down. That's a delayed wipe. And now missiles coming out again. They're snowballing so hard. Do you see how fast these specials are coming back up? That's ridiculous.
This is what got Red Sun to this point in the tournament. This is why so many teams picked them to win this whole tournament. This is how they play. They get control of the map, and they just don't let you ever reset. They keep sending players at you. All of a sudden, as you're trying to get back into the objective, Beam punches you from behind on the right, and then Tina comes behind and gets you on the left, and you just never reestablish yourselves. 2 checkpoints fallen and almost to the 3rd one. That is a push you can win off of. And the question now is going to be, is Red Sun going to turtle up, or are they going to take advantage of these flanks they keep pulling up here and just never let the Dragons get comfortable?
It's such a different style from what we see from Dragon's Wave, who play together, who play very coordinated, very solid, and you just see the exact opposite on the side of Red Sun, and it's impressive to see these 2 teams clash. Here we see Heaven trying to clash with Admir, and unfortunately that fight is going to get taken down once again because of all these different areas that they have to watch, and they're just unable to. We see Tina so deep into the enemy area, and it looks like Dragons is just crumbling. Here comes another push from Red Sun.
Yeah, and when you're crumbling, those flanks are going to work out way, way better because you have to be really mentally focused and disciplined. You got to be like, I haven't seen the brush in like 10 seconds, so I need to expect them to be behind me. But when you're focused on the fight right in front of you, is Silence able to take down the brush that was literally at spawn of the enemy's base? So that's a nice kill right there, but 2 more players go down as a result. Yeah, the Dragons are just not comfortable right now, and Red Sun is just doing whatever they want to do.
How do you not take that beam? What are you doing? That's a toxic mist. You're not allowed to move it like that when you're inside the toxic mist. Another inkjet comes out, and this looks like it's going to be curtains. Curtains!
Oh my God.
Look at the missiles! Look at how they're just trapped. This will look like Splatoon 1 when you throw a killer whale at the enemy spawn and just don't let them out. The final checkpoint is falling, and Red Sun is looking like they're going to be able to come back into this set and turn things around.
And you tell me which team was up 2-0 in this set. That was not the same. You know, that's credit to Red Sun. They finally got established and played the play style that they want to do. They couldn't do that play style earlier because the Dragons were ready for everything. For whatever reason, Red Sun was able to just get control of that entire game, and then all of a sudden you're just dealing with people flanking you non-stop. There's a brush daring you to come out of your spawn and fight them. I mean, that's the Red Sun was just in complete control of that game, and here we go. Now they got to play Rainmaker, and if you're the Dragons, all of a sudden you're not in control of this set anymore because this is the mode that Red Sun is known for. This is their cookies and juice, and it could not have come at a better time for them.
If I know Tina, I know that she has taught them Rainmaker very well, to a T. Like, Tina's one of the people who, like, explained Rainmaker in one of the most, like, complex ways to me back when we were on a team together. Like, I'm expecting nothing short of a very hard-hitting Rainmaker push. And here we go right back into it. I have to say it for the people in the chat. I mean, just, sheesh, Red Sun.
And here we go. Once again, same lineup for Red Sun. Still no Vertigo, not going with the tint. And not much of a comp change coming out from the side of the Dragons either here. We still got the same kind of mini that they're going with. It's got them to this point in the tournament. The question now is going to be, can they take care of this aggressive player down at the Fight Club? They try to take care of him, but Tina stays alive, and as a result, gets back up on top of them and takes out 2 players. So once again, they can't really deal with the flanks that are being thrown at them. They finally clean up a little bit as Heaven is able to clear up mid. So it looked like a push was forming for Red Sun, and now 3 players are down. This is the Dragons' chance.
That was a really smart play from Red Sun, I want to say. You know, with Tina distracting them underneath and then the mini getting taken out on the other side of the map, that was a really smart play. But we saw that Heaven flanked around, and now this is leading to this great push here. But Red Sun is already there trying to defend this block, already up in top left, and Dragons is not going to get too far. This is definitely not a winning push.
Yeah, you know, that's the route they opted to take is, you can get a lot of points going that way, but it's so hard to get anything going. And it looked like they were so committed to going that way, even though Red Sun was sitting there basically daring them to do that. They do get lead off of it, but obviously 68 is not the most comfortable score you could have in this set, as we see Admir starting to push up with Inkjet, trying to take care of somebody in the enemy pit. Red Sun does get the pop, and they are opting to take it the right side, but I don't know. They realize Waffle is coming screaming down towards the Rainmaker. Oh, somebody does come back and respond, but Waffle gets a nice pick. That'll at least stall this set, and Heaven cleans up with a Booyah Bomb of their own from the K-Gal, so Push looks like it is shut down, at least initially. In the first 2 minutes, even though it's been kind of neutral, do go to the favor of the Dragons.
Didn't love those specials early on in that push from Red Sun. Now we see the armor coming out and going to be used in a little bit better fashion. Already Beam going in, trying to fight this Junior, trying to find a little bit of a pick, able to do so with the help of the Inkjet. Inkfarer coming out once again to save them and get this trade onto the Mini, and now they're pushing. Now they're going. Delta not stopping, unable to paint the little bit of ink, blocking them from making that jump, but Waffle getting taken down. Now they're going to make it. Now they're already up to 50, and that's a really, really good push. The difference between 60 and 50 on this map in particular is huge, and that is going to be a defendable push on the side of Red Sun.
Yeah, and honestly, if the Dragons keep trying to take this route that Red Sun just took right here, and this is an awkward kind of situation. I'll just explode and take care of one player. There's still a way Red Sun... Okay, Red Sun's backing out. They're not going to try to add to that lead. But yeah, this is such a hard map to score on that you could win with a score like that, especially if the Dragons keep trying to push it to the left. Look what you have to do to get lead. You have to make that second jump up to this, like, that area just right of Tina right there. It's so hard to get there. So if you're the Dragons, just take it right and you have a better chance of getting lead. But no, it looks like they're doubling down and trying to go for this jump area.
You know what? Tina put a beacon at their spawn, and now is here and is able to get a pick. What?
Wait, for real?
Yes, for real.
I said this wipe right there.
Oh, now it's a wipe, and Red Sun's gonna just start chasing and putting this right.
Oh my god!
Did you see the beacon?
Oh my gosh, dude! And now they're adding to the lead. 44 remaining. Admir getting a nice pick right here. Red Sun's way too comfortable in this mode, dude. That is way too comfortable. Waffle getting the nice cleanup, and now they finally take care of the beacon. But damage done, obviously. 44 remaining is a huge score on this map.
No! Disaster strikes for Red Sun! Disaster strikes!
This game's gonna count, isn't it?
It has to! It's already done halfway! And now Dragons is pushing! And they have specials, and everything is falling apart for Red Sun! They might get taken out here!
They're still opting to go this left route. And again, they got to make this jump and then go a little bit across it. Delta trying to come up and shut down this Rainmaker. The intercept, the last player. Oh, they get lead from jumping. The suicide jump gives them the lead. What a heads-up play. And now Red Sun. Oh, you hate to lose like this, but oh, this is so insanely difficult to come back from. But what a heads-up play. The suicide jump.
I'm floored right now. Dragons playing to a T, exactly how they needed to end this game, and that's not how they want to win, I'm sure. That's not how they want this to go. But they're going to keep playing, they're going to keep fighting, they're going to take this Rainmaker, and Red Sun, just at the clock struck midnight on this run, and that's going to be it.
The DC did them in, though. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. But you know what? At the end of the day, showing up is half the battle. And I mean, gosh, I mean, obviously that hurts. But credit to the Dragons. Honestly, that play to get lead right there, that was a really smart play. And even if Red Sun had all 4 players alive, they can't really stop that. Maybe there's an extra player there to kind of shut down, kill that player before they make that jump. But still, that was a really heads-up play to do that suicide leap, knowing they would get lead right there. I've seen that on Twitter, but I've never really thought to do it. This is the first time in a tournament setting I've seen it actually work, and that alone was amazing to see. But yeah, regardless, a controversial finish to the set, but the Dragons do not care. They have punched their tickets to Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in tournament and you're fighting your hearts out, and you see that, like, you just gotta take it. You just gotta go with it. You feel bad for the enemy team. You think, like, all right, next time we play, it'll be a fair fight. But, you hate to see it.
Anyways, we are moving on. We are going to take a quick break. and then come back with a special announcement. I believe we will be giving you guys grand finals, a rematch of a very hype winners best of 5 sets between Twisted Time and Dynasty Dragon Wave. Stay tuned for that. Get your popcorn, use the bathroom, and we will be right back with Low Ink on IPL. We're not stopping the Splatoon action. April 1st at 8 p.m. Eastern Time is when IPL versus SAC Grudge Match is taking place, and In-Game TV is hosting it. Come join the live stream and watch the TOs that support the competitive scene fight it out. All viewer donations will go towards the Trevor Project and Asian Americans Advancing Justice, two charities selected by the organizations. There will be donation incentives that affect the game too, so stay tuned for when we announce those alongside more details.
If you guys wanted to see some Splatoon content, you guys are in luck. This is going to be great. I'm super excited for the Grudge Match, and it's going to be all kinds of wacky and hype.
Unfortunately, I don't assume SAC is going to be excited about it when the match actually starts, but hey, those of us at IPL are going to have a good time. Anyways, with that being said, we are moving on to grand finals of what has been a bonkers March 2021 Low Ink. We got Twisted Time versus Dynasty Dragon Wave, a rematch of the winners finals. I don't have a stat ready, but I know in the back of my head when there's a rematch from winners finals, it's usually the team that lost that comes back and gets revenge here. And if the Dragons want to do that, they're going to have to force a bracket reset against a very hot Twisted Time team coming in here that just needs 4 wins to be crowned the champion.
They only need a couple wins to get crowned, and it is going to be a bloodbath, I'm sure. We saw in the last set that these two teams played, it was back and forth. Neither team letting up until that tone played at the end of each match. And I'm excited to see it again. We see Twisted Time, we see Eevee on the Carbon, we see their pretty aggressive playstyle, pretty similar to Red Sun from what I saw. And then we see Dragon's Wave with the coordination, moving as a unit, playing the game to a T, how the top players recommend. And in this best of 7, it is going to be a slobber knocker. And I don't care what anybody says, these teams have been playing so many sets throughout the entirety of today that both of these teams are going to be fatigued.
Yeah, Twisted Time was actually in this set last month in beta bracket. They came in from the winner's side, and they got bracket reset and then lost the bracket reset. So, and afterwards, Eevee was talking to me. He was like, how do you go through the break? Like, how do you manage a break when you're coming in from the winner's side? So hopefully they took that advice to heart, and they're going to come in here fresh because the Dragons are coming in really hot as we see them coming in with the same comp they were just using in the last Rainmaker game. And now with obviously with Eevee on the Carbon Roller, no real surprise there. And Shadow coming back out with the Kensa machine.
Interesting. I don't love the composition from seeing from Twisted Time. There's just not a lot of paint to support this Carbon, and I know that Carbon can work well without huge painters on their team, but it's going to be a little bit tough. I mean, how are there 2 down? Hold on. Did I miss something?
A couple of flanks that just didn't work for the Dragons there. So we see Kaiser ultimately getting a trade. So a nice stall by the Dragons, losing 2 players, but not sacrificing too much for it. They do, Twisted Time has control mid. I wonder if they're aware that Eevee is just sharking up in this night. But Twisted Time able to pop the Rainmaker again and get a second push going here.
Eevee is so far forward, and that's going to be a huge difference on this push. Eevee, fortunately, trying to prevent people from getting through the Rainmaker and unable to do so because they took this high road. But 2 down on both sides right now. Dragon's Wave trying to paint out, trying to make sure that they're resetting, they're coordinating. But Eevee just sneaks in and decides to take it to 30, so, you know, anything can happen in Rainmaker specifically.
Yeah, I don't think they realized Eevee was sharking right there, and it cost them with several points. And look how orange the map is. So even if the Rainmaker gets reset, it's still going to be in favor of Twisted Time. We see Waffle sharking a little bit, waiting for teammates to catch up, but Silence gets taken down. Well, actually, the map's kind of changing purple here, but now we see Twisted Time starting to push up a little bit here. Heaven forcing one player to jump out, and another one coming in. That is Eevee on the Carbon Roller. Eevee making a hero play earlier against these guys in winner's bracket to save the set on tower control. Starting to get some damage done here already with 5 KA with about 2 minutes gone in the match. And so far, the Dragons have not even sniffed touching the Rainmaker yet.
it seems like these teams are just really waiting each other out. This is bizarre in the most odd of ways, and the map is so orange. I would expect, especially with the high paint composition that we see from Dragon's Wave and the plays that we're seeing, and especially how they're able to back up this charger that they would have pushed already, but Floor finally go down on the side of
Twisted Time,
but they didn't grab the Rainmaker, and this is probably not going to be lead because of that. Look at how up in position they are. They've got the walls of... Wait, that's going to be the lead. Barely dodging under the card and the roller of Eevee, and now it's 1 versus 1, and Dragon's Destiny Wave comes out with the lead, Shadow backing up for jumps.
What? That was such an awkward situation. I added to it. Okay, so there we go. Maybe the stall was calculated. 4D chess over here. But yeah, it looked like they had everything they needed. They just nobody grabbed the Rainmaker, but now they did. With 9 points remaining, that's a comfortable lead on this map. Twisted Time's going to have to get up that ramp and like round the corner if they want to find a way to get lead back here. Eevee making a nice pick there. 2 players down for the Dragons, but they can't even get the Rainmaker out of their own base just yet. Looking to get established control of mid, and it looks like they will do just that. And Eevee looking to make some plays gapping in here. You talked about Eevee needing paint to work with. Eevee's kind of creating for himself right now, and it's really working out. But trying to take control of this left court here. Looks like the Rainmaker's going to work around the right side. 2 players are going down, and Shadow pushing up to the spawn. That's a really good position for Shadow to be in. If they can land a splashdown right here, they do, but they don't kill anybody with it. It looks like somebody was able to take care of the Rainmaker still in streak. Wow. I can't believe they didn't get Rainmaker further than that.
I can't either. I guess the 2 players that went to go deal with the Rainmaker, it was a 2v3 essentially, and now Eevee's just running right into the hands of Waffle. The Dragon's Wave is playing so patient here with this Rainmaker. They're just doing exactly what they need to, like dodging the flanks when they need to, just not letting them take away and distract from the objective at hand.
Players going down. So Twisted Time, if they want to get back into this game and win it, the Dragons seem to be giving them windows. They're just not striking. Both teams kind of being very passive with the Rainmaker. And here we go. Twisted Time taking this opportunity. They don't get lead, but 2 players do go down for the Dragons. Turtle kind of setting up in a defensive position. And now everybody's starting to collapse. This splashdown could be huge, and it doesn't pop the Rainmaker. They finally do, but nobody dies for the Dragons. Eevee starting to push up here. Does take down 1 player, but goes down themselves. Waffle sharking behind the wall, watching the Rainmaker, and that is a wipe. And this Rainmaker will reset the mid, and I don't think Twisted Time will get back there in time. Game 1 looks as though it is going to go into the favor of the loser bracket team, the Dragons, as they pick it up and expire the time. Wow. We're in for a great set here.
For a really solid set. I don't love the positioning on these pushes on the side of Twisted Time. Like, it seemed like they were just going with the Rainmaker and not really pushing ahead of it in the right ways. They sent Shadow up to the top left, but I don't think that he was the right person to send up there anyways. Like, it should have been Kaiser or Eevee, and they just didn't have any sort of wherewithal of Dragons pushing that higher area above that low Rainmaker path, and every single time they were able to stop the Rainmaker because of it. And no adjustment for Twisted Time, which I don't like to see. So I would like to see more of an adjustment from Twisted Time mid-game.
I was checking with my sources. Twisted Time, you saw them using H3 in the winter set of Ost. Ost is a really good H3 player, someone who's been recently added to Twisted Time's roster within the past couple of weeks. But my sources tell me she will not be playing this grand finals. So it's going to be this lineup of Kaiser, Shadow, Eevee, and Dan from here on out, which is a little bit of a different lineup than what they've been using up to this point. So this isn't the same Twisted Time team the Dragons played earlier. So winning that first game might be the momentum they need as we head to Splat Zones at Snapper Canal here. Then once again, I expect we'll see the E-Leader coming right back out. No surprises there. And the question is going to be, what can they do to make sure that E-Leader is as uncomfortable as possible?
Well, I mean, it's going to take that Inkjet from Heaven and the Rain from Turtle. I think is going to be the 2 most important things for dislodging that E-Leader. But we already see the CDS going down on the side of the E-Leader. Yeah, exactly. This E-Leader is going to be so impressive here on Snapper Canal.
Oh, did we say that? And they immediately go down. Waffle going around the flank, taking down 2 players. Eevee with the ink brush, the octobrush, excuse me, as opposed to the carbon. That's the all-their weapon. He likes to bust out in certain situations here. So, but the lead initially going to the Dragons as we see Shadow opting for a flank and deciding no, just kind of watching the street here. In control of this enemy street, Turtle kind of backing out there before Shadow can take them down. But the zone going into the favor of Twisted Time as this game has just kind of been stalled out here a little bit. We've seen some punches thrown, but no true wipes just of yet in this first minute.
And you know what I really like? This is the map that we saw Red Sun take from Dragons. And they were doing so by just abusing flanks. And now, Waffle, with that first flank in the first minute, making that adjustment and saying, all right, flanking is just ridiculously good on this map, let's try and do it ourselves. And making that push was, like, I love to see the little things like that carry over from the matches that you play each tournament set. And I really like that adjustment from Dragon's Wave. Unfortunately, they need to, get a little bit more going other than just a couple scrappy flanks. And here comes the armor, here comes the bomb rush. This should be a good push.
If there's anything we know about the Dragons is that they learn very quickly. Again, this team went 2-4 last month with the same exact roster, and here they are in grand finals, but trying to get back control of zone as Twisted Time is looking to do some damage here. Eevee clean it up, and the CDS is the last player left alive. Just put down a beacon just to continue the frustration. It's going to be really hard for them to even stall the zone at this point. Silence coming back in, and I don't think there's any way they can outpaint this. Twisted Time ties up the set at 1 apiece.
I feel like every time they tried to go in for a push, there was just one person down on the side of Dragon's Wave, and that's exactly the kind of thing that you need to do against a team like this that's so focused on pushing with specials, pushing with all 4 members and grouping up as a team. If you can take one of them down, their game plans fall apart.
And there we go. Look at the KAs, pretty even across the board for Twisted Time, 6-6, 5-5. So a nice bounce back for Twisted Time on a more traditional mode, like Splat Zones. You go back to game 1, Dynasty Dragons really only had 1 push in that Rainmaker game, and it looked like Twisted Time was in control of that game more so than the Dragons were, even though Twisted Time didn't really win it. But on a mode like Splat Zones, it's really more who wins over the course of the 5-minute match rather than just who has a better 5 seconds. And here we go. Look at it. We don't even give time to talk. Both teams readied up immediately. Okay.
They want it. They want it bad. They're ready to go. I'm very liking the energy that we're seeing in this set already. Clam Blitz on Inkblood is going to be the map that we're going to see coordination come out to a T, so I'm expecting Dragons to win this one, especially with the compositions they've been showing. Although I don't love the splash pick. I think that Bomb Rush would have been better here. I don't know.
But we have seen the Dragons be really well. Oh, a 2v1 situation with the Soda Slosher on the left, and somehow gets a trade for it. So that's kind of a lucky that they escaped with that. Eevee getting called out here, having to escape a little bit, but this is the mode that the Dragons beat Twisted Time on last time, and obviously we see them basically control Red Sun start to finish on it as well. So this could be their bread and butter as 2 players go down for Twisted Time. Silence building up an ink armor to pop it, and they are going in, taking down Dan up in the bunker as well. So just kind of an awkward situation. They don't even have 10 clams as a team, but they're in the position to get something going here, and they're gonna have to back out as Heaven is the last player left alive. So another awkward Clamblitz push that we've seen on stream so far today.
Yeah, and it's very uncharacteristic. I would have expected them to at least, take a little bit of time before pushing right back up there. I mean, I guess they saw the opportunity and took it, but they could have just waited in plat instead of pushing all the way up, especially into that bunker, and gone back, gotten some clams, especially if you're Waffle in that scenario. Like, that's probably your first priority. As we see 2 on the left side of the map here, Twisted Time going down, unfortunately, and that's looking like it could be something for Dragon's Wave? Maybe? They've got the clams, let's see what they do.
So far in the first minute and a half, we've only had 1 special be popped by Twisted Time, and it's the rain by the E-Leader. They've held bubbles ready, and they're just now firing. I've been saying they've been holding on to those bubbles for a long time, and now it's a little too late as bubbles get popped, but it cost them their life to do so, and now we're going to see the floodgates start to open up, and the points are going to pile in for the Dragons. They've got a couple of clans left to go here. They do have map control of the enemy plat. Some specials coming out here to clean up a few more players, and now clams starting to spawn in convenient locations for the Dragons. Silence taking down the last player, but with nothing else really going, is opting to hold on to mid. Damage done, finally, for the Dragons, as Twisted Time is pushed back onto their heels here.
The way the clam spawns work in this map, you know, it's so close together. It's like there are just so many clam spawns in mid, especially, and there's just so many clam spawns in general in this close quarters map that if you have an extended push, it's going to net you a big push. And so because of that, that's why teams love like pushing way up here. But unfortunately for Twisted Time, they have not gotten any kind of stranglehold on any area of the map, really. It seems like Dragon's Wave is always in control of mid. Finally, Shadow takes down the player of Wave there and gets a little bit of purple in mid, but here come the specials.
Yeah, you know, what's really gotten the Dragons all these wins in Clan Blitz is once they get a lead, they keep the aggression up until like the last minute to 30 seconds or so is when they switch to this defensive turtling up mode. We see bubbles coming down from the steps, and it's enough to get the pop on the basket. Power Clam jumping in here, but players starting to get cleaned up. But there are clams at the basket, but Eevee being the last player left alive, and you see them starting to paint up. They need to find that carbon roller, and they found him all right. A smack in the face, but it's not enough to keep the zone going a little bit longer, but it should be enough to keep Twisted Time in control of mid. I said they were looking for him. They found him.
And that's honestly so huge because now Twisted Time is back in the driver's seat. You know, especially when you go 4 down during those pushes, like the other team is going to start ramping back up and get the clams and get everything that they need to, including mid control and specials. And while we do see that here, Twisted Time is in a much better advantageous position to maybe stop this or at least put the brakes on it a little bit early. But no, looks like Dragon's Wave is just barreling right through. They've got 10 clams already. Turtle throwing in those clams. Eevee going down. That's 3 down on the side of Twisted Time. They're going back to get clams. We see Silence up here with Heaven trying to hold the fort. They've got the power clam. It's jumping in. They've got the wall. That's going to be it. Dragon's Wave taking game 3.
You know, when Minnow Cup has their Clam Blitz tournament coming up, I assume not this month, but probably the next one, I really want to see the Dragons playing it. They seem like they know how to play Clan Blitz extremely well. Well, probably by that time they're going to be banned from all the tournaments we're playing at the rate they're growing. My goodness! But here they go. You got to force a bracket reset if you're the Dragons. They're currently up 2-1. It looks like we do have a little bit of a substitution coming from the side of Twisted Time. They brought in their Kensa Junior player for that Clan Blitz mode. It looks like they're probably going to bring back in Kaiser, the 96 gal that we've seen in the other 2 modes, other 2 maps leading up to this one. But we're going to be heading to Tower Control at Mako Mart. And if you are a Carbon Roller main, you are probably ecstatic that this map is showing up.
Yes, especially Tower Control, where you can just sneak up on the tower and just pop them from below, especially since the tower is so tall. These ledges, these very, very nice sharking spots for this Carbon are going to be just absolutely amazing on the side of Twisted Time. And so, again, I want to see them support it, especially... And you know, like, do you pick E-Leader here? Do you keep going with the gal? Like, how do you support this Carbon? And while we have seen Twisted Time do well with it, I feel like it's mostly Eevee getting opportune plays from the mistakes of Dragons, like especially when they pushed into mid during that Inkblock game when they shouldn't have, when they knew the Carbon was alive and didn't paint around that pillow. I think it's mostly Eevee capitalizing on mistakes, and it's not Twisted Time getting Eevee into positions where he can make great plays. And I think that that's a big distinction, and that's what I want to see more of from Twisted Time.
Yeah, like players like that create plays for themselves. You almost think it's like a solo queue kind of mindset, which you don't like seeing in competitive, but Eevee creates plays. out of nowhere. Like, it creates the own paint, creates the own opportunities. And if you're the Dragons, what you need to do is you need to paint them out. You need to make sure, and you need to find where they are at all times. Obviously, that one time they lost track of them is when Eevee just kind of popped out like a gopher and smacked them right in the face. Even with that kind of issue of losing track of Eevee, they're still able to be up in this set 2-1. It looks like we are having a Twisted Time, or no, the Dragons are now having a little bit of issues. Unless our producer Inkfarer is playing for this team. Okay, the other player finally joined the lobby there. Keep in mind, the Dragons, they did DC once in the Red Sun set. Yeah. They're still given a mulligan here if there is any connection issues going forward. They do get one mulligan in this set as long as the DC happens within the certain time frame. But so far, it seems like we've had some solid connections for the most part between both teams, and we are.
Looks like Red Sun.
And once again, they're not wasting any time. They know what weapons they want to do. They don't care that the other team is going to know what they're going to do, and we're going right into this game.
Yes, we are, and I'm excited. And again, let's see what they do. I love the switch to Hydra here. I actually love it here, and I think that Dragons has the paint to keep out this Carbon, but let's see if they're able to stand up to this Hydra, because it's going to be oppressive. It's going to be slow moving on that tower and just being an absolute turret. And especially with the support from the Junior and the T-Tech, this is going to be a very nice game, I feel, from Twisted Time. Unfortunately, one of them going down because Heaven is just a better player, apparently.
I'm going to point out that is a Hydra with Object Shredder and main power-up. Armor is not even going to be a thing to that Hydra. It's just going to wipe it off like it's just an annoying fly on its face. But Waffle going down there as a... Yeah, I feel like Twisted Time's comp is really good here. Inkjet works out really well, so T-Tech's a good pick. Obviously, Carbon Roller. This is a Carbon Roller playground. As we see Eevee jumping around like a dolphin, just smacking people in the face. And this Hydra right in the tower right here, this is a really good spot for them to be in. They can kind of keep players alive, but Heaven in the back door! God has come calling from Heaven and sent a Booyah Bomb and shut down this push before it could even get started. It looked like they're in position to clear that check. Oh, and here we go. Some other sharking going on. Kaiser stuck very sneakily in a little bit of ink, and two players immediately going right back down with the side of the Dragon. So Twisted Time will take another stab at this checkpoint here.
I was just about to compliment Twisted Time for being coordinated, for doing exactly what Dragon's Wave was doing to them, and then all of a sudden they pull out that play, and it seems like Dragon just has, like, something up their sleeve every time Twisted Time tries to do something. But now we just see Eevee bop, getting one, trying to go for another. You see the armor come out, but Eevee's just already a massive thorn in this team's side, two going down on both sides, as this second checkpoint is going to leave Twisted Time wiped.
Yeah, and they just get through like a fourth of it, but still damage done. That's a good one. Oh no! Are you serious?
Wait, but they already pushed past 50.
Oh my God! Not again!
Not again!
This is gonna count, isn't it? Yeah, because like you said, it got past 50. I guess the real question is gonna be, okay, they stopped. I think they have to keep playing here,
right?
I think they have to keep playing. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not. Even if they keep playing, the odds of them actually win. There's so much time left here that it would be next to impossible for them to get rolling here. But I guess the question is Chad is saying past 30. I'm not totally sure myself. This is going to be a TO thing. Regardless, Twisted Time has replay. JPEG saying replay. Okay. So I believe it is 30 after. But still, once again, keep in mind, that's their only mulligan. If this happens again for Twisted Time, this is going to count. But this flowing sucks for this, man. We can't keep seeing this, guys. Get you a LAN cable. I have a 50-foot one, and it looks weird running up my stairs. But, my goodness. This is the only thing slowing down what has been a fantastic tournament so far. But hopefully we don't have any more issues going forward. The players are already back in the lobby.
You know what's funny? Twisted Time pushed literally to 37, and then literally seconds after, Shadow DCs. So, you know, like, good awareness from Twisted Time, predicting the DC, and, you know, just making sure they don't push too far before that. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to Twisted Time. Tactical. It was tactical.
Well, the good news is players
Fighting against the netcode.
Good news is players are back in. We're ready up. We're already getting this game going. But that's if you're the Dragons, this is a blessing, honestly, because that was a deep hole they got into, and the game having to be reset. This is not what Twisted Time wants. They lose their mulligan. A huge dub there for the Dragons. Basically a gift. But we see Eevee getting control of their stack, picking up right where they left off, taking down the Neo Splash-O-Matic Turtle, trying to hold down this left stack here. Is able to do so and dodge a Splat Bomb as well. So already a better opening for the Dragons than last game.
Right, exactly. Oh, I had something that I wanted to say, but I wasn't. I remember. Haunt? I saw Eevee wearing Haunt.
Yes.
And I was not expecting that on Carbon, but I really like that. I think it's a super underutilized ability, and that more Slayers should be using it, especially in combination with something like Quick Respawn, or just in general, because you're going to be going down quite a bit, and if you're able to take them out, that's just a huge boost. And just knowledge in general is huge. And you know what else is huge? That Hydra standing on that tower, shoving 3 members of Dragon's Wave into the same area and not letting them go.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Wait.
What? I'm so confused right now. Oh, what in the world, dude? What is
DC
this?
together? It must have been a combination DC.
I can't. No, I'm so. What happened there?
Was that like DC at the same time? That had to have been intentional.
Yeah, but who? Is this like a lobby issue? Like we didn't DC. What? I've never seen this. I'm genuinely.
Give the game to Twisted Time.
I'm genuinely lost right now.
Did they just give away the game? Oh!
Hold on. We're gonna do some investigations here. They're not in the lobby. We've gone back to the lobby here, and it's just Twisted Time and our producer. They dropped from the tournament? Is that what you're saying? What? They just dropped from the whole tournament. Are you so okay, yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now. They just said we drop, you guys win. And our staff is investigating this because this is the most bizarre finish to any tournament you will ever see in your life. But as of right now, our sources are telling us that the Dragons have just dropped the tournament. Okay. Fine.
They are a European team, right?
Yes, this is an EU team.
So they might have been like, it might have been getting too late. You know, like it is turning like probably like midnight for some of them. Yeah, they're a German team, so I guess that they had to go. I guess they couldn't find a sub, something, anything. What?
And just like that, Twisted Time has won Low Inc. March 2021 in the most ridiculous fashion you will ever see. The clock literally struck midnight on the Dragons here. And oh my goodness, I apologize because we were set up for a fantastic set here. And I've never seen this happen. I have never seen anything like this happen. I've never heard of anything like this happening. A team in grand finals just saying it's bedtime?
Peace.
Yes.
You know who I feel the worst for? You know who I feel the worst for? I feel the worst for Red Sun.
Red Sun!
Who DC'd. Dragons took the win. And then they went on to grand finals just to drop. That hurts.
Joining us now in the VC is the head TO for the tournament, JPEG, and the head organizer of our entire organization, IPL, Ho and Hero. I assume you guys have some things you want to say here.
Yeah. We just want to mention that nothing like this has ever happened before. So to keep the stream going, we're gonna see if we can get that last game of Gamma Bracket to hopefully end the stream on a better note. Otherwise, if we can't, this might be the end of the Low Ink Day 2 stream. Pretty unorthodox, but so interesting stuff happens during tournaments. So stuff like this happens. So thanks for sticking with us. All right, that's all from me. Thanks for sticking around.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to try to bring you guys some Gamma Bracket action and just dump 300 viewers into a Gamma Bracket set. I'm fine to do that.
I'm quite all right.
I'm sure the people streaming that would be weird, but let's start. Hey, let's credit to Twisted Time. They have technically just won this entire tournament. And they are your March 2021 Low Ink champions. I mean, it's disappointing. That's not the way they want to win it. But regardless, they did win winner's bracket. They came into the set. It looked like they were going to win that Mako Mark game if they didn't DC earlier.
Right.
So you want to see the set play out, but Twisted Time seem like the better team.
Yeah, exactly. They look like the better team. They look like the better team in set 1 that they played against the Dragons. They look like the better team just in general today. Like, I 100% give them this win.
Hold. We're being told to hold in all capital letters by JPEG. Stick with us here, folks. This is kind of we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants here. There is no rule written in the rule book that says how to handle working with a we're told we're working on a thing. It'll be in once we confirm it. So in the meantime,
we're in uncharted territories.
We're in very uncharted territories. You kidding me? This is awesome. Welcome to Low Ink.
Anything can happen.
In the meantime, we're gonna switch over to Battle of the Free Agents and to start streaming that until we figure out what's going to be gone here. They tell us to feel free to keep talking or whatever. So I don't know how you doing today, Magic. How are you? 300 plus people in chat watching, waiting for something to happen here. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Hold on. JPEG's back in. JPEG, what's up?
We saw your requests. I have contacted Red Sun. I've contacted Twisted Time. We have a new grand final set.
Whoa, no way.
Red Sun versus Twisted Time. All right. So I hope you guys enjoy.
So are we starting fresh? 0-0?
We're starting fresh. Red Sun versus Twisted Time.
God. Welcome. If you were hoping for a Red Sun versus Twisted Time, you will never see this again, ladies and gentlemen. We are restarting everything. The Dragons have dipped out of the tournament and back from the dead with their bronze medal still in their hands. Red Sun has been given a second life, and we are starting all over. Wow.
I am floored right now. I am absolutely floored.
Oh my lord. Okay, well, Red Sun versus Twisted Time.
Holy cow. This is the craziest tournament set I think I've ever witnessed or been a part of.
Look, shout out. Look, I tell you this right now. This doesn't happen unless Twisted Time agrees to it. Twisted Time had the trophy, and they could have just walked away with it. So they're agreeing to this. So regardless of how this set goes, shout out to Twisted Time. That big ups to them because they didn't have to agree to anything. I'm assuming they just decided that they want to earn this outright, and we are going to get a true finish to this whole tournament. And yeah, I guess we're just. Oh wait, no, Red Sun's already in the lobby. I wasn't even paying attention to the thing. So yeah, we're getting started here. Red Sun versus Twisted Time, Game 1, Rainmaker main stage.
To me, this is the spirit of competition, right? And I applaud Twisted Time for this wholeheartedly. It's not about winning. It's not about the achievement. It's about playing the game. It's about having a great time with your team, improving, playing together, and doing your best, doing what you can to earn the victory, to earn each set. And I am just so happy to see the set keep going. I am so happy.
Yeah. Yeah, so here we go. Red Sun, Delta, Admir, Beam, and Tina. So again, no Tinta Brush in for this Rainmaker game. And what a blessing, not just that Red Sun's in this one, but their first game is Rainmaker. They're the map and mode that they're known for. Obviously, they lost the last one because of the DC. But here we go. Twisted Time, running it right back. New opponents, new set.
Here we go. This is Low Inc. March 2021 Grand Finals, and I am so excited to be commentating here as Red Sun gets this pop early on. Admir with Delta trying to make some moves. We already see Tina have the hammer at the ready, and Twisted Time strikes first.
Yeah, taking down one player, but one player on their own going down. Eevee taking control of the street. We talked about creating plays. That time it doesn't work. They were ready for it. Delta able to take down Eevee with the assistance of Tina and the Nautilus, Admir, and now they get an opportunity to get their push going as well. Last time we talked about Twisted Time being a little hesitant to get pushes going. Red Sun is not going to waste any opportunity. When the window is there, they strike fast. And right now they only got 47 points on the board. But at least they have control of the game in the first minute.
And I still think that Tina's up over near their base. I don't see Tina anywhere else. Now they go down off screen. Okay, they found her. And Red Sun with a good starting push, at least to start off with. You know, it's not going to win by any means, but it puts some pressure on Twisted Time. It gets the Rainmaker back out of mid and prevents stuff like Eevee just absolutely collapsing on them with all that paint from Rainmaker pop. A great inkjet shot from Admir, and we see the fights looking like they're going in the favor of Red Sun as this hammer is at the ready, as this armor is at the ready, and here comes Red Sun, already pushing down into the pit, already going down to 30, and the E-Leader is stuck here up in the front trying to take down the Rainmaker. 17, and that's a great push. Unfortunately getting taken down by Eevee, and Admir's the only one left alive, and that Haunt coming into play right now as he's getting called out, backed up all the way from mid, and having to give up so much control.
Yeah, you know, we talked about, you mentioned Haunt. Eevee uses Haunt pretty much every single time that he uses Carbon there. And yeah, it kind of works out so they can see, but still, damage done, 17 points. So basically, if Twisted Time wants to get the lead here, they're gonna need to find a way to get up that ramp and like slightly turn the corner. But two players going down. This is your window for Twisted Time. Eevee starting to push up. Kaiser with the Rainmaker, Dan with the E-Leader, watching things from behind. They have their window here. Players starting to spawn back in. Tina on that upper right area is going to collapse on the Rainmaker. There's just nowhere for them to go once everybody was in position for Red Sun.
We saw the same thing out of Twisted Time from when they were playing against against the Dragons. And Tina using that upper area exactly how they needed to. Shadow coming in, finding a nice pick on Bean, climbing all the way up to mid, as this Rainmaker is a bit stuck, especially with Shadow up on the sniper area. I love how these teams both use this snipe area to just leverage against the enemy pushes coming back in, and they use it so well. I really like that from these teams, and that's why I know these teams are easily the cream of the crop. The cream always rises to the top in low rank alpha bracket.
One way or another, yeah, they find themselves into alpha bracket. But here we go, rounding this corner once again. You got to get up that ramp. It's slightly around the corner. That's why the 17-point lead is so huge. You can't just tie the lead. You got to break it. And three players going down for Twisted Time. Red Sun taking the Rainmaker back to mid, milking the clock, painting up mid, and getting another opportunity to put this Rainmaker deep into enemy territory. Tina getting called out, but somehow escapes. So, and is opting to retreat here. So it looks like we're going to see another deep flank coming at some point. But still, even though the Rainmaker isn't getting pushed by Red Sun, the time is ticking away, and that is OW for Red Sun.
Here comes Tina on this hammer, trying to make something work. Still not getting taken down by that splashdown, even with all these armors. And here comes Twisted Time, moving as a unit, seeing this Carbon coming out, trying to make plays, trying to find something, having to back up here with a Kobe. throwing that burst bomb, able to find another pick, and this is looking like it's going to be the window for Twisted Time. Fortunately, even going down, but it's still not going to stop them quite yet. We do see this Charger trying to take down the members of the team that are hanging around up on these higher areas, trying to find these snipes, trying to find something, as Tina's sharking up here and right where they want to push.
Yeah, they can't take... Yeah, look, they're opting to take the Rainmaker to the left. I say they can't go with Tina still alive, guarding that area. So now they're opting to go to the left. That forces Tina down to the pit, and they try to find a way to get a few picks or so. They do take down Tina. Well, but the Inkjet from Admir does just enough to stall this out. Only 10 seconds remaining. Shadow sharking in the snipe. Is able to survive a little bit, but Eevee does go down, and with 3 seconds remaining, they have to pick up the Rainmaker. Red Sun will not let them get to it, and there you go. Red Sun, who was not expected to be in this position, is currently up 1-0 in this phantom set that we have found ourselves in.
When life gives you lemons, you try and win every single game that you can, even if they have to go through a bracket reset, even if they don't end up winning this set. Red Sun is fighting and fighting because they want this tournament, and you can feel it.
Can you imagine what's going through both teams' minds right now? Like,
no.
the emotion in both VCs must be all over the place with everything that happened. Twisted Time basically agreeing to keep this tournament going when they didn't have to. Red Sun, remember how Red Sun lost in losers? From a DC in a game they had the lead. Like, we were talking about how they were probably just so distraught with how that game ended.
Right.
And now to come out here and win game one, and keep in mind, Red Sun has to force a bracket reset if they want to win this tournament. So yes, they're up 1-0 right now, but they need to win at least 7 more if they want to win this thing. And now Twisted Time, who lost game 1 against the Dragons, now coming into game 2, Splat Zone's a Canal that they won on earlier against the Dragons. A situation here for them to bounce back, and we do see Vertigo coming in for Tina, so the tent player is in, Brush player is out.
And I'm excited to see that, especially on Snapper Canal, where the tent is just so hard, especially with these tight choke points leading up to the enemy bases. And especially when you're trying to paint zone, because it's so small, the tent can actually paint a lot of the zone just by sending that shield and just letting it go through the zone. It's actually really, really nice. So I love this adjustment here, and I think that Vertigo is going to do great, especially with that hammer, especially with the ink mines on such a small zone. And here comes Admir on the mini instead of that usual Nautilus, and getting sniped right away. Don't forget that there's an E-leader. This is insane already, as Twisted Time gets 2 down, and this is looking like it's going to be a great push from the side of Twisted Time.
Yeah, and the last game against the Dragons started the same way. The E-leader getting a very early pick and is able to do so right here as well. And then the E-leader dying immediately, which is what happened. It's a very deja vu moment right here for Twisted Time, as now Red Sun able to establish a little bit of control here. Delta forcing Kaiser back at least for a little bit now, but Kaiser opting to come back in by themselves. But 2 players going down for the side of Red Sun. Delta getting caught into a little bit of a pincer situation here. Oh no, actually that's their own side of the map. So Red Sun able to hold zone for just a little bit, but now the penalty points applied. And Eevee still on that Octobrush, which worked out for them earlier against the Dragons here. Eventually might need to start cooking at some point if they want to get back into this game.
Exactly, but 2 going down again. It looks like Red Sun's just keeping up the pressure, utilizing every area of the map that they can, using all of the specials to do what they need to, throwing this hammer at Shadow, trying to find something. Unfortunately, Shadow can take down Admiral here as Red Sun is pushing in. We see Beam jumping somewhere, and now Twisted Time has a little bit of a window of opportunity to finally get this set going. Dan going to be uncontested here on this E-leader in a nice spot. Bomb Rush coming out, and here come the specials. Here comes everything from Red Sun as they go 2 down, but Admir's finally back in the back lines, trying to take out everyone, forcing the jump out and forcing the zone to go over to a 1v1 in the zone. And wait, the tent's on the other side. Shadow's just trying to stay alive and somehow is able to with that Inkjet intact. And now Twisted Time's coming back again with forces at the ready.
You say penalty points gone now. Twisted Time does have a bit of a man advantage. It looks like they will cap the zone right back here. And this is where Twisted Time needs to start re-establishing control here. They need to get their players back in. It seems like too many players are trying to make hero plays for Twisted Time. We see, I mean, it's worked out for them again, but once again, Eevee going down pretty quickly, and now Special's coming out for Red Sun as they take back the zone. So for Twisted Time, obviously, we can't comprehend the emotions going on in this set right now, but it looks like it is affecting Twisted Time's play a little bit.
Yeah, look at how split up they are. You know, they've got the missiles and everything. They're able to take down Vertigo here just barely, but it looks like they're getting picked off in situations where they really don't need to be going down, and it's causing their play to be just a little bit scattered, just a little bit chaos, especially with that tent trying to play around it. And that chaos is exactly what Red Sun's going to thrive in my opinion. And now, as we see the time ticking down, we see Twisted Time maybe gonna take the lead here, especially with that Splash-O-Matic going down, especially with the flank coming in. We see Tina trying to take down Dan here, trying to go against these missiles. That's not Tina, it's Vertigo on the hammer. And 2 going down on the side of Red Sun here. Beam trying to make something work, but that's only going to be 1 left alive. And 20 ticks remaining is not going to be enough. But Admir gets 1 tick. Wait a minute, Red Sun's not done yet. Trying to go for the zone here, trying to find anybody they can. Kaiser just feeding right into the shots of that mini Splatling, and 1 minute left to go. Beam, Dan decides that it's time to seal the deal.
I feel like Twisted Time is starting to wake up here, especially Shadow, already 15 KA. This guy is popping off right now, and the rest of Twisted Time is responding. A 2v2 situation here. 30 seconds left on the clock, so there's still plenty of time for things to happen here as everybody starts to spawn back in. Eevee stuck in an awkward 1v1 on the right side. Vertigo does go down for Red Sun. Kaiser staying alive in zone, just trying to keep it green, trying to apply some penalty points right back to Red Sun, and ultimately gets taken down. And all of a sudden, it's 4v2, and it looks like they found another player here on the back side, but no, they're just painting up. Admir's going to have missiles ready once again, sees the flank with the missiles, and now pops them here. Can Twisted Time do enough? They kill a player in the zone, but Shadow goes down as well as Eevee just slapping that brush silly. Now popping missiles, that should be enough to get it into control for Twisted Time. And tie up the set. What a piece.
The missile usage from Eevee? Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten zone because of that tent umbrella? And just knowing that they had the time to do that, to capture the zone, Eevee is insane. What? How do you just stand in the face of a tent umbrella and decide, I'm gonna missile here? And then just capture and win the game? What?
Yeah, that's a gutsy play. and he popped. He actually died because the hammer got popped and killed him, but it was too late. Like you said, the missiles coming off just put the paint on the ground needed to flip it into control for Twisted Time. And here we go. Clam Blitz at Art Academy. Again, this is the one that we're following the script right where we picked up. We probably could have just started in Game 4 if this was how things were going to go. But Red Sun or Twisted Time lost this one earlier against the Dragons, but obviously a new team here. Tina still staying out. Vertigo staying in. The tent. Again, we're talking about the tent isn't lighting up the scoreboard per se, but it's still doing so much for the rest of Red Sun that it's affecting the final score of the game.
And that tent umbrella is going to be so critical here, especially on that slick ramp that you can't paint on the left side of the map when you're trying to go towards the basket. The tent umbrella can just shred teams open from there because most of them just don't know how to defend against it. So it's going to be interesting to see if Twisted Time is going to be able to make that adjustment, especially with Dan here. Like, I'd love to see a Hydra here to try and counteract that tent umbrella, to try and counteract the armor, and counteract Red Sun's very aggressive playstyle. Even though it might not seem like it might seem a little bit counterintuitive, Hydra is actually really useful here. So I'd like to see that adjustment, but other than that, I'm expecting to see Red Sun just tear apart Twisted Time.
And here we go. No real surprises as the comp chains Beam sticking with that K shot that's got him really far into this tournament here. The vanilla Tintabrella with missiles and beacons. And again, the E-leader with Dan doubling down with that E-leader. It did seem to work out crazy well against the Dragons. But Eevee able to take down Vertigo before any beacons can get set up and is now rotating over to the right side. Teammates obviously calling out where some other Red Sun players are. Now we see both players sharking right on top of each other. Okay. And
it's gonna work?
That's gonna work? Oh my goodness.
Of course it's gonna work. Twisted Time just taking over this game right now, trying to get every single pick that they can. The jump in with the clam, Jan gonna be able to dunk that one. The bubble is gonna be able to hold on as we see this Kensa Jr. player coming in once again for Clam Blitz. Unfortunately, there's gonna be 4 going down actually on the side of Twisted Time. Not gonna get anything more than a power clam and a single clam. As we see the Carbon doing the same thing that we saw against Dragons, coming back in and finding a pick to just try and throw off and get a little bit more control so that the enemy team isn't going to steamroll them after that wipe. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Shadow finding one, able to go down to that bomb here, and it looks like Twisted Time is just trying to scrap out right now, trying to frag out, trying to make sure that the momentum, it can't be built up on the enemy team.
Yeah, but that could come back to bite them if they go down, if they have too many players going down. Dan getting oh, that looked like a clean kill that it ended up being a trade. Now it's a 2v2 situation. But again, where is this Carbon roller? The Carbon is the last one left alive. I don't feel comfortable going up there. And there they are on the right side. And I think players are starting to realize that now. Do they opt to go up this step? Missiles coming out as well, forcing Twisted Time into an uncomfortable situation. Look how purple this map is right here. But a missed throw that would have popped the basket open. Still a 2v2 because the Tit's going to come here and clean it up. Nice play by Vertigo to get lead. Can't get any more. Very awkward. I hate how clamps spawn right at the basket. That is so messed up. But still, Twisted Time survives, but they do lose lead off of it. Heads up play by Vertigo.
Yeah, Twisted Time made a very good play by stopping the player that was going up to bats very early on. Wait a minute, Eevee, no, don't do it to him. Okay, we didn't see it, but this Inkjet's gonna come and tear Red Sun apart. There's nobody stopping this flank from Eevee as the jumps come in. I don't think they realize still. Delta finally jumping over. This bubble's coming out. That's gonna be 3 down, unfortunately, and some clams coming in finally. But that's a huge push after that wipe, and now Red Sun's not going to make the same mistake of letting Eevee get back into the map. Delta already pushed up way far, trying to prevent them from getting back into mid, and here comes Vertigo. Here comes Red Sun, taking down Eevee, taking down another, and returning the fire right back on the side of Twisted Time to prevent them from getting any kind of establishment in mid, and this is going to be lead for Red Sun.
You know, that was a Rainmaker push right here by Red Sun. And actually, Bert has the clam they need to get the lead, and they do get the power clam as well as the wipe. But that was a Rainmaker push by Red Sun. Yeah, Twisted Time got lead, but they get wiped doing it. And Red Sun immediately ran straight toward their basket. And that is, we're not seeing the same kind of response by Twisted Time, because they just got a wipe. But instead, they're opting to just kind of build up some clams, build up some specials, and go for mid. There is window here, and Red Sun's just better at recognizing when to go with that window, and right now it's got them very close to a win here with about 1:15 left to go on the clock.
And that's something we like to call acceleration, right? It's when you can speed up your gameplay really quickly by having a player like that Junior, like that Tintabrella, to just gain control of an area, keep control of an area, and force fights to be taken faster and in better positions for you. Unfortunately, we see the bubbles coming in and forcing the area of this platform to be in Twisted Time's favor, and the flank is going to be trying to make the lead for Twisted Time, but it's not going to be enough. 2 players are up there, but unfortunately, Red Sun at the last possible second takes down both members that were flanking. They need to take care of that bats area. If they want to stop pushes like that from happening again, they need to be careful of that right side. But now it's 30 seconds left, and both teams have a power clam, and this is probably looking like it's going to go to overtime unless Red Sun can dunk it in the next few seconds.
Yeah, all really they have to do is pop the basket and then throw in about 4 or 5 clams to get a lead here. If not another power clam, this Inkjet's going to be huge from Admir if they can find a way to get a pick. If anything, Twisted Sun is pushed back, and here comes the bubbles. I love this pressure from Red Sun. They're playing like the team that's losing right now, and Eevee being the last player left alive. Red Sun pops the basket, just throws in 1 more clam to get the lead, and there you go. It's almost like the bracket reset never happened. We're going into Game 4 with the team from the losers bracket being up 2-1 over Twisted Time. Take out the script, cross out Dragon Dynasty Wave, right in Red Sun. We're picking up right where we left off.
So you're saying there's a script. So you're saying JPEG has been behind this the entire time?
Yeah. Who's writing this crap, and how come we're not getting paid enough to play it out? Like, only got 500 channel points, doggone it. Come on. Anyway.
I'm so excited to see the composition back here from Twisted Time. Like, I'm expecting to see good things from Twisted Time on this map one more time. But we do see the switch in to Tina, and we see the switch out of the K Jr. on the other side, going back into the Kaiser, probably. And this is... I'm just loving everything about this set right now. This is perfect.
If you to the guy in chat asking what happened to Dragon Dynasty Wave, we don't know. They're just gone.
Being honest.
Now, I guess all we need to see is I forget who DC'd for Twisted Time in this first game. I think it was the T-Tech that they had, maybe Shadow or something like that. But here we go once again for the 3rd time. Tower control, Mako Mart. Let's see if we can just get through this one. Keep your fingers crossed. Let's go through here. I guess thing to note: Vertigo is out. Tina is in. Tina has liked to use Octobrush, I believe, for these tower control matches. So, yes. I guess we're going to expect the same kind of comp from Twisted Time. They use T-Tech. They use the Inzat or Junior. Carbon Roller and a Hydra, I believe, is what they used last time. The Hydra seemed to work out really well here, and the fact that the tint is gone, honestly, if you're Tina, you do not want to see a Hydra come out here. So that's really going to be the key, I think, is can that Hydra shut down all the flanks that Red Sun's going to throw at them?
I'm not sure because of the mobility of the Octobrush, and especially with how the Octobrush interacts with Tower. It's a very wonky type, you have no idea if you're gonna get hit or not. Usually you just get hit, and especially if Tina's gonna use these aisles and the cover really well, especially avoiding that Hydra. Like you see, she's going over to the left here, away from that Hydra. It's gonna be very, very nice as we see Tina already engaging, already getting one, getting Shadow, and Admir trying to follow up once the armor gets popped. That's 2 down on the side of Twisted Time, 2 down on the side of Red Sun as well. Fighting off screen, of course, Delta and Admir are trying to push the tower just a teensy little bit, and Admir going down finally. And here comes Twisted Time with an armor of their own. And this looks like it's going to be a pretty strong push as they're backing up Tina, they're backing up Beam, and this looks like Hydra's going to get on this tower, and it's going to be a hard push through this first checkpoint.
Yeah, we've seen this story before. Twisted Time has an awkward first minute, and then they finally get control, and they cleared the first checkpoint. 2 players now going down. Tina popping this Inkjet, but isn't really going to accomplish a whole lot with it. Now they know where Tina is forced to jump out. The question is, can they get across the second checkpoint? It's very difficult to do. It's right here, right smack in the open, behind a couple of walls with a couple of Inkjets coming out from Red Sun to try to shut this push down. And so far, 2 players immediately go down, but they still get past the checkpoint. That is huge. Shadow being the last player left alive. I guess I should mention they're using Soda Slosher instead of the T-Tech they were using last time. So a switch, and so far it's helped them out as Twisted Time is all over the first minute and a half of this game.
And here comes Red Sun to try and counteract this push, trying to counteract everything they can by trying to snowball. Eevee, unfortunately, going to take down 2 before getting taken down themselves. the inkjets are just not enough on the side of Red Sun. This very aggressive composition with the missiles with the double inkjet. I'm not sure if I agree with these plays. You know, they're going for a bloodbath here when they need to figure out how to support this tower, how to make sure that they're able to use specials like this bomb rush, like the chicken rush to support the tower pushes. And as we see Shadow using this burst rush to its fullest effect by using it with that combination with that slosher and able to take down enemies in their base.
Yeah, and here we go once again. Eevee kind of in a good position to start ledge camping there. Kaiser just keeping paving mid. It doesn't look like they're too interested in pushing up here. They shouldn't be, because Shadow has just gone down with that tri-slosher. So instead they're going to shark up, just hold control mid, and just try to bleed the clock. Look for a pick like they do, taking down the end zap, and now they're getting in position to get some things going again. But so far, Red Sun's really struggling to get some picks here. And Red, Twisted Time is able to just kind of capitalize off the fact that they're able to just kind of stay alive and hold positions on this map. And now they see an opportunity where they think they want to get some pushes going. And are you kidding me?
Oh my god, not again.
Yet another DC. And Lord knows if I can tell if this one's going to be replayed or not.
I think it's past 230, and I think that's the other benchmark. And especially now that it's past 30, and that Red Sun hasn't stopped playing, that it's going to count.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're still fighting.
So, I mean, Twisted Time, albeit had this one in the bag. This map is so cursed. I agree with Chad on this one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, technically Twisted Time already won this tournament, if you want to play that rule. So I'm not heartbroken over this, but if you're Red Sun, okay, so the good news for Red Sun is they didn't use their mulligan right there. The bad news is that's the play that DC'd in the losers finals, gosh, I guess an hour and a half ago. So that's not a good sign. They're still having connection issues. But for the course of this set, they still have their mulligan they can use if the DC happens at a real time. So I think it's better, honestly, that they just let that game end, because it didn't look like they were going to win it anyways.
Yeah, no, again, if we're talking about it's tactical, and especially like, we see Red Sun switching out Tina and Vertigo specifically, but if Admir keeps having problems, they can switch him out. They can sub him out, and even though they probably aren't used to playing that way, at the end of the day, they can still have 4 people in the lobby if they really, really want to play this out and are like really close to like a win or something, and they see Admir DCing a lot. So it can be okay. I'm not super worried, but on Rainmaker the Reef, I'm actually worried more if I'm Twisted Time, because this looks like it's going to be a very, very good setup for Red Sun. I think Red Sun is by far the better team here.
The problem, I mean, this is going to be in the back of your minds amongst a gazillion other things at this point, is if you're Red Sun and you get a huge lead here on Rainmaker, which wouldn't be surprising if they did, it's going to be, okay, are we going to stay in here? Because then the mulligan's gone. I agree with keeping Admir in there as long as you still have that mulligan, but once you get a huge lead, you're locked into this game here, as we do see everybody starting to ready up. Beam coming out with the end zap as opposed to the K shot. No real difference here on the side of Twisted Time, but if you're Red Sun, this is a must-win game. You got to escape this match with a win if you want to keep this, keep your tournament hopes alive.
And they're going to be doing it the same fashion that they always do, using that aggression, trying to do as much damage as they can early on, get a man advantage. Unfortunately, Bean goes down there using that aggression, and you see Tina in a little bit of a tight spot here, underneath the bridge, finding this Slosher who's able to take her out, and here comes Twisted Time all the way into the enemy base. They're going to pick up this Rainmaker probably very soon, after getting maybe one more pick. Here comes the armor on the side of Red Sun, but the Rainmaker gets picked up. Now, it's going to be hard to get this push going, because you have to go across that block, but Tina's going to be right there, and they decide to abandon that block push and just take it a little bit further to 62. Really nice adjustment there, I think. Forcing Red Sun themselves to take the block. But we don't know where the Carbon is. There he is. Tina able to take them out. And now this looks like it could be a good push for Red Sun and Popgun. What do they need to do?
Well, they need to turn the corner and get up this ramp. And okay, so here we go. 40 points remaining. Eevee being the last player left alive. They can keep this push going, actually, if they can find a way, but no, Eevee's going to clean this up. I was going to say, even though 3 players were down for Twisted Time, unless that carbon roller is X'd out on the top of the map, I am not going to feel comfortable doing anything. So they're luckily able to find them. And for those of you keeping track of score, this game is still mulliganable if somebody were to DC. It's just been that kind of tournament. But 40 points remaining is a good score to have. But on a map like this, that can be wiped away. They basically just got to touch that wooden plat, that wooden ramp leading up to the spawn area up there, as Admir able to get a pick here. But for Red Sun, if you want to hold on to this lead, keeping control of mid, and look how much green is on their side of the map right now. That is going to be critical if they want to hold on.
Eevee just takes out 2 trying to go across the bridge after they got that pick on the Shadow. Wait, they popped in, Tina's here, and Tina's dodging all the Eevee trap, and they get it up to 32. That's a really, really strong push. It's like most of the way up that unpaintable ramp, which is just so hard to get up. That's fantastic play by Tina. Exactly what I was talking about earlier. Like, Tina knows how to play Rainmaker very, very well. I really like that pick on the Shadow earlier in mid and them collapsing and pushing off of it. Unfortunately, Eevee able to at least mitigate the damage. And now Twisted Time is doing a very strange thing here, pushing from the left side. And Tina gets a Tina with the fadeaway death gets the pick in the afterlife. Can I get some yeets in the chat? That was a fantastic play, and it netted the Rainmaker stop pushing for Twisted Time. Eevee's going to try and get a flank off here, but is probably going to go down to the Rainmaker. And Red Sun, although they're 2 down, they're at least mitigating the damage. This is so funny.
Oh, this is an incredible low ink throw. Oh, and another bomb coming out there. So here we go. Twisted Time. Where is the Rainmaker? It's on the Twisted Time side of the map.
Right.
Okay, so they're the defending team right here. They're looking to pop it and reset things. Dan, honestly, Dan on this bridge is kind of a good situation for Twisted Time. That's where you want to be if you want to abuse your range a little bit. In this, I mean, right now, things are just kind of stalled out. Twisted Time's looking for somebody to just kind of make a play here to get back into this game. Shadow going down. It looks like we saw them flanking on the other side. Dan's going to have to make a nice shot here if they want to kind of prevent more damage from being done. But Twisted Time able to pick up the Rainmaker. Eevee sharking right here. They got to know where it is right there. That nice inkjet pick. But the Rainmaker's still alive. The Rainmaker's the last player left alive. And with 1 minute left to go into the game, if you're Red Sun, you just want that clock to bleed out more than anything right now.
Exactly, and you can do that in a number of ways, especially shoving it as deep into the enemy territory as possible is a good thing as long as you don't wipe, as long as you maintain control of this mid-bridge. And unfortunately, Admir is going to get collapsed on by Shadow, and you're going to lose control of this bridge. And now, Twisted Time's in a fantastic position to push. We do see Tina has that hammer at the ready again, and is sharking all the way up in the enemy base and gets taken down. Unfortunate. Trying to go with it for a nice flank, but it's going to get called out, going to get taken down. And now 20 seconds left, and Red Sun just needs to hold that line for 20 more seconds before they dive on this Rainmaker.
No real Stingray, no GG bomb. If they could build a hammer and yeet it across, and we'll see that again. Inkjet getting popped here, and Eevee trying to take the Rainmaker does get taken. No, the Rainmaker's still on the bridge, but with 2 players left alive, they do take down the wrong player. The Rainmaker's still alive, but Delta swarming in, and Red Sun is 1 win away from forcing a bracket reset in this phantom bracket that we have found ourselves in here. But here we go. The Rainmaker games are gone for this set. So if you are Red Sun, you got to really dig in here and win on some modes that Twisted Time has been able to get some dubs in themselves.
Delta was so clutch that game. Taking the rain, like, especially during that play where he was the last one alive with the Rainmaker and it was 1v1 and decided to just say, all right, screw it. Eevee's coming at me, but I'm just going to dip and go all the way to the enemy side and put this Rainmaker in a really bad spot for them. And that saved them from having a really, really, like, tough situation that they had to deal with. And then going after the Rainmaker right there. Fantastic awareness from Delta, I have to say. And just the way that they held the line at the end, they held back. they didn't do anything. They waited for Eevee to overextend because they knew that Eevee was going to try and have to make a play. And with the Carbon doesn't have the paint that they can't make a play, then they can't make a play. And it was just beautiful. Beautiful play from Red Sun.
Whew. It's been quite the afternoon here at IPL Low Inc. March 2021 as we're now heading to Splat Zones at Piranha Pit. You know, as these teams go over the course of this set, obviously they played each other earlier in the winners brackets. So yeah, you're going to see both teams eventually start to get a feel, start to expect what's going to be coming, where the players are going to be coming from. For both teams, they're going to get a better understanding of what to expect from the opponent. So the real who's going to start winning these sets is who can better make the adjustment, and it doesn't have to be an adjustment in your comp, but it's going to be a more so an adjustment in your play style to kind of counter what's getting thrown at them. As we see double armor coming out for the side of Twisted Time, and a lot of paint too. So basically, this is your put the field into yellow and just let your ink brush player do the work.
Yeah, now they're giving Eevee the paint that he needs to run around and do exactly what he wants to do. But unfortunately gets taken down by Admir here because Admir on the Nautilus is just unstoppable himself. And that's 3 down on the side of Twisted Time. Twisted Time trying to take a book out of Red Sun by going double armor. But at least for that start, it didn't work. Here comes the armor, here comes the plays, here comes Eevee on that rush on the far side. Vertigo getting caught a little bit out here in this zone. Missiles coming in, and this looks like it could be Twisted Time retake with all this paint. It looks like it will be.
Yo, it's so hard to hold onto zones in this map, and it's so hard to steal them as well. So 68 points remaining is honestly a pretty decent score to have on this map. It's not one you're going to feel comfortable with 4 minutes, obviously, but as we see, this is Shadow, I believe, starting to do some damage over here, taking down a couple of players. But the zone is going to stay into control of Twisted Time, and you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get to put legit points up on the board. So Twisted Time really going to need to lock in here and not surrender anything because it's so hard to get consistent points on the board.
I think how both of these teams are being really, really disciplined here and going to this far side of the map, far, far away from the zone, regrouping there, and just moving back in with their special. I really love this from both sides, and we saw both sides do this. And now it looks like Twisted Time is going to be going down here. The special's coming in for Red Sun. Admir gets taken down with a couple of shots from Kaiser and another player, and all of a sudden, it looks like Twisted Time is going to be able to hold on to these zones. All of the specials, all of the juice for the Red Sun push has just been lost. And now they're back within their base and need to regroup one more time.
Yeah, I don't think Twisted Time has surrendered this zone since they grabbed it here. And again, it's been like 2 minutes, and they're just now getting to 50 remaining. But this is a critical push for them as they start throwing some specials. But all 4 specials online for Red Sun, and they're starting to pop them all now. Inkjet, Bomb Rush, Armor, and one player does go down. Beam goes down. Admir able to get an assist with the Inkjet as well, and they do cap the zone and put a huge penalty on to Twisted Time as Admir is just trying to survive. Shadow somehow escapes. Must have a kind of lucky they landed on that grate so they could activate Inkjet. Now Shadow's stuck in an awkward spot, but Red Sun able to regroup. They do have some specials to work with, and once again, a lot of penalty points on the side of Twisted Time, but still a huge lead with 2 minutes left to go.
That's essentially Beam over there suicided to try and get the bombs on the zone and did it at the perfect time so that they got the penalty onto Twisted Time. And it was really important, and now you see the benefit of it paying off. You know, now it's a much closer game, and with this penalty going down and everybody staying alive on the side of Red Sun, it could be the penalty getting done early and they could go for the lead here. And you said it's so hard to get points on this mode, especially with all the specials, with all the aggression that we see from Twisted Time, but Red Sun just stepped back and handled it this time, and now it's looking like they're going to get the lead unless Twisted Time can come back in here very quickly. They do have 2 armors coming up in very shortly, but it's not going to be enough time. We see the 4 members of Red Sun hiding behind the tent shield trying to make this fight happen, and they're able to take down Kaiser. They're able to take down Eevee as well, and the lead is going to go over to Red Sun, and they're going to hang on to the zone. This is 20 ticks remaining, and Red Sun's looking like they could bracket reset right here. Nobody's on the zone here. 2 go down on the side of Red Sun. 2 go down. We see Shadow going down as well, and this paint is enough, and Twisted Time is back. They're not done yet. This event is not over. Popgun.
Yeah. Hi. that 44 penalty points, that might as well be like 88 on this map. Look, they keep stalling the zone, and neither team is getting anything taken off their timer right here. It's really going to have, if you're Twisted Time, you need to get a wipe, like right now. Like, you need to wipe the other team and get solid control of this map. Nobody has gained a single point in about 40 seconds right now, and it looks like Red Sun might actually find a way to switch it back to their favor, but here we go. Twisted Time here switches it slightly into theirs. This whole minute, nobody has even scored a single point. It is impossible to do anything right here. Finally, Twisted Time stalls it for nothing, and we just had a minute of nothing happening on the scoreboard, and Red Sun, so close, who was not even in, who was so frustrated just an hour ago, is sitting here with the first bracket reset we've had since November of last year. And if you're Twisted Time, oh my goodness, I don't even know where to begin. Just the emotions of both teams. We're going to have to see Twisted Time really buckle in this set. Like, that is, they've won this tournament, and now they're in this situation. How mentally tough can you be to come back from everything that's just happened right now? Because everything is on Red Sun's side right now.
I mean, Red Sun is looking like the better team. Like, I just want to be very clear with that. Like, especially with how I saw Eevee trying to just go in for plays in these last 2 games, with how I see that they're going off of their normal comps and putting Shadow on stuff like NZAP. I don't agree. I think they're frustrated. I think that they're making desperation plays, and I don't like what I'm seeing for Twisted Time now. They need to mentally reset. They need to just take a step back and go back to what was working. Red Sun is looking like they're just a force. Like, just a force field that is not breakable.
I mean, we can't. We're in uncharted territory. There's no team or player that can say they've been in this kind of situation before. I always say grand finals are nervous as it is because you can't replicate it. You can scrim all you want, but you're never going to have that same kind of pressure as playing in a grand final set. Much less one that's been going on in the most unconventional fashion as this right here. But we're in a bracket reset for the first time in about 4 or 5 months here at Low Ink. It is now a true best of 7. First team to 4 wins is going to win this entire tournament. And we're going to Schellendorf Institute Tower Control. Magic, I don't know how much longer you and I can hang on for this by myself, but this is going to be a fun set. Hydra coming back out.
Oh, we do see the Hydra. I really like that adjustment as well. They love Hydra on tower control, and I think that's one of its best modes. I can't believe that Twisted Time has been playing for like just 7 hours at this point, and just having to deal with all of this. They're probably burnt out. So is Red Sun. This is so squad. We're not going to reset. We're seeing it come out right now. We're seeing who the mentally tough team is. And to start out, it's looking like it's going to be Red Sun taking an early lead, early man advantage, putting this Hydra under a little bit of pressure, and Eevee getting taken down as well. And here comes the first push.
Honestly, taking down Dan is going to be key for Red Sun. If that Hydra gets comfortable, especially if no like charger to kind of contest them, they can just kind of eat up this entire matchup right here. But they already cleared the first checkpoint. They are doing double in zap, so double armor. A lot of paint to be put on the ground, especially for a map like Tower Control. for Red Sun as we see Twisted Time starting to clean up here, get a push going of themselves. And this is where the position of the Hydra is going to be huge because they can basically control the enemy's glass of their own glass here. And what? Oh no! Another DC.
Yeah.
This time for Twisted Time. So there we go. And it looks like they're stalled. So this one will be reset. And if you're Twisted Time, this is your mulligan. If this happens again, you have to play it out. And obviously, Red Sun, they DC'd in the last set, but they didn't use their mulligan, and they just let the game ride out. So Twisted Time, this is not a good situation for them to be in, obviously, with having to be forced. Oh my gosh.
Where's Nintendo's phone number? I need to call them right now. I need to call them right now and say, what is going on with the netcode? What is going on with the internet? Like, can you guys please just, like, keep it together for 20 minutes? That's all I ask.
A good way to deal with the Hydra is just have them DC. That obviously kind of affects things there, but... Okay, what game are we on right now? If we're including mulligans and redos and all this stuff, are we on game, what? We did 3 with Dragon... No, we did 4 with the Dragons, 6 last time. So we're on game 12 of what is supposed to be a best of 14 grand finals. And it's it's just been that kind of tournament. And there's 2 spots. Is Red Sun... Did Red Sun have a player DC? Or are they subbing a player out? Can they do that? I think they no, I don't know. They can't sub a player out.
Yeah, wait, what happened to Tina?
If Twisted Time subs a player out, I believe Red Sun's allowed to do that. But Dan's come back in, so whoever was just in for Red Sun needs to get back in here. Right? Or maybe just needed a bathroom break or whatever. I mean, we're flying by the seat of our pants here across so many different spectrums right now, but once again, we are going to be giving you guys game 1 of this bracket reset. If you are just joining us, oh boy, check the VOD. You will not be disappointed with what's been happening in this low ink. But yeah, I guess we're just waiting on a Red Sun player to join the room, which makes no sense because Twisted Time is on the DC.
I have some info from chat, but I'm not gonna spread it just yet. This is just by far crazy. Just absolute pandemonium. And pandemonium has been for the entirety of this low ink. This low ink has been by far one of the best I've ever watched. I love low ink. Like, I've been a fan of low ink since like early like 2019, and I can't even right now.
Oh yeah, like you are watching history right now. If you're watching this live, you are in for a real treat because I promise you will never see a low ink like this again. I mean, a team just saying we're done. It's too late for us to be playing. We got to leave. And then the team that lost, that had the bronze medal, that lost in the fashion that they did with a DC with a huge lead, is now come back into the tournament, has now forced a bracket reset against a team like Twisted Time that already won this tournament and was basically, they agreed to this. Like, it is my understanding, we didn't force Twisted Time into this situation. They wanted to win straight outright. Well, they're going to have to do that now as another play, as Tina has come back in. But another play, I think they're just having issues joining the lobby at this point. And now we have a full lobby. Okay, there we go. You can't play with 5 players. You need 4 on each team. All right. And these are the same 4 players for each team. We're going to get going once again. Players in the lobby, they're starting to ready up. It should be quickly. No roster changes, no lineup changes. But keep this in mind going forward. If Twisted Time DCs, they got to play it out no matter what. They've used their mulligan.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, it's used so early on in this set that it's a bad omen for things to come. And this is gonna be so wild. If another DC happens, it's just gonna be heartbreaking. After everything that has happened, it's just gonna be heart-wrenching, especially if it costs an important game. I can't deal with another one, man.
How many more bracket resets are we going to have in the grand finals? We're going to start bringing. Who's the 4th place team? Are they online? Are they ready to hop in at any moment here? I don't see why there's an issue readying up. Okay, there we go. Just say you can't switch your comp. Sometimes though, I like in a reset. I like to just kind of adjust our opening a little bit since we've shown our cards and they know what we're going to do. But we are readying up. Here we go. No changes from Twisted Time. Everything's cookies and juice from Red Sun. Let's get going.
This is bracket reset of grand finals of Low Inc. March 2021. Welcome to IPL. This is crazy. I'm Magic 8-Ball. Popgun's over on the couch next to me, and Red Sun versus Twisted Time is the craziest set I think I've ever watched.
And we see this opening push going to Red Sun. I thought that was a little bit rushed, though. They didn't seem like they're in position to push, and it cost them a player on the tower. Shadow cleans up Bean as well. Admir by themselves. I don't think Twisted Time is aware of this. They do now as Shadow gets taken down, and they do have a beacon on the left side as well. So Red Sun keeping one player sneakily hidden in the corner there is going to keep this push going. It looks like they'll clear this first checkpoint, not the most difficult one in the world to get across. But the question is going to be, can they get past this second one here? Missiles will slow it down a little bit. Eevee loses the 1v1 against the enemy.
It wasn't a 1v1. That was an Inkjet that came in and swooped in, got the pick, and that's 3 down on the side of Twisted Time. Once again, we see the Hydra here trying to make a stand, trying to use that armor to keep people off of the tower and off of him. And Dan trying to find this pick onto Delta and is finally able to do so. 2 going down to the side of Red Sun, finally taking down that beacon that was a thorn in their side, which Admir jumped to after Tina had placed it and then gone up to the glass area. And now they're picking off the jumps, they're picking off the members of Red Sun as they're trying to go for a greedy positional play. That opening was wild. Can I just mention that? Like, the players were out of position and somehow still made it work. And that's why I love Red Sun right now.
Well, here's the thing. Both teams are not playing their best. That is 100%. We can see both teams are playing kind of desperate. They're playing a little like out of control, not really working with each other, and that's not their fault. I mean, we are seeing fatigue set in right here for both teams, and it's just going to come down to, honestly, this is going to come down to who can win their 1v1s at this point for this set, or which captain in BC can recollect their team, because we're just seeing a wild bar fight going on right now, and it's just anyone's guess who's going to be the last one standing.
It's not about winning at this point, it's about not losing. In my honest opinion, it's all about just which team can just keep standing after all of this is said and done. And right now, it's looking like Red Sun is just holding it together, just barely. Admir all the way up, going for the flank of the Hydra, is able to get it. And Admir, with the Inkjet, is in a fantastic position to make this push. We do see 3 members of Twisted Time on the left side trying to stop this tower from going in, but it looks like they're going to get pincered very, very soon. Here comes Tina with the brush. Kaiser trying to fight back, trying to get something. Tina does go down, but that Inkjet finally comes into play and gets Dan and Popgun. This looks like it's going to be the final checkpoint. Why?
Well, Admir's just taking over this game right now. I'm talking about it's coming down to 1v1s. Admir is winning every single one, and Red Sun is capitalizing off of it. That last checkpoint falls, and look who's the last player left alive, and still mowing down players. Like, they're not even, I don't think they've left that swords area in a minute and a half. They just keep staying there, keep farming more ink jets and getting doubles with all those ink jets, and now the rest of the Red Sun players popping in there. Tina taking down the Hydra, and yeah, Twisted Time, it's not over. They can still establish themselves if they take this one checkpoint at a time. But, and okay, I was about to say, they need to come up with an answer to Admir, finally take them down. And if you're Twisted Time, this is your opportunity to get something going. But, it's not going to be sharking around that right side. They need to move left.
They do need to move left, and unfortunately they're not going to be able to do so in time to protect Dan as Tina's flanking that beacon from earlier, from when Admir stayed alive and got the jumps in, and the Tina placed down the beacons, was able to take down Dan and stop that push in its tracks. 2 going down to the side of Red Sun here, but Tina still being a thorn in Twisted Time's base. Putting down another beacon, and Sharks and barely finds Dan, and now it's left to the members of the rest of the members of Red Sun to prevent that second checkpoint from falling. Here comes Shadow to try and get it with a flank, trying to make Weasel his way in, and Tina's still all the way up on the other side of the base because of the beacons, but Dan's there. Tina! Why are you flanking so much? Twisted Time wants to win this, right?
Well, the flanks are working because, again, this is where what flanks in this playstyle Red Sun has naturally works out better when your opponent is just kind of discombobulated, as we can see them starting to be. So maybe Red Sun has a clear advantage for this set, but at least for this game is concerning. A Twisted Time player needs to get on the tower. Beam they just keep throwing those double in-zap suction bombs at the tower. They can't climb on it.
Smart.
Game 1 goes to Red Sun, and I'm not willing to admit that one team is better than the other, but with the factors that are going on in the set right now, it seems like Red Sun is in control.
I mean, they took over the glass area, right? And here's the thing, they did that from the outset. They sent 2 players up there so early on and got Tina into a position, got Admir into a position, and they just did not let go the entire game. And because of that, and because of the beacons, and because of the jump-ins, and because Twisted Time was trying to focus on pushing tower and ignore it, Red Sun just collapsed on them every single time. It was impressive.
Yeah, it's everything we've been seeing today has been very impressive, and now this is not the mode Twisted Time wanted to see. It's Rainmaker at Shipyard. Oh, once again, Red Sun, we've only seen them lose once on stream at Rainmaker. This is their cookies and juice. The problem is that one time they lost was due to the DC that they had. So maybe there might be something mentally going on here. If they can get the win, that would work out in their favor, obviously. But the problem here is Twisted Time has to win this game. They have to. They have no choice but to win this. You've already dropped 3 straight games. If you go down 0-2, it's not impossible to come back from it, but mentally, it's just way too much. It's just way too much to come back from mentally, and we're just waiting on another player to join in here. I believe from Twisted Time, somebody else. So we're gonna take a quick little break. Hey, if you're watching this, now would be a good time to refill your popcorn, go use the restroom, go tweet about what you are seeing today here in Low Ink, and just appreciate what is going on right now, because you will never see something like this again, I promise you. And again, who knows what we're going to be saying about this Low Ink in the future, regardless who wins it. There's so much craziness going on right here. So many people DCing on both sides, teams just flat out dropping. And really, if we look back at this set, not just this set, but this bracket as a whole, it's been a really competitive alpha bracket across the whole afternoon. I mean, we had in semifinals, 3 of the 4 rounds went to a full game 5. So, okay. And it's been really competitive across the board there. So.
Exactly. Like this entire weekend, like so many competitive matches, so many competitive games in this entire bracket. I mean, we see just incredible numbers of 3-2s in every single stage. And because of this, like, Low Ink in general has been fantastic. Just in general, like, period. Low Ink, fantastic. I love Low Ink. I love JPEG. JPEG, I love you. And so because of that, like, this tournament, even with all the craziness that we've had, I think that's what makes it so special. You know? And because of that, like, because we're able to roll with all these punches, because IPL has just been, like, so good behind the scenes, especially with Inky over here and with a number of great commentators like Leo and Nitro from earlier, and with so many support staff who are still running this thing. Like, I don't know if you guys know much about tournament organizing in general. A lot of TOs will just be like, like, ignore the tournament, like take a break after, like, once grand finals are like starting, like they're probably not even paying attention at this point, like it'll run itself. But JPEG and Hoey and everyone here has just been like attentive and supportive and holding down the fort for probably like 7-8 hours at this point. And I just want to give you a huge shout out to them for making this an amazing tournament.
Yeah, of course, everybody behind the scenes, Vincent obviously been running things for not just today, but I mean the entire weekend. There's so many people to name here. As we're, I think we just kind of took there's been a bit of a break here. Maybe I can look in chat. I feel like the other team has just been. Okay, yeah, we're taking a bathroom break across the entire board here. Okay, cool. If you're Twisted Time, you needed this. They needed this opportunity to just kind of breathe, get back into, because they haven't been playing their play style these last couple of games at all. And now we do see Tina subbing out Vertigo coming in for Red Sun, so the tent is back. And we'll be bringing you guys game 2 shortly. We just pulled over on the highway to hit up one of the rest stops, and then we'll load back up the van and keep going to wherever the heck it is that we're going on this little trip here.
Oh. This break was definitely very much needed. So Tina saying in the chat that has to go due to prior commitments. I want to give a shout out to Tina for making awesome plays, for having a fantastic tournament so far. Shout outs to Tina.
Wait, Tina, you didn't expect to still be playing at 6 o'clock on Sunday? What do you mean you had prior commitments? You didn't know that you were how this day was going to play out? Come on now.
That's funny. That's so funny.
So, okay, but that's interesting to note because now Red Sun is they don't have the opportunity to sub anymore. If Admir DCs, they're just out of luck. Right. If they wanted to use Brush in a certain situation, they're out of luck as well. They're stuck with Tint, which is fine. They know how to play with Tint, but still, this is a good situation for Twisted Time. They're because Red Sun's going to be now more one-dimensional, and there's not going to be as many flanks coming around. Those flanks are so huge when your team is when your opponent's kind of mentally drained here. So now that they're going to be more streamlined, this works out in Twisted Time's favor.
Exactly. They're going to have chances to adjust. And they can bring in whatever players they feel like. Like right now, they have their K Junior player actually on the roster instead of Shadow, instead of Dan. And it looks like they're going to be going for a full aggressive playstyle, especially with Vertigo. And now, because of that, they're going to be able to learn throughout the duration of the set, and they're going to be able to keep going. And all of these players are ready up, and they want to keep going. They want this set. Like Twisted Time, by God, they've been so been getting hit after hit after hit, and they're still standing and they're still fighting and they still want this tournament so badly, especially after everything that's happened. I applaud them.
And once again, this is a must win for Twisted Time. They have to even up this set right here. Red Sun on a 3-game winning streak, and that is a lot of momentum to overcome. Double armor coming out from the side of Red Sun. Again, they're using the Tint, not the Brush. The Brush is gone, and that is a Nautilus coming out for the side of Twisted Time. So no E-Leader, no Hydra. They're going matching aggression with aggression. And I like that, honestly. The last 2 Rainmaker games have not been competitive at all. Why not switch something up and go with a plan B and see if it works?
Yeah, exactly. And now they've got that the junior player on with the armor. They've got this Kaiser on this Nautilus, which I'm sure that they're comfortable on because they're already putting in some decent work, shredding that tent shield. But here comes an Inkjet of their own on the side of Red Sun with the player sharking. I think that they found him. Yes, the Inkjet fortunately getting taken down. but they're able to return it. The hammer is alive, and it looks like they're in position to push this thing. Eevee from behind, able to take down the Rainmaker from getting too far, and now able to take down Vertigo on this hammer. Eevee just decided that this is their time, and now this is their Rainmaker.
Yeah, that's a good push stop there. Interesting, they opted to take it that way and not really try to make the jump. So I think they were trying to go for the sponge. So an odd decision there, and ultimately a great play by Eevee to shut it down. And Admir down for Red Sun as they are looking to push around that left side. The Ink Mine's already there. They know, and that's a huge pick on the push. They should be able to get lead here, obviously, but can they get more? Where's the... Okay, we're going left side. And the bridge, is that bridge starting to lower? It is, the perfect time for the bridge to come down for Twisted Time. But look who's on the bridge waiting for it to happen. It's 2 players from Red Sun, so they opt to take it back down the other way. So Red Sun shuts down this push. That was almost like the Trojan Force opening up, and here comes all the soldiers pouring out of it. Not what you wanted to see for Twisted Time.
Definitely not, and as we all know, we should always beware of Greeks even bearing gifts, and they definitely had a gift for Twisted Time in that situation. That was really funny, and I think it was like it actually didn't work in their favor because it looked like they were going to make that jump to make a little bit of a better play, but because that bridge went down, they decided to slow down for a second. It gave Red Sun just enough time to keep them back, you know, and so really didn't work in their favor, if we're actually being honest, which I think is just the wildest thing, because usually it's so good for teams that are pushing. Admir decided to take a dive off of the map, you know, trying to improve their diving skills, and here comes Shadow taking down Bean, able to take down Vertigo as well. That's fantastic, especially with the double up from Eevee, and here comes the Rainmaker deciding to take the right side. It's not going to be that efficient, but it is going to set them up for a nice play, especially when everyone is going to have to funnel into this Inkjet. Here comes the Inkjet, able to get taken down by a bomb from Bean, now 2 down on the side of Twisted Time, but they're able to push it all the way up to 38. That's not going to be enough to prevent a slunge push from getting the lead, but it is going to be a very hard push to get anywhere else. So, this is a defendable lead for Twisted Time on Rainmaker, which they needed to take from Red Sun with 1 minute and 30 left.
More importantly, this is the first time we have seen Red Sun on this kind of position in Rainmaker. The adjustment, the Nautilus isn't getting a whole lot of kills. It doesn't matter. It's making the difference. It's the adjustment that Red Sun is obviously working in their favor. And we have not seen Red Sun play from behind in Rainmaker so far in this tournament. It's been pretty much get huge lead and just keep huge lead. But now with 1 minute left to go, Eevee taking down Vertigo again, and they're kind of adjusting to that left side there, but not opting to pick up the Rainmaker. They want to get a few more picks, but right now they're just kind of waiting for Admir, who gets a nice pick with that Inkjet and taking down 1 player as well. 2 players going down. It's just another bar fight, and Delta might just escape. They're going for the sponge. If they can win off that sponge, they'll get lead, but Eevee comes back just in the nick of time. 30 seconds left to go. Twisted Time needs to get this Rainmaker out of here now, because it's dangerously close to that sponge.
I don't agree with that play for go to the sponge. They needed to just... Okay, that dive, I don't really agree with either. Both of these teams are making plays that are just feel right in the moment, and I completely understand. These are decisions that could cost the game. If they had kept that Rainmaker up in that top left area, even if they got taken down, it would have been in a good position. But now, this Rainmaker is reset back in the mid, and they have to make this work all over again. They're able to take down Shadow. They're able to take down 1. They know where Eevee is. They know he's trying to find the Rainmaker, and he finds it! And that's going to be the game! Twisted Time kicks Rainmaker off of Red Sun!
Big time players step up in big moments. Eevee with 15 KA, none bigger than going through basically 5 or 6 Red Sun players, it seemed like, right there, and taking care of the 1 Rainmaker. Look at that. That is what they need. Somebody for Twisted Time had to step up. They had to win that game, and that is huge. Beating Red Sun on Rainmaker? And we're not wasting any time. We're immediately going into Splat Zones. Magic, with how quickly these teams are readying up, we might not get much time to talk about this, but once again, they have to stick with this comp Red Sun does. They have to go tent.
Yeah, exactly. And this double up that we usually see from Tina, you know, how we saw in that Schellendorf game, like, we're not going to be able to see that anymore unless it's done by Beam or by Admir, because Tina's just not going to be that person that's going to be able to add that second layer of aggression. And it's going to have to take it over by Beam or Admir if they want to keep that play style. Or they could switch around it to play around the tent, but we saw that it wasn't working, and I don't know if it was because it was Sturgeon or if it was because of the composition adjustments from Twisted Time, and they're sticking with that roster. They did not switch Dan back in. They're going for the snowball composition.
Oh, I didn't even realize it wasn't. I thought Dan was on the Nautilus, but yeah, they just completely dropped Dan altogether. So they're matching aggression with aggression. I like this change, though. I like the fact that you realize we've lost 2 straight matches. We need to switch up something. 3 straight matches, excuse me. They had to twist something up, and this time I feel like they got it right. Is this the formula that can get them to win, though? Heading into this, for Red Sun, they don't have a choice. This is their roster is set from here until the tournament is over, and we are going into Game 3. The score tied at 1-1. This is the bracket reset. First to 4 wins the entire tournament. What do you think?
Here comes the compositions. Eevee on the Octobrush, which is really nice here, especially from that top mid area. We see Admir switching to a mini, and we see a huge paint composition out of Red Sun. I mean, everybody on that team can paint and hold the zone, which is going to be really key. And we see kind of the opposite from Twisted Time. You know, they're going for more aggression, they're going for more kill power, and we see Vertigo deciding to step all the way forward into that kill aggression.
Oh no! That's now Red's okay. We've been keeping track of this. Red Sun has not DC'd in this set. Twisted Time did, so now they're using their mulligan. And once again, keep in mind. Well, actually, whatever. That doesn't matter. Twisted Time's the one doing it, but yeah. So what? And who was that? Was Admir again? Yeah. So this same player that they've been having issues with all day long. But here's where Tina being gone kind of combobulates things a little bit. They can't get rid of that player, so they're stuck with this, and we're just hoping that the internet works out for them. And
I'm gonna cry.
So here we go.
Oh, I hate this.
Windows 98 moment. So yeah, both teams have used their mulligans. If any DC happens for the rest of this stream, the game is going to count regardless. Oh my gosh. As if we needed something else. As if we needed something else in this tournament. Okay, so question number 1 is, can they rejoin the lobby? Honestly, you don't want to delay the set anymore, but if I was Admir, I would just completely restart my Switch or something. Or like reset your router. They're already back at... I mean, you have to do something to because it's going to happen again. I mean, there's no reason to believe it won't happen again.
I mean, it's so inconsistent at this point. Yeah. The last time that he DC'd was all the way back in Losers Finals. So it's just sporadic at this point. And that's the thing about these DCs, is that they're so crazy and just nobody knows when they're going to happen. And that's the worst part.
And I see all of you flexing your channel points, spending them on literally nothing, knowing full well that I've lost all of my points, gambling away to bad predictions throughout this whole tournament. I see you. My goodness. Anyways, once more with gusto. It's the same lineup, it's the same comps. We're going right back at it again. And I will say this, Red Sun, Twisted Time looked to have the better opening in that last game. Red Sun didn't get a single kill before the DC happened. Red Sun coming out and getting the zones very quickly this game, however.
Vertigo's doing the same thing and pushing right back into the enemy plant again. He's gonna get taken out again. I expected them to learn something, but you know what? We can just take it as it goes. It's fine. Vertigo gets taken down. this bunker area is getting taken control of by that slosher, and Delta is going to get pincered. Or not! Or just gets to jump out for free. And now all of a sudden, Ink Armor comes out, jumps back in, comes down,
right back.
and here comes Red Sun.
Anything goes at this point. Again, it's just who has the mental toughness left to just get through this set here. Red Sun looks to be in control here, forcing Twisted Time players back into their street. You know, it can be really difficult to get out of lockouts on this map, I found, and the Inkjet to beam is going to help out a lot. That Nautilus that Kaiser has busted out, that Twisted Time has not used so far in this tournament, using it the last 2 games, the Inkjet kill going really into their favor right there. But still, even with that, Twisted Time can't get back control of this zone, and very slowly, Red Sun just keeps ticking away at their lead.
This paint is just so oppressive, especially with that tent umbrella preventing anybody from really like throwing bombs, getting stuff out there, and now the slosher going down as well with its shadow, and there's nothing they can really do. They've got an Inkjet at the ready. They need to use these specials correctly if they want to make this something happen. But here come the missiles, and that's going to be a huge boon as well to stop this Inkjet. This Inkjet's so close to death, and I think they got taken out, maybe? No, but Eevee does go down as well, and they just can't take over the zone, especially with the bombers, especially with the armor, especially with the tent shield preventing anybody. And these bombs just decide that they want people dead, and there's nothing that they can do, and Red Sun is locking them out without even going that far into the base. And Eevee's just going to try and find a make a play here. Has the armor. They need to get some paint on the zone, but they're just going to get out painted if they can't find a pick. And that's Red Sun. That's Red Sun's game. What?
You know, I think the problem there is that Twisted Time went for paint instead of kills. There's no way they could outpaint a mini, a junior, an Inzap, or a Neo Splash in a tent. Like, there's just too much paint on the other side. They had to go for kills, and they just didn't get the kills they needed. So Red Sun with a nice response there. They lose on Rainmaker, but coming back and taking the game away on Splat Zones. A mode that has been pretty even between these two teams, but now we're going to Clan Blitz. This worked into Red Sun's favor last time. Again, I feel like the way Red Sun plays Rainmaker translates really well to how they've been playing Clan Blitz. But
Right.
now you're going to Albacore Hotel, which almost begs for Twisted Time to come back in, which they're not. So this makes me think maybe Dan is not available to be playing anymore as well. I mean, this stream's been going on for 5 hours and 20 minutes at this point, so it's understandable team players need to flake out. But yeah, I mean, I would assume Twisted Time would love to have Dan in here on this, and they're not coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the Hydra or something to prevent that tent shield from just like completely opening up the map. Especially on these small gray areas, like the tent can just walk in. And that's exactly what's going to happen if they don't come up with some sort of strategy. They decide to go double CDS. I mean, sure.
Well, Twisted Time cannot play on this map. They just cannot play on Hotel. They are very open about it. So Eevee going with CDS, I mean, they've been practicing it. They've been working on this weakness of theirs. But yeah, this is the only comp they feel comfortable with on this map and mode. So Red Sun already with an advantage just because of the map by itself, and obviously with no Dan, it's going to be even more awkward as this tip player, Vertigo, trying to get comfortable on the enemy side of the map, and while they're doing that, Shadow has to deal with 2 more players flanking over the bridge, is forced to retreat a little bit, so Red Sun has all the room in the world to work with to try to get a push going here. Eevee being taken down, and with Bubbles at the ready, you got to be thinking Red Sun has the opportunity they need. Will they actually go in there and get it? No.
It looks like they have the clams to do it. The bubble is getting sent around, and both of the bubblers died, and Delta's able to sneak into the clam, but it's not going to get followed up. Admir trying to find something, trying to get a little bit of a Kobe, but unable to do so, and suddenly this very rogue composition on the side of Twisted Time seems to be working? Question mark?
Well, it's a long game. The one thing we were going to say is that Eevee on CDS is very weird, obviously, but if they can find a way to pop off here and escape this game with a win and tie up the set, it'll be good because they've done it on Rainmaker. They can win in impossible situations before, but this one's going to be even more difficult. Eevee already going down. Vertigo getting this tent set up and pushing down, has bubbles ready once again. So Twisted Time having a lot of difficulty getting out of their base right now. And honestly, with that 1 point that Red Sun scored, even though they lose 2 players here, this is a semi-comfortable lead. I say that, but here comes everything from Twisted Time. They get the picks, and one player, Beam, with a bomb, takes down 2 players. They will get the lead off of this. A very nice push by Twisted Time, but getting wiped right here might come back to bite them, though.
And here comes Red Sun. Red Sun, we've seen this before. We've seen them just take absolute control when they get a wipe, especially in Clan Blitz. And now they're not able to, because last time what happened was Vertigo tried to push that bridge, and that CD, one of the dually sculptures just clocked him because they didn't see him from the other side because they were so split up. But now it's looking like they're going to be able to funnel Twisted Time exactly where they want them. And they're just going to use the armor, they're going to use the bubbles, they're going to use the tent shield, and they're going to walk right in here with at least 3 power clans and some. This could be the game out of this one push. They've got, they need to get a couple more clams. They've got one. They just need one more clam, and this game goes to Red Sun. What in the world? There it is. This is it. That's what's in the game. What a push! What? That was one wipe. They wiped once.
I believe they threw in 4 power clams in that push alone, 1 to pop the basket, and then 3 immediately right after that. I've never seen a 40 clam push executed, but there you go. And all of a sudden, Twisted Time has to win 3 straight matches in a row. Now again, Twisted Time likely was not going to win that one anyways. Albacore Hotel is just something they can't win on yet. It's something they're working on. You saw their comp that they brought out, but that's not, they would rather have a map that's more suited to a Carbon here. But now we're going to see Twisted Time to win this one. Tower controls first. That's this, and again, no Dan, I think this is just the 4 players that both teams have left. I mean, even keep in mind, Twisted Time had Ost using H3 earlier in the winners finals. That player's gone as well. So I think this is the only 4 players that both rosters have left. And it's, man, what can you say, honestly?
I always hear top teams refer to tournaments as marathons, especially some of the like the 2-day events. And as we see right here, they're completely right. I mean, it's just an endurance test to the maximum. I've been in Pokemon tournaments that have gone on for a long time, but this is just ridiculous.
And here we go. Possible tournament match on the line. Red Sun, who already has a bronze medal from this tournament, looking to somehow get a gold here. Vertigo coming out with the Kunder. Not a surprise. They'd rather do that instead of the Tenebrella. Keep in mind, Tina usually comes in for tower control here.
Right.
But yeah, they're sticking with Kunder, and that's kind of what they do here. But this isn't 2019 is the problem.
Right, exactly. Thunder is not the beast that it once was. Although it didn't get nerfed into Oblivion, it sure isn't as powerful as it used to be. But I still think that it can be fine, especially on something like Tower Control, where it can just pump out armors, it can just pump out torpedoes, and be an absolute nuisance. Especially if you double team with your teammates, like they're doing right there. It feels really just bad to play against, if I'm being honest, especially with the armors and stuff. So I like the pick here. It's just I was not expecting this.
So far, Shadow trying to make again. This is kind of what we've been seeing from Twisted Time over the course of the set. Is just players trying to make hero plays on their own, and it sometimes works for them, sometimes doesn't. Shadow gets a nice pick there on Beam that time around. And really, this map and mode, it comes down to who can get across that first checkpoint first. And sometimes we go a whole 5 minutes and neither team gets across that checkpoint. It's so difficult to get across. You're just right there smack in the open. And one player going down for each side. And again, lead now going to Red Sun. It doesn't really matter. Again, it comes down to this checkpoint. And with 3 players going down, the Vertigo with the Thunder, the last player left alive, and 1 player jumping in going down as well. So Red Sun completely wiped at this point, and Twisted Time in a great position to try to get across this first checkpoint. And Shadow couldn't control this elbow, and the Thunder coming in by themselves. It's not a solo weapon. Oh, but are these players a little out of control? No, they're going to clear.
No, they're not out of position because Red Sun isn't in position to stop this push. They're doing exactly what they need to. They're pushing up ahead and keeping Red Sun back, and it's working very well. We see the bomb rush coming out, and even though Eevee is a little bit weak here, they just keep the specials going. Look at how they're staggering these specials. This is so important in tower control. To keep the pressure moving, you need to stagger the specials to make sure that the teams are feeling the pressure, that you're continuously getting picks, and that you're continuously getting control of areas. And it's working out beautifully. They're already up to the last checkpoint. They've still got an Inkjet that they can use. When are they going to push it? When is Kaiser going to pop this thing? Because here it comes, and this could be it. They've got the bomb rush. They've got the Red Sun on the back foot, all the way back into the base, and that's going to be the end. Twisted Time woke up.
They needed that. Obviously they needed to win to keep the tournament going, but winning in that fashion, their VC is probably hype right now. That's probably the shot in the veins that they needed to wake up their team. And if you're Red Sun, you are not happy that you lost that game. But now you look at what Game 6 is going to be, Rainmaker at Humpback, you probably don't care.
Oh my gosh. Intent is so good here that they probably would have used it anyways. So this is... we're going to see a clash. Like, this is going to be the game that determines the set, if I'm being honest.
Yes, this is the real Game 7.
If Red Sun loses this, I don't see them coming back.
I agree.
And Twisted Time, with all of that momentum, oh my god.
And you know what? If you're Twisted Time, if you have to play on Rainmaker, this is a good map for Carbon. It's a really good map for Carbon.
Yeah.
And one other thing I want to point out. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing history. The Grand Finals is supposed to be a maximum best of 14 set. You are now going into Game 15, and we could possibly see Game 16 right after that. Welcome to Low Ink March 2021, and here we go. Nautilus coming back out with the Carbon. Nautilus on the other side. Red Sun with the best mode they have. In a critical Game 6.
I also like the Tri-Slosher here. I actually would have preferred to see the Splat Bomb Tri-Slosher, if I'm being honest, but they probably like the Burst Bomb just to put on the chip damage, especially with that double armor composition. But especially against that tent, the Tri-Slosher is going to have a little bit of a rough time without that Splat Bomb. But we do see Shadow flanking in the middle area, and he's going to get taken down by the swarming members of Red Sun. Here comes Red Sun with the armor. They've got the hammer at the ready, and they're trying to make their way into this choke point. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it just yet. Beam moving up here with Vertigo, trying to find something, trying to find anything. Here comes the tent shield. They still haven't picked up the Rainmaker yet to just keep everybody back. They're looking for picks first. They've corralled everybody onto the left side of the map. And here comes the push. Here comes the Inkjet. But Eevee gets taken down after getting one. Shadow's in the middle of the map, going to take down this Inkjet. Somehow Kaiser was able to shoot around everybody and find that Rainmaker. And they stopped this push barely.
And Shadow now barreling around that left side, trying to keep attention on the left. Are they going to take the Rainmaker over there? It looks like they don't really know which side they want to take the Rainmaker just yet. 2 players on right side, led by Eevee and an Inkjet by Kaiser. They're trying to clear a space to get the Rainmaker. Some spot to go. A hammer comes flying out of nowhere. Doesn't do too much damage. Now it looks like they're opting to take the left side. They are going to get lead off of this, and possibly a lot more. 37 remaining. What a set we are watching here, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. That is a score that's not super comfortable here. Big lead's going to race very quickly, especially if Red Sun can pick it up and take it around this right side. It's going to come down to, can they work with Vertigo, who can put down that tent shield and ride with it. A very nice bomb coming out there, shutting down this push. And Red Sun, Vertigo forced to jump out, holds on to Hammer. But look, it's right back where it was. They could add to their lead right here.
Looks like they were. It looked like they were about to just swim right up that thing. but they knew that the enemy cheat Red Sun had respawned and knew that the bombs were going to come out. Eevee able to sneak up there, unfortunately having to fall down. The Rainmaker comes back up because they thought he was going to get that pick, unfortunately unable to do so. Here comes Ember with the Inkjet. I really didn't like that Red Sun pushed it right and then had 2 people die in mid, and it looks like they're going to try and do it again, but now they've got Delta with them, now they've got Beam, now they've got the tent, and here it comes. This could be the push that they're looking for. Here comes one more tent shield, but Eevee is behind them, and is going to take a Rainmaker. Eevee, every single time that it looks like Red Sun is going to have something, anything in the past 2 games, Eevee has just been so clutch. Every single time.
And look, the Tri-Slosher is popping off as well. 8 KAs, and this push isn't over for Red Sun. They do have a tent shield to work with, pushing around. This is a very, the tournament nerves on the line. Both teams throwing everything they got at it, and big 3 players go down for Red Sun. I don't know where the ends up is. It doesn't matter because the Rainmaker resets. Stay with us, folks. This is an exciting game 6, and it could still go either way. We just got a minute and a half left to go. Inkfarer getting popped here. There's a lot of green on the map. Admir trying to sneak around through the trench to pick off this Rainmaker. Inkjet going around. They take down this shield, and look at all those Red Sun players gobbled up right there. They keep the lead from being extended, but and 2 players going down. If you're Twisted Time, you don't want to lose too many members on this failed push right here.
Oh, but Eevee has the bomb rush, and it's barely going to catch out Vertigo, and he's sharking on the right side here, trying to find this Rainmaker. Able to pick it up, but it's not going to be too great of a pickup there. There's a minute left, and Twisted Time is doing exactly what we always thought that we needed to see from them. Here comes the push. This is going to be the defining push. I think that the Junior has the Rainmakers. Inkfarer is going to come alive. This Inkjet's going to come alive, but there's only 2 members up. We see Vertigo, and we see Admir trying to fight against Eevee, and we're trying to fight against this Junior player, and it's not going to be enough. 30 seconds left, and Red Sun has nothing left to push with.
The 2 players are down, and it looks like, what do you do here with Twisted Time? Do you try to pick it up? It looks like it is going to reset before Vertigo can get to it, but this is one last opportunity for Red Sun. The Nautilus go down for both teams. Shadow going to flank around this left side. It's just painting up this Rainmaker, trying to make a hero play, gets taken down, and all of a sudden, Red Sun, with a lot of specials to work with, and a lot of kills on the side of Twisted Time. Here it comes. It's clutch moment right here. Here comes the shield, and it looks like they're waiting. Are they going to go for it? 1 player does go down. They don't. 2 players go down, and once again, it's Eevee with ice in their veins. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 7 with the entire tournament on the line. Have you ever seen a set like this?
It was right there. The tent shield was right there. It was up there. Delta just held it. Popped 9 armors, got 18 KA, and in the last possible second to make the win, decided to hold the Rainmaker, decided to shoot towards the person that was coming from mid. He just needed to follow the tent shield. Oh my god, that's heartbreaking.
Oh, I love this though, dude. I love this. This is the best thing I've ever seen in Splatoon. This is amazing. What an unbelievable set that we have going on here. And we got Splat Zones at main stage. Magic, you and I both agreed the winner of that game 6 was going to win this whole set. It's still not over though. Twisted Time, they have the momentum. And Red Sun, they're stuck with this comp that they want to have. Is this, I guess the question here is going to be, how does Red Sun respond? You see them not readying up so quickly. If I'm Red Sun, I'm letting the clock run out before this game starts. I want to just bring back everybody in and just give me whatever you have left for 5 minutes.
Ice the kicker. Because right now, that's exactly, you need to just put Twisted Time in a cage for just a couple more seconds to let them simmer down and to just stop them from going hyperactive, and here they go. This is it. This is Game 7. Low Ink, March 2021. This is like practically the 20th game of Grand Finals. Thank you everyone for sticking with us.
We're either going to do crime for Twisted Time or Red Sun is number one. We'll find out right now as we look at the comps coming out from both teams. Admir, once again, going with that mini. Again, the paint-heavy comp that worked out for them on Manta Maria. They're trying to replicate that in here. And Kaiser looking to get an early pick here with armor. But the tip shield coming across, and there is a player on this wing. It looks like it is Vertigo. They're trying to get him down, and they don't get a kill. But, a couple of juniors going down on each side as well. And Junior, 3 players going down on the side of Red Sun as Twisted Time gets the early control of zone and possibly create a lockout situation.
This could be a fast game. We see Shadow going all the way up to the top right here, knowing that there's going to be one member of Red Sun going to be there. Or at least it looked like that at the start. Now we see the missiles coming out. We see everything going online for Red Sun, but we also see specials on the side of Twisted Time. The mini goes down. Vertigo is going to try and find something with this hammer, and they do. 2 go down on the side of Twisted Time. The specials come out, and Vertigo decides to go for it, but Evie was waiting for it. Evie baited the hammer to come forward, and now it's Red Sun is somehow still alive, but it's going to be tough to hold the zone against 2 players, especially Shadow, who's just been tearing stuff apart. Here comes the armor, but Beam gets a great pick on Shadow as they're trying to retreat. And now the jumpers are coming in, and this looks like it's going to be Red Sun's lead.
We're watching a solo queue match right now. I mean, there's just no strategy going on from either side. It's just see fight, take fight, and if you win it, move on. But right now, Red Sun with a huge lead. They've hold this zone for already 70 points remaining. Here comes Twisted Time, though, taking down 2 players, and that's the only way they can tap this zone. They need to get more kills than Red Sun. Now they got a little bit of pilly points. I don't know if they realize Vertigo's flanking around that left side, though, but nobody can really go with Vertigo. A splat bomb on the Junior lands right on top of it. That's kind of critical because now all the pilly points are gone and permanent damage is being done by Twisted Time.
Twisted Time looking like the better team right now. They're moving together, moving as a unit, not overextending onto the enemy side of the base. Here comes the Ink Armor for Red Sun. Let's see what they can do. The missiles come out. The splashdown, but Vertigo doesn't go down because of Ink Armor and is able to pick up the kill on Shadow. The lead goes over to Twisted Time in the midst of all this, but it's looking like it's going to be 3 down for Twisted Time.
Evie, the last player left alive. Again, Evie being forced to use that Octobrush instead of the Carbon that's gotten this team to this point so far. It's going to come down to Shadow, who's been popping off so far in these last 2 games with Tri-Slosher and Kinsa Machine here. Trying to get a play. Oh, but it's taken down. A nice play by Beam to take down Shadow. That's actually really huge. And here comes the Inkjet. They cover up that. The 3 players go down. The Nautilus is the last player left alive for Twisted Time. This is going to be lead for Red Sun, and it could be the entire tournament right here if Twisted Time can't get back to the zone quickly enough. But here comes Evie around the back door. Another hero play, but it's not enough. Red Sun has won Low Ink in the most dramatic way possible. You will never see this again.
From the depths of bracket elimination, they were eliminated because Dragon's Wave decided that they would take the DC win and go and move on, even when Red Sun had the lead in losers finals.
I cannot.
And then they decide 4 games into DC, and
I
then
can't believe.
through miracles, through everyone in the chat begging the TOs to bring Red Sun back to get this grand finals a set it deserves. And boy, that was a set that we deserved.
And you gotta feel for Twisted Time.
Yes.
This is they didn't have to do this. Like, nobody forced them to do this set. They agreed to this. And they gave us one hell of a Low Ink set to remember because of it. But, yeah, I mean, hats off to Twisted Time for how they played in this tournament. It just seemed like who had the most left in the tank. It was Red Sun at the end. I mean, this set had everything. Both teams used up all of their DC mulligans. They used up their entire roster. They had nobody left. It was the last 4 players for both teams. Players had to go do homework or whatever, or if you're, heck, the team that was supposed to be in this grand finals just dropped altogether. It's just an unbelievable set, and Red Sun becomes the first team ever to have both a bronze medal and a gold medal in low ink in the same tournament.
I'm out of breath. Hello?
To to talk a little bit, we've had Hoenn Hero coming in again, the head tournament organizer, or the head organizer of the entire IPL organization, is here to say a few words. Hoenn, how are you doing?
Oh no, this has been insane. Oh, hello guys. As Popgun mentioned, I'm Hoenn Hero and I do run IPL's tournaments. Thank you very much for watching today. It's been quite a day, as you could probably tell, and one that nobody ever expected to happen. So first of all, congratulations to Red Sun on winning Low Ink March 2021, even though they did technically get eliminated and got third. Wow, okay. And a big shout out, of course, to Twisted Tranquility for allowing this all to happen to them as well. And honestly, even bigger shout out to our streamer, Inkfarer, who's been going for 6 hours straight.
Yeah, for real.
Thank you so much for joining us.
We really appreciate it, Inky. We know it's been a lot of work. We know everyone's tired. So thank you for sticking with us to the end, whether you're a player or you're a staff member, because we appreciate all our staff and commentators very much. We can't do Low Ink without you. I don't have anything else to add. I think we all just need to rest. It's been awesome. Thank you, guys.
Once again, your Red Sun has somehow won Low Ink March 2021, the most incredible Low Ink you will ever see in your life. I have been Popgun alongside the Magic 8 Ball. Magic, go ahead and plug yourself.
At Magic_Octo on Twitter and Magic8_Ball on Twitch, but you really don't have to follow me because I don't even. Popgun. Where can the good people find you?
Hey, I'm gonna be. I don't normally plug the podcast, but tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time on my Twitch stream, Popgun25, we are. I'm gonna be recapping Low Ink. I have no idea what it is I'm going to say. We're going to be talking about that. One last thing I want to note out here. This is huge. Stick with us just a little bit while. I'm just being told, breaking news, Red Sun just gave the prize to Twisted Time. That big ups to both of these teams. And that makes, you know what, I'm 100% on board with that, because Twisted Time possibly should have won this tournament, and now Red Sun just doing themselves, just doing on it. They didn't have to do this, but I'm giving them big ups for that. Red Sun has given the prize to Twisted Time, and I think it's deserved. I think we had 2 teams win this tournament, if you want my honest opinion.
Yes,
but man, what a Low Ink to remember, and I think we should just end on a high note of that. From all of us here at IPL, JPEG, the head tournament organizer, Hoenn Hero and Kraken Mayer, the IPL organization heads, Inkfarer behind the scenes, our producer today. I am Popgun with Magic 8 Ball, and along with all the other staff, we say thank you for sticking with us, and we'll try to do it even better again next month. We're done. Thank you for watching.